Good morning. Good morning. I messed up my camera. There we go. Good morning, all. Oh, it way off, y'all. I apologize. Ooh, doggy. Ah, how are you doing this morning? I kind of have the studio dark today. Kind of trying to get a headache, so I'm trying to ward it off. Good morning. We have got some interesting new stuff that hit. And my mic is about ready to come off this table. No, we're not going to do this today, are we? We're not doing it today. I ain't doing it. I'll have to fix it better later. Well, we've got some new stuff that just dropped that I want to share with you guys before we went on. And so we're going to do that. We're going to do happy birthdays real quick because do you know what? They deserve to have their happy birthday acknowledgement. We're going to get me a cup of coffee and we're going to dive in. We've kind of got a lot going on today. So let's get going. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Who's in the house? Oh, Sienna. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Andrew L. As always, love, babe. Appreciate y'all hopping in. Let's get those happy birthdays out of the way. In a good way. Not bad. I just don't want to forget. To you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Bring it down so they can hear me a little. Happy birthday, Terry. Oh my gosh. Great day. Jessica, looking lovely, doll. Happy birthday, Billy. And Katrina, happy birthday. Magni, happy birthday. Robert, man, you're rocking it, dude. Have a great day. Jill, beautiful as always. Happy birthday. Tina, happy birthday. Shayna, have a great day today. Lorraine, oh my gosh, it's your birthday. Y'all go out and support her fundraiser for Boss Your Heart Orphan Ministries. Go support her. Brittany, happy birthday. Ashley and Jody. My gosh, we have a lot of birthdays. Miss Valerie, Miss Jennifer, happy birthday. Vicky, oh my gosh. The big 7'5". Oh, you're beautiful, doll. Jabberwocky Fredericksburg, happy birthday. I love that Jabberwocky. Lee and Tara, sorry, happy birthday. And Lana, oh my buddy, Lana Richins Butler, happy, blessed, and glorious birthday. Happy birthday to all of y'all. Y'all are so awesome. Happy birthday. Great. Oh, hi. Welcome. Boy, we got some new people in the house. Well, we're going to be kind of balancing two things today. Oh, I'll be back listening to Wade Wilson's sentencing. Wait a minute. His sentencing's already going. I thought that wasn't until 2:00 tonight. What? No way. No way. Thought that was 2:00 today. Are you kidding? I thought that was 2:00. And did I? Where? What? I don't even see it. Oh, we're going to catch up on that. Everybody, all the things I got was 2:00. Oh God, we're going there now. We are going there right now. No more talk. We're going to Wade Wilson. Please forgive me, y'all, We're going there. So there we go. I had it on the schedule for 2. I don't understand
A
what
lot of it's
happened.
based on
We're here.
education, also based on genetics. So the long and the short is, yeah, it's
So
very
maybe you can
difficult
stay with
to
me.
predict
If
behavior
not, I
looking
understand.
at a scan, or even me looking at the
Here we go.
So you would disagree then when Dr. Rubino testified that he could determine the defendant's behavior simply based on the brain scan?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
another thing that was mentioned was the fact that the defendant had these football injuries and some sports injuries. Are you familiar with CTE?
Thanks for
Very much so,
sticking
yeah. As a
around.
matter of fact, neuropathologists are the only ones that can truly diagnose.
I'm going to fix my mic.
CTE.
And can you explain what is CTE?
CTE, or chronic traumatic encephalopathy, is a type of neurodegenerative disease similar to Alzheimer's in the sense that the pathology is based upon the accumulation of tangles known as tau, or hyperphosphorylated tau. The interesting thing about CTE, or chronic traumatic encephalopathy, is that what is necessary for the development of the disease is a history of either concussions or subconcussive injury to the brain.
Now, if you were to watch the news, it would appear that every football player who hits their head has CTE. What is the reality of that statement?
That's not true. As a matter of fact, my son plays football. I think the benefit of sport far outweighs those risks. And I say that because the prevalence in society for those with CTE is still quite low, even amongst football players who play recreational sports, or at the collegiate level, or even at the professional level. It's still around 3%, which is very similar to other neurodegenerative, or the prevalence of other neurodegenerative diseases. There's a lot of selection bias with regards to CTE. That is because people who have symptoms are generally with those who then donate their brain to find out if those symptoms are due to CTE. And more often than not, they find CTE. But overall, no. The prevalence is quite low. We know that there is probably a inherited genetic predisposition to develop CTE, because in about 30% of those who have CTE, they have other comorbid neurodegenerative disease.
And would you expect to see evidence of CTE or some other abnormality such as that on the brain scans that were performed?
You could not necessarily see CTE, but you would see, with regards to chronic brain injury, what you're looking for, because the brain only has a single way really to respond to injury, right? Chronic injury, for that matter, looks very similar regardless of what caused those injuries. What we're really looking at is the pattern, the topographical distribution of those injuries. And that really allows you to say, is this consistent with or similar to a pattern we see in CTE, or a person who's had repetitive
I would have been here sooner.
Looking at those patterns, is that the same analysis you would do for someone with traumatic brain injury?
Yes.
Now, are you also, you mentioned that you have training as a toxicologist.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar then with controlled substances and illegal substances and their effects on people's brains?
Yes.
Could you just briefly describe that?
Sure. I mean, most of your stimulant substances, your psychoactive substances, act primarily through brain receptors, or specific brain receptors, mimicking the action of endogenous or normal neurotransmitters. And a lot of the desired effects are because of how it affects our brain.
Now, would you agree that drugs could affect your ability to think or to plan and to cause you to act impulsively?
Absolutely.
And would you agree that people can just do evil acts without having brain injury?
Yes.
Or without having a mental diagnosis?
Yes.
Now, as part of Dr. Rubino's testimony, he prepared a PowerPoint. I'm going to ask you in just a moment to come down. I want to ask you questions about those imaging. He mentioned 2 tests that were not performed. Do you recall which test he referred to that were not performed?
Specifically, he talked about neuroquant, and he talked about CTE with PET scan, looking at radioactive glucose uptake.
Do you believe, based on what you saw in the imaging, that those tests were necessary or important in this case?
No.
And why not?
Well, sure, because neuroquant basically is a computer program that we can use to process imaging, in particular DTI-based imaging, after the imaging is performed. And it's really used to establish a quantitative measure of the volume of a particular brain structure, in particular white matter or white matter tracks in the brain. And really the only clinical or the only indication to do so is if when you're looking at the MRI or looking at the DTI imaging and you actually see differences that would require further quantitation. In this case, there were not any significant differences in the DTI imaging to suggest further assessment with neuroquantification. And the same thing goes for CTE with PET included, because CT with PET, because you're looking to see if there are brain regions that are either hypermetabolic or hypometabolic, and those are usually brain regions that have some underlying pathology or injury. But in this case, these were normal imaging scans without any evidence of pathology that would require further specialized techniques.
We also heard a lot from Dr. Rubino about brain symmetry and the size and the comparison.
Sure.
Could you just talk about brain symmetry, what that is?
Sure. Well, it's just basically looking or comparing one side of the brain to the other. And so I'll tell you with regard to this imaging. Now, just to give you a little background, so I probably look at about 700 to 1,000 brains a year, and I probably looked easily over 10,000 brains in my career of all different ages. Looking at a brain with my eyes and my hands is very similar to how we look at a brain radiographically. So when a person does a CT or an MRI, they're taking slices from front to the back or top to bottom or side to side through the brain because they can't do it physically on the person, right? Whereas I can physically examine a brain and I cut the brain the exact same way that a CAT scan or MRI does. So we're looking at the same thing. Our appreciation for brain anatomy is the same. As a matter of fact, an MRI hopes to get to the, one day to the clarity, if you will, or the resolution that I have looking at it with my eyes. That being said, the problem with looking at symmetry on the PowerPoint is that you're looking at one slice. So if I can just give you an example of comparing, especially the ventricles, because the ventricles are hollow structures within the brain. And if you can imagine, let's say 2 footballs placed here on the table side by side. We know that a football is conical in shape, right? So if you look at the front of the football, it's going to be smaller. If I put a slice through both footballs, it's going to look smaller. As I move back to the middle of the football, if I put a slice, they're both going to look bigger, right? And that's assuming that I'm making that slice perfectly level with both footballs at the same exact level on the horizontal plane. But let's say if I just angle my knife just a little bit, where I get a little more of the anterior portion on the one on the left and a little more of the middle portion of the one on the right. If I look at that, one is going to look smaller than the other. It doesn't mean that there's true asymmetry. It just means the level at which I'm looking at is not really level, okay? So you really have to get a volumetric analysis of the entire ventricle and compare one side to the other to truly say whether or not one ventricle is larger than the other. Looking at one single slice can't do it. When you look at the slice that he showed there, you can clearly show that the hemispheres were on different levels. Specifically by looking at the inferior horns of the lateral ventricles, you can tell that they were not level. So to take a measurement of the ventricular size at that particular point was invalid. So it's hard to compare those two.
Thank you. I would ask if Dr. Coyne could step down so
Yes.
I can ask him questions about the imaging.
Okay, sure.
If we could have the microphone moved over just so we can hear. Dr. Coyne, I want to go through the PowerPoint that Dr. Rubino prepared.
Sure.
And are these the scans that you also reviewed prior to coming here today?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so let's start with this scan. What do you note about this first scan?
This is a horizontal section through the brain. You're looking here at the ventricles, which look more white, if you will. And what he is claiming that there is asymmetry between these two structures. But by looking at the posterior horns here, you can see the length difference between the two. That's because this is not a complete level section through the brain. You're looking at a different level from the right compared to the left. So you're not comparing the same. So you can't make an accurate measurement here from one side to the other. You're going to get different measurements because of that.
And
So you have to look at the volume of the entirety of the ventricle.
And so
Yeah.
based on that, do you believe there's anything significant?
No,
about
and
this?
I'll tell you further why, right? So if you had asymmetry in the ventricles, well, let's say, for instance, he also described that there was an abnormality in the size of the ventricles, that they were actually more narrow or smaller. They're not. This is actually appropriate in size. And he suggested that because of that, there's probably due to increased intracranial pressure. But that doesn't happen in isolation. Increased intracranial pressure is going to cause fluid from the ventricles as well as fluid from the vascular space to spill out into the actual brain tissue. And that's going to cause abnormalities in the CSF pattern, as well as it's going to cause hyperintensities around vessels. You see none of that here in this actual scan whatsoever. Not to mention, increased intracranial pressure is going to push the brain parenchyma out. The brain is trapped in the skull. It has nowhere to go. So if you increase pressure inside that skull, the brain is going to be pushed outward and downward. And you see no evidence of that at all here. You don't see any evidence. You see the normal sulsation right here or the normal folds of the brain. You have no evidence of that increased intracranial pressure. More importantly, like I said, there's no overt evidence of abnormality in ventricle size, and that matches what the radiologist saw on both the CAT scan and the MRI.
And what was the radiologist's opinion on the MRI?
The MRI was that there was no difference in the size of the ventricles, and that's important too. I know he had mentioned that normally a person wouldn't make comment of that on an acute CT. They very well would make comment of that, because if you see asymmetry on a CAT scan, what it suggests is that there's perhaps some underlying mass process that's pushing or changing the size of that ventricle that needs further evaluation. So a radiologist would certainly make note of that, and a doctor would certainly have to follow up with that.
Now, he also mentioned about the space, made some issue about the space between the skull and the brain. Can
You talked about, yeah, sure. So this is a little bit higher up, so I can't really see the temporal lobes here, but you can certainly look at, so here's the frontal lobes of the brain. The orbital frontal lobes are the part of the frontal lobes that curve underneath. And normally when you're comparing the width of the sulci of the orbital frontal lobes, they're going to be a little bit wider than the normal sulci that you're going to see on the lateral frontal lobes, as well as the sulci that you're going to see moving posteriorly to the temporal lobes. So what he's describing here is just the normal spaces between the individual gyri of the brain. And how do I know that? Because the cortical, so if there was atrophy, you would have loss of brain substance. You would have loss of gray matter, and you would have loss of white matter. The cortical size is of normal thickness. There's no loss of cortical size. More importantly, the distance here is all normal. So there's no loss of white matter underneath here. You don't have atrophy in the absence of loss of brain substance. Brain substance is absolutely normal. More importantly, this is all, the white matter from here travels down through the center of the brain into our spinal cord. If you lose substance, you get an increase in size in the ventricles. That's well known, and that's not seen here. So I see no evidence of atrophy at all on this brain. More importantly, when you look at the temporal lobe, he describes changes in the amygdala and the hippocampus. There is no atrophy whatsoever that I can see at all looking at this. More importantly, any atrophy, if there was, certainly I don't think wouldn't have any behavioral readout.
What are we looking at here? Is this just more of him trying to say?
This is just, yeah, him using whatever program he has on his computer based on a scale that it has to measure the millimeter size or width of these ventricles. But like I said, look at the differences here between the posterior horns. It shows you that this is not on the same level. So it's slightly off. So you're getting more of an oblique or tangential cut through here, because again, like I said, you're dependent upon a person laying in the MRI tube. Nothing is going to be 100% level. So you really have to look at the entirety of the volume of the ventricle. So look at the volume of the ventricles at multiple levels, not just a single level, and take a measurement and then make an assessment of that. But like I said, if you did have alterations.
Good morning, everybody.
And where is the alterations in the rest of the brain? We don't see that either.
And for the record, you were just referring to slide 3 of Dr. Vito's PowerPoint.
Thank you, future.
What do we see here, Doctor?
Got it.
More anterior. This is moving more up towards the top here. Again, you're just looking at the white matter, but what we're looking at here, so this would be white matter tracks here. And again, he's talking about these spaces that you see here between the frontal lobe. Again, you can tell that they're at different levels, right? Look at the sulsations different, but more importantly, the white matter pattern is normal. The width of the white matter, I don't see any evidence of atrophy there. More importantly, if you have trauma, let's say we're saying this is due to brain trauma. All right, this is due to a deceleration, acceleration type injury, or direct brain trauma where a person has an impact and then the brain moves both linearly, slamming into the front of the skull and the bottom of the skull, and then rotates about its center axis. And that causes a shear strain to the brain. Number one, it deforms the brain substance. And because the gray matter and the white matter are of different densities, they move at different speeds relative to each other, creating shear strain stress that affects not only the gray matter itself directly, much like if I punch myself in the arm, I'm going to get a bruise. And maybe if I don't get a big bruise, I'll get a little redness or definitely a change. Well, you would see that long term on the brain if you had a significant brain trauma. You would see hyperintensities, calcifications around small vessels. You may even see atrophy. More importantly, you would see an abnormality in the white matter pattern due to that trauma. Or you would see alterations at interface between gray matter and white matter, in particular along the long tracks that cross the hemispheres and go downward into the spinal cord and brainstem. And we don't see any of those changes here.
We can go to the next slide, which is slide number 5. What do you see here, doctor?
This is just, again, another example looking at the ventricles and trying to make an estimate that there are abnormalities in ventricular size. Also, arbitrarily choosing one point versus another point. Again, you can't make an assessment of ventricular symmetry by doing that. Sure, now we're looking more towards the base of the brain. Here's the temporal lobes right here. You're looking into what would be, here's the midbrain right here. And it was probably more pons, actually. Pons, midbrain to pons, cerebellum. More importantly, when I look at trauma in the brain of someone that's had significant impact trauma, I'm going to see white matter pathology, very commonly in the cerebellar peduncular white matter that comes from the brain and brainstem into the cerebellum. I don't see any changes of that here, but more importantly, I don't see any atrophy of the parahippocampal region or occipital-temporal region, which houses the amygdala and the hippocampus. So no, I see no evidence of atrophy here at all.
All right, so if we could go on to slide number 7. Doctor, what do we see here? Is this just a further?
Yes, it's just another look at, yep, another level of that same region.
And again, everything appears normal in that slide?
Yeah.
All right, what about slide number 8?
This is actually a great just image looking again. This is now the orbital or the frontal portion of the brain here. And again, this is normal distance or normal spacing between these gyri that you see in this part of the brain. More importantly, as I said, you do not see the atrophy that I normally expect to see when it comes to trauma. The asymmetries that you see here in DTI pattern are quite normal in individuals because there's a functional, there's a functional hemispheric differences in white matter pathways, right? So there are laterality in functions within our brain because of our experiences, things we learn to do throughout our life. There's going to be differences in density of myelination and white matter in our brain, which will present as asymmetry. This pattern here is not something that I would be consistent with traumatic brain injury.
Moving on to the last slide, which is slide 9, doctor. This is just another.
Looking a little further backwards. Yep.
All right. And again, no abnormalities, nothing here that suggests any kind of brain injury.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. You can step back up. So, doctor, based on your review of these scans, would you have ordered anything further if the defendant was your patient?
As a radiologist, or just as a physician for that matter, I would have looked at these instead of normal brain. If I was writing up a brain pathology report based upon this, I would call this a structurally normal adult brain, and I wouldn't be concerned about anything significant to chase after.
Now, another thing Dr. Rubino testified was about lateral asymmetry on the 2023 CT scan that was part of the medical records. Did you have the chance to review that?
Well, yeah, I did see those CAT scans. I know what he's referring to, and he's referring to basically the same asymmetry that we pointed to on the screen there. That is an asymmetry in the lateral ventricles, which were not noticed by the radiologist, and certainly I didn't notice any changes either.
So again, same assessment from 2023 as you've made now. There's no evidence of asymmetry.
Yes, I mean, our brain is not 100% symmetrical. When you look at one side or the other, you're going to see differences in just the general morphology that you can pick out with your eye. But again, it's really the total volume that matters. And in this case, that wasn't done. It's inappropriate to do one single measurement like that and then generalize to the asymmetry of a ventricle.
Now, the other thing he talked about was the difference in size of ventricles. Could you just explain whether that's significant or not?
So I know that there is certainly a wealth of literature out there looking at ventricular asymmetry and its involvement in psychiatric illness. The problem is that, still to this day, whether you have schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or other well-known psychiatric illnesses, there isn't a neuroanatomical substrate that allows one to diagnose an underlying psychiatric condition. And so we can try to generalize by saying, well, this brain region is involved, we know that this brain region is involved in these types of behaviors. So therefore, if we see a change here, we would expect to have this kind of behavioral abnormality. But that doesn't necessarily always hold true. There's certainly a lot of compensatory changes from one side of the brain to the other. And again, like I said, there's different functional reserves from one person to the next.
And again, based on the CT scans and SMRI, you saw no evidence of any sort of.
I did not see any evidence. And more importantly in this, I didn't see any limbic system atrophy.
Did you see any damage to the amygdala or the hippocampus?
I did not.
Now, the other thing that Dr. Rubino testified.
Just to add one thing, not only just the hippocampus and the amygdala, but the nerve fiber tracts that are important and integrate with that, the fimbria, the fornix, as well as the surrounding white matter.
And those are all normal.
Yep.
Now, we talked about the MoCA test, and I believe it's a one-page assessment. Mm-hmm. How would you describe the MoCA test?
Well, clearly my patients wouldn't respond well to that because they have no pulse. But what I would say, that's certainly something that someone uses as a upfront quick assessment. It's certainly not I wouldn't base my diagnostic or my diagnoses, on that. It would clue me into what I should do further. In other words, if I'm doing an initial assessment of a patient and I see, hey, there may be a problem here with short-term memory or concentration, then I would do additional neuropsychological testing to really hone in on those abnormalities. A snapshot is a bad thing to make any opinions on, especially in this case because of the setting. We already discussed, and he even alluded to that when he performed the test, that there were guards overlooking Mr. Wilson, that he appeared nervous or anxious. That would certainly, cause an upregulation in your sympathetic nervous system or the activity of our sympathetic nervous system, which antagonizes normal short-term memory. We could think all of us, if we were taking a test and we had someone looking over our shoulder, we would be much more anxious, and our ability to think through that test would be more difficult. And even you could talk to law enforcement officers who tell you that, in situations of stress, when your heart rate goes up and it reaches a certain level, your ability to concentrate and think is decreased. So the same thing in this scenario. It's hard to really draw conclusions about one person's short-term memory from a single assessment. Furthermore, same thing with the cranial nerve assessments. If a person is shackled or in a setting where they're not able to truly, really give a true clinical examination. And lastly, I'll just say, again, reflexes and things of that nature. Sure, a person. Dr. Rubino has been doing this for 20 years, but understand that there is a subjective portion of that too, right? One person's 3+ out of 5, maybe another person's 4+ out of 5. So there are inter-individual differences, even in the clinician who's doing who's performing the test.
So you brought up a point that this test is subjective. Would you agree that when a radiologist is reviewing scans, or when you yourself are reviewing scans, you're doing it in an objective way without making some sort of criminal analysis or criminal finding?
Sure. And actually, the first part of the radiologist report, and the same thing with the pathologist report, is going to be the description. You're going to just give an unbiased description of what exactly you are seeing. And then in the impression, you may give your impression as to what you think may be going on. But again, that's from a medical perspective. That's me letting the other clinicians know, hey, this underlying pathological process is probably going on, so you need to do additional tests. But we don't think about it from that perspective.
So when Dr. Rubino testified that he didn't want the radiologist to put his or her opinion of what they saw because they might be wrong, and he's looking at it from a crime point of view, what is that?
I would take affront to that as a pathologist if someone told me not to give a diagnosis on a slide I looked at or tissue I examined, because I had the requisite training to do that. I went to school and did many years learning how to properly interpret that particular test. Another clinician hasn't, and so they shouldn't make an opinion above a radiologist. They should use the radiologist as a consultant to help them guide their clinical decision making. But they don't have the capacity to make a better decision than a radiologist does. That's my clinical opinion.
And he's right about that.
I got sidetracked a little bit when we were talking about subjective versus objective opinions. But would you agree that the MOCA is simply just a screening device?
Yes,
And so it's not actually considered a diagnostic.
it's one of the many tools that you would use in formulating a clinical picture.
Now, would you agree that a lot of different testing that a physician might perform or a psychologist might perform, that there are certain standards or certain requirements in order to perform that test?
Yeah, and every test that we do. Yeah.
And what is the purpose of being properly certified to administer a test?
Well, it's reliability, number one. I mean, you want to make sure that you are appropriately administering the correct test in its correct form, so the answers that you elicit are can be, actually examined, right? And utilized. And then you need to have some sort of inter-test reliability that your test is being performed the same way somebody else would be performing the test. Therefore, you can compare your answers or your results to somebody else. That's the only way you can truthfully arrive at a diagnosis that can then be approach with treatment.
So would you agree that in order to administer a test based on testing requirements and testing standards, that person should be administered and how to give that test?
They should be, yeah.
Now, Dr. Rubino testified about essentially his opinion was based on the MOCA failure in conjunction with the MRI. Again, did you see anything when he says in conjunction with the MRI? Was there anything significant about the MRI that would suggest?
Several things I'll point out. I mean, I know he saw the MRI findings and he made the assumption that there was atrophy of the frontal lobes as well as the anterior temporal lobes, which I did not see any evidence thereof. Furthermore, the radiologist didn't see any evidence thereof. And he made the assessment that that was due to a history of trauma or chronic traumatic injury. But looking at those brain scans, I can clearly see that there is no evidence that I can find of traumatic or the patterns that one would expect to see in chronic traumatic brain injury. Furthermore, he goes on to talk about the hippocampus and the amygdala, which those being in the limbic center were somewhat atrophic and therefore can be used to explain perhaps a person's impulsivity. But I did not see any changes there in the amygdala or hippocampus to support that suggestion. Going on even to the cranial nerve exams, I know he had mentioned the the jerk nystagmus, the horizontal jerk nystagmus, as well as the cogwheel rigidity. I think he had looked at or said earlier that was somehow supported in the MRI, but we're talking about brainstem function here, specifically nigrostriatal extrapyramidal motor system, which
Good morning, Miss Jamie.
supports
Good morning,
Parkinson's.
Josh.
That's true.
Good morning, Miss
That's more
Swan.
ventral midbrain.
Good
We
morning,
saw the picture
future.
of the midbrain in there. And that's not something that I would see specifically in trauma. In other words, if forces are directed towards the brainstem, I'm not going to only see injury to the midbrain, I'm going to see injury as well as to the pons and medulla, which are structures that are continuous with that. I'm also going to see it in the white matter structures that are communicating.
You hit the nail on the
structure.
head,
And we
Josh.
see no evidence thereof. More, if you do see extrapyramidal motor system defects, I could argue more importantly that it may be very well related to hypoxia or even drug use because certainly increased dopamine signaling in that part of the brain we know is associated with toxicity. Dopamine itself can be toxic. Dopamine, the metabolism of dopamine by our brain produces semiquinone radicals. It produces oxidative stress, leads to damage to that part of the brain.
Good morning,
more
Eddie.
Hypoxia can as well. We know people who survive cyanide poisoning have Parkinsonism type behavioral characteristics afterwards. And that's again because that region is more susceptible to hypoxia, more importantly, reperfusion. So let's say if you had an episode where you stopped breathing or were on drugs, let's say opiates and breathing very slowly and then suddenly restored function, that reperfusion there could produce injury to that brain region. And that would be more consistent with the findings on cranial nerve exam than trauma because I don't see any other associated findings or even imaging findings that would lead me to believe trauma caused that.
So as far as the brain scans, they're not consistent with that finding.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know you already talked about reviewing that CT scan from 2023. Defense referred to that incident as head trauma, but was there in fact any evidence of head trauma?
He was no, and so certainly from an acute perspective, no evidence of trauma to either the head, the skull, the brain's coverings, or the brain, and certainly did not see features that would make one think or suggest that chronic brain trauma was present.
And again, atrophy would have been reported on that CT scan had it been observed?
Yes, especially because of the presentation of the patient at that point in time. You're trying to figure out what's causing this patient's underlying condition. If there was a period of hypoxia related to, let's say, drug usage, that would be very important.
And was he in fact hospitalized for overdosing in the jail on fentanyl?
That is what I had read in the records. Yeah.
Now, looking at that scan in 2023, would you have ordered any additional testing based on the radiologist's findings or based on your review?
Based on the radiologist's findings, no. I would have looked elsewhere. In other words, I would have determined from that point in time there was nothing for me to be concerned at within the skull.
Now, another thing we heard about today is these
About 80% of
self-reported
yesterday's.
defendant
I'll
gains
finish it
of,
today.
car accidents and sports injuries. Did you
I'm
find
getting
any actual evidence of those things or those incidents?
If there was a significant head injury, impact trauma, leading to either subarachnoid bleeding, which is bleeding on the thin coverings that are immediately surround our brain, and would make sense, right? If you were in a car accident, your head slams into, let's say, a windshield, your brain's also moving at that same speed and will slam into the skull. And that will can produce a bruise on the brain itself. So you would see hemorrhage in the brain tissue, but you may also see a tearing of the tissues that surround the brain, causing subarachnoid hemorrhage or subdural hemorrhage. I know it's a long explanation, but the point is that I saw no evidence there of that having happened.
Okay. And going back to those injuries, would you agree that those are all just self-reported, that you never saw any medical records or admissions records or anything to support that he had in fact been injured?
I would agree, because looking at the imaging, I wouldn't predict that there had been significant prior brain trauma.
So based on all of your review of the records, based on the review of the scans, based on hearing and looking at Dr. Rubino's report, let me just quickly, before I actually ask you the final question, was Dr. Rubino's report believing that he had traumatic brain injury issued prior to any scans?
No, not that I know of. I mean, so his report, I only became aware of it yesterday, but his report, I believe, was based upon the results of scans that were performed prior. That's what you're asking. I'm not too sure. I'm sorry.
So when Dr. Rubino issued a report, I believe the state sent to you, and in that report, he ordered new brain scans.
Okay, yeah.
So that report where he concluded he believed that there was some sort of brain trauma, was that conclusion then before we actually had those new scans?
I believe that conclusion was based upon his assessment of him physically.
So not including those scans. It
Not
was
including
just
the
his
scans, yeah.
physical assessment.
Yeah, that's my
He believed
belief.
it was
Yeah.
traumatic brain injury, ordered the scans, and then that supported.
Yes, because he had the history from the patient telling him about this history of trauma. He did the cognitive assessment as well as the assessment of motor skills, made the assumption that there was underlying brain trauma, and then had the scans performed.
Doctor, do you believe it's appropriate to make a diagnosis of traumatic brain injury before seeing any current scans?
Not a diagnosis. You keep it in what we have a differential diagnosis, or a working list of potential diagnoses based upon a person's history, as well as their presentation, their clinical presentation. And so you make a list of possible things that can go wrong. And obviously, brain injury is in one of those categories of dysfunction, right? You think about prior ischemic injury. Ischemic meaning lack of blood flow to an area of the brain, not necessarily stroke. Stroke could be one of the causes, but you think of mass lesions, you think of, for instance, prior drug overdoses or exposures, and you put trauma on that list, but you don't make a definitive diagnosis. You have a working list, then you use your other modalities to sort of narrow that down. Hey, I'm looking at these imaging here. Do any of the patterns here suggest one of those diagnoses? And certainly the patterns that you normally expect to see in traumatic injury were not present in those images.
So now, final question. Based on Dr. Rubino's testimony here today, based on your review of the medical records, based on your review of the MRI and the CT scans, what is your ultimate opinion
Yeah.
as far as whether the defendant suffers from any?
Sorry, I had to put a fan on.
I saw no evidence that there was any
These are
underlying
native.
structural
It's the
abnormalities to
modern
the brain that
native.
would be consistent with chronic brain trauma. So I would say no. To me, it looked like a structurally normal brain.
No further questions. The state tenders over.
Right.
Nice try, dude. You brain normal. You just plumb evil.
Morning, how are you?
You just plumb evil. I wonder when he's going to finish tattooing the other side of his face. Just saying. Saying.
As I recall from the last time you were here, you were the chief medical examiner at Panama City?
Tallahassee, yeah, District 2.
Okay. And you're still doing that?
Yes.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since May 1st.
Hey, Haley Mouse. Whoa, 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 my hearing aids. Hey, Haley Mouse. Sorry. They were
Your
echoing in my ear.
Presentation today is based on, seems to be based, if I'm right or wrong, on Dr. Rubino saying, well, there is traumatic brain injury. Is
Are
that
y'all
your-
hearing this okay?
No,
Or do I negate
I
it
looked
up?
at the CAT scans and the MRI without forming, as I always do.
Yes,
before I
Haley
form an
Mouse.
opinion upon, even on my autopsy cases or cases.
His face was not tattooed at all. At all. He had body tattoo, but nothing on the face. In fact, all of his booking records, he's clean. True, Josh. And this is court. I can't control him. Probably not. You know, and many of you may disagree, and you may leave after I say this, but that man is possessed. He needs a deliverance, y'all. He is pure evil. His brain is normal.
That I perform a neuropathology examination on. I
This
do not
is
like
just
looking
pure
at book
evil.
history before I do an examination because I do not want to be biased as to what I am seeing. I then go back and I look at the actual history or what we think may have happened in the person's past. to
This
see
is a
if I'm
good
seeing
doctor.
any features that would agree with that. But in this particular case, no. I looked at the brain
Spirit-filled much?
scans and looked at the brain scans just like I would look at an actual brain. And I made my diagnoses and compared them to what Dr. Rubino had said, and then looked back to see if I could figure out what he was referring or how he arose at those conclusions. And I didn't agree with those.
you didn't
Good for you,
agree
'cause
that
I
there
wouldn't have
was
either.
the,
I'm no doctor, but I know that much.
That's true. Yes, because again, atrophy doesn't occur in isolation, right? So atrophy has to happen for a reason.
just what is atrophy?
Sure. Atrophy just generally refers to shrinkage, right?
Shrinking.
So loss of normal size. When we're talking about the brain, atrophy refers to loss of substance or brain
Right.
tissue, in
Brain
particular,
matter.
the neurons that make up that's the sort of the most
I know
important
little
unit of the brain are the neurons and then the associated nerve fibers.
As you get older, doesn't your brain shrink naturally?
Not that
Not
much.
naturally, pathologically, but yes, it will atrophy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there.
Well, on those images that you just looked at, in the frontal region,
Mhm.
there are dark areas. Is that part of the atrophy?
No.
Nope.
You're looking at different T1 and T2 images. So dark, normally fat lights up when you go to T2, water and fat will light up. And so you're looking at just the different types of MRI images. But there wasn't any abnormal white matter pattern that I could see. But more importantly, it isn't just so if you have a dark area, you have to have a corresponding, which if you're saying that a dark area of the brain is due to loss of tissue, well, then you also have change in tissue around it, right? So in other words, tissue gets lost, infarct, trauma, what have you. There is hemorrhage, inflammation, and then you have scarring. And so you have a change in the morphology of the tissue around it. The tissue in this brain was normal. There was no atrophy, abnormal change in the gyri. So there was nothing that I could see that I would
You
attribute
don't
to atrophy.
atrophy at this guy's age. You start
That
at
image was
my
taken
age,
last
and it's
week,
showing in my studying.
August 21st.
Mhm.
If Mr. Wilson had suffered traumatic brain injury, and I'm not sure how you level that.
Sure.
But I mean, not everything is a complete blow to the
Yeah.
brain. But if he did suffer that, and it could regrow, regenerate,
Well,
fix itself.
the brain doesn't regrow. The brain has a very limited capacity to regrow, at least with regards to the nerve cells or the neurons, right? So ultimately, the central nervous system, when we have injury or loss of nerve cells, you have replacement of that by scar tissue, and the scar tissue in the brain is called gliosis, or the astrocytes fill in that void. That tissue never regenerates. There are areas of the brain that have stem cells, but they really do not contribute to reorganization of the brain following injury. So when you have injury and loss of tissue, it's essentially gone forever.
Mhm.
But that doesn't.
Why do people think that you regrow
that there's a-
brain matter? You can't.
Impairment. I mean,
Do.
the brain works around the injury, right?
Impairment with regards to what? Are you saying to when the
It can
original
scar.
injury occurs?
Correct.
Around.
When you
It's
have a
not gonna
concussive injury,
regenerate.
let's say, really is injury to the white matter of the brain, right? And when you have a concussion, you don't have to have cell death or loss of those neurons, right? You can have a disruption of the cytoskeletal elements on the inside of those nerve fibers. And that disruption of the normal cytoskeletal elements causes abnormal flux of ions, swelling of that nerve fiber, and therefore the normal electrical signal that would move from the top of the cell to the bottom of the cell is disrupted, right? If not impeded. And so while that process is repairing, it's not regenerating, it's just slowly going back to normal. And that can take weeks to months. The cell then is returned to its normal state, but the cell itself doesn't die. So therefore, you're not actually losing and regenerating a cell. You're just allowing for the normal repair process to occur.
Healing.
You're allowing for the inflammation to
Like when you
subside.
cut yourself.
Now, if the injury is severe enough, you would lose cell tissue, and that's irreversibly lost. It really comes down to the amount and level of tissue. Let's say he did have trauma to his brain and he did have concussive injury with loss of tissue. It's not significant enough for me or anyone really to see here on this imaging technique. You're probably going to have to look even microscopically or use really, really sensitive techniques. But even so, if it's severe enough to produce abnormal function, you should see it on the imaging.
Y'all, I wish you can see my setup. I think I'm going to take a picture and post it because I am so impressed with myself. And I want you to see how I'm monitoring all this. Okay. We'll continue.
Existing injury. They were quite some time ago.
Sure.
Okay. Now, what happens if you have pre-existing injury and you add FLACA to the mix? Let me ask you, what is FLACA?
Well, it's that very similar to the sort of novel psychoactive stimulants. It's sort of they have somewhat stimulatory as well as hallucinogenic effects in the brain.
And or cocaine, let's say. What effect would those have if you've got pre-existing, minor, not necessarily traumatic, but
Well, It's very hard to predict because it really depends upon what structures of the brain are injured and where there's minor trauma. Because cocaine, is going to cause a massive alteration in brain dopamine, right? And so that's primarily going to affect, your respects to cocaine limbic system, perhaps
Excuse me,
some.
I apologize.
Okay. I will say this, and if you hate me
What's
for it,
limbic
you
system?
hate me
Oh, sure,
for it.
sure. Those are the structures of our brain.
But if you are using illegal drugs by choice, by choice, okay? You chose to use the drugs. You chose to do something stupid and it fries your brain, then, honey child, this is all on you. Nobody gets off free on this one. I mean it. I do not care one way or the other. You chose to do the drugs. You chose to do the inappropriate things. You chose to damage your own body. You made those choices. You, not me, not the victim. You. So it's all on you. And you can't sit here and claim, oh, I have a brain injury because I use drugs. Hell no. Hell no. If I was on the jury and I was deciding your fate and you used drugs and this is what happened, guess what, dude? This is all on you. I'm not going to give you any sympathy for this. Not 1 ounce. Even if your brain is fried beyond belief, even if your brain is gone, you chose to do it to yourself. And then you committed a heinous crime. Dude, eat it.
That include the hippocampus as well as the amygdala, the mesiotemporal cortex, structures of the brain that are interconnected there, and they really are involved in our emotions, our emotional learning, as well as short-term memory formation. Those structures are involved in taking our environment and sending on short-term memory to become long-term memory. But to answer your question about drugs and their effects, drugs will have adverse effects on a normal brain, right? It really comes down to not so much brain structure as it works at the molecular level, right? People that have our drug metabolism enzymes play a role. Our drug receptors and how well that drug can bind to a receptor and activate that nerve. So it goes much deeper than that. But drugs themselves can have, you can't predict how prior brain trauma would affect the effects of a drug. It really comes down to what areas of the brain are injured.
I'm going to pause just for a minute so I can share screen. This is my new setup. Look at it. This is one screen with 2 videos going. We have the Richins and the Tellus. And then I have my main. And then I have the Wilson. And I have my Discord set up. So I can monitor all 3. If I have to, I can break these down into 4 different monitorings on this screen over here. I can put 4 cases up and monitor them all. I'm so proud of myself. Okay, back. My bad. I just had to do it. I didn't want you guys to be consumed. Okay, girl. There we go. And play.
So in other words, nobody knows what the effect of
Yeah,
drugs
it would.
I
Yes,
thought
it would
Richins
really
was
be
supposed to start at
on an
10:45.
individual basis, and there's so many variables there. It'd be hard for me to answer that.
I'm trying. Uh-oh, we got movement on Telus.
Yeah, one more,
Question,
please.
y'all. Your choice. And that's always dangerous. Do y'all want to continue? Well, what I'm thinking is we hop over to Telus, let them do their opening and send the jury back, see if there's any new developments. And then we come back here to the Wilson. Is that cool with you? Just a thought. I'm willing to do what you want. Or I can just keep us here and just keep an eye and wait and see when the jury comes back. Man, I got to get my lotion. I'm running out. Oh,
I assume.
I still have
somebody's-
my
I'll ask you.
ATEM
Sure.
that I've not been able to get set
Have you
up.
ever met Mr. Wilson?
No, I
other
have
than
not.
court?
No, I have not.
Well, jury is already deliberating.
Have you
They have the
conducted
beautiful
any tests
seal
on Mr.
of
Wilson?
Nevada up on the screen. So there's nothing to show you.
Did you review, other than what you've testified to from Dr. Rubino, did you review testimony of any other professional witnesses?
I did not.
There's a lot of
You
new
reviewed
people here.
The
Would
test
you please
results, or at least the
subscribe?
imaging.
And guess what?
from
We have
Dr.
memberships
Rubino?
starting at 99 cents.
I reviewed the images
We'd
that
love to have
that
you.
he reviewed
We're
also.
going to have a fun live
as well
this
as
weekend
the
for
medical
members
records
only.
that had the radiologist review. I heard and I read what Dr. Rubino said about it from his deposition.
Josh,
Did you ever review?
okay, I got to
an
stop.
MR
Josh, it is 10:58. Richins is on an hour delay for the media. I have which court TV up, I think. Who do I have up? Um, and I have it on play, and they still have here. I'll share screen to show you. Switch to the screen. See, it is still waiting. So they started, but they're on a delay. Okay. That's one thing that RA was struggling with was that they're on a delay. So it hadn't unless there's another one. So I'll keep looking. Let me get back to this while I do some magic.
The MRI of Mr. Wilson?
I reviewed, all those images.
Okay. And there were what, 8 images?
There were several imaging studies that were performed. Yeah, I can't recall the exact number, but yeah.
Did you prepare, from what you reviewed, did you prepare any images, presentation to support your testimony?
No, I just my knowledge and my knowledge of the literature and my experience.
Are you aware of any psychiatric or neuropsychological diagnoses in this case?
In this particular case, no, I did not review those reports.
And you're not qualified to controvert diagnosis by either Dr. Rubino or the radiologist.
Well, when it comes down to looking at brain structure, absolutely I can. That's my job.
Okay. Now, if Mr. Wilson is
Corey
impulsive
Richards,
based
we're still
on
looking at
the addition
TV
of
screen.
cocaine or flocka to the mix,
See?
or he's unable to recognize implications from his conduct, are you saying that, in your opinion, the MRI does not support that? The MRI images?
Well,
Haley,
so
I'm
to take a
jealous.
step back,
I have a twin brother.
How cocaine or
Not
any
as
of
fun
those
as his sister, I'm
know,
sure.
Psychoactive drugs can affect a person. Certainly we know that they can phenocopy all of the positive and negative symptoms that we see in schizophrenia, as well as the psychoses that we see in bipolar disorder, within that realm of behavioral activity, one would expect to see agitation, impulsivity, and other abnormal behaviors while under the influence of those drugs. That those do not correlate with having to have abnormal imaging findings. That can occur in a structurally normal brain. It has to do with the effects of the drug interacting with our brain receptors.
So you can have.
So you can have a normal brain and still exhibit those behaviors. And I didn't see any changes on his brain that would be anything that would deviate significantly from normal.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Anything else? All right, sir, you can sit down.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses from the state?
Ooh, he
So
gave him
any
a
other
look.
witnesses or any
So
other
like,
evidence of any mitigating
dude.
circumstances under Spencer that the defense would like to have the court consider at this time? Okay.
You want to do that now, or you want to do that in sentencing?
If you want to present argument now, and I'll give you an opportunity to address the court again at sentencing, you can do both.
Okay, Corey Richards is starting.
Whichever you would
Do we
like.
want to stay here or jump to Corey? Richins, y'all let me know. I can always speed them up. Get on the mic, dude.
Okay. Very well. So you'd rather wait until this afternoon?
I would.
Okay. All right, then. So at this time, then, we'll be in recess until
Okay,
2 o'clock
here we
this
go.
afternoon. And see you then.
Okay. Let me get the sound up.
The state has presented most of its evidence and arguments in paper in advance.
Let me try and gain this if I can.
Notably including the transcript.
I'm gained 100%. Hi, Ozzy. I'm gained 100%. Can y'all hear this?
Be mindful in our presentation to not belabor well-established evidence.
God, this is horrid.
To that end, we ask that the court moves along when appropriate. The opposite, of course, holds true if there's no information. The court would let us know we will present it.
Understood.
Speaking of our papers, back in May, the state had submitted a bench memo. I have two errata that I would like to put on the record. The first is on page 20 and 24, Your Honor. There's a date of the first Friday, March the 5th, 2022. As a calendar will tell us all, that was Friday, March the 4th.
Okay, got it.
At page 10, in reference to a divorce consultation, the state wrote that occurred in January of 2022. The state asked that the court strike the date. The court will call some litigation related to this matter that occurred after the state filed that bench memo. That litigation, that date is not accurate.
Any others?
Those are the errata, Your Honor. The state will call in its presentation Detective Jeff O'Driscoll and experts Chris Cotrademus and Brooke Carrington. The state has provided the defense with advance notice of those witnesses. When the state calls Detective O'Driscoll, the state will not conduct a direct exam. Instead, the state will refer the court to his testimony at the detention hearing. The state is essentially offering Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination by current defense counsel within that scope as, in the best interest of a fundamentally fair proceeding, since they've not yet had an opportunity to cross-examine. The state provided the defense with advance notice of this approach and reserved the opportunity to redirect Detective O'Driscoll. Finally, Your Honor, I'd like to, by stipulation, admit a few more documents. The first is what we have labeled as 7A. Exhibit 7 in the court's binder.
The self-right extraction report.
It does, Your Honor, and it's in there, and we refer to it in our papers, because it has a screenshot of a navigation system. It is in 7A, but absent a telescope, the court's not gonna be able to read it. So we have blown that up and labeled that 7A. and it passes
course.
up to the court.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
God, I love his.
Your Honor, the
voice.
other document we've labeled 67. And that is.
If you're tired of storing a big bulky ironing board,
True station and provided in discovery.
There you go.
What's the number?
I know, wasn't it?
67, Your Honor.
What is 66? You referenced 66, but
Right.
understood. It's already in the plan. Got it.
It is, Your Honor.
And 66 is exhibit, correct, counsel? Stipulated, my apologies. Is 67 stipulated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 67 and 7A are,
Your Honor, may I?
of course.
Thank you. Your Honor, the final two exhibits are docket references 123 and 124. I'm not sure how they got left out of some of the earlier discussion on this, but they did, so. The state moves 123 and 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
Docket entries 123 and 124 are admitted for the purpose of today's preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, unless the court has anything to say, we'll call Detective O'Driscoll.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, anything housekeeping wise?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, let's get you sworn.
Why is that hopping like that? That's weird.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the things and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Wait, wasn't she wearing that yesterday? That's weird.
Your Honor, the state tenders Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination and scope of correct conducted at the detention.
Is this yesterday?
Ms. Lewis.
I think this is yesterday. Let me double check.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We haven't met. I'm Wendy Lewis, one of Ms. Richins' attorneys.
Thank you.
So, Detective O'Driscoll, when was it that you were first asked to take over this case?
In March of 2023.
And who was on this matter before you as the lead detective?
Detective Jamie Woody.
I think this
Why
was
did
yesterday,
you turn over
guys.
from Detective Woody to yourself?
Dang it.
Detective Woody moved divisions from investigations division to the patrol division. She had an opportunity to have some auxiliary assignments that are.
Let me look at it.
Specifically at Cape.
Did you ever become aware of any evidence or any issues?
We're going to pause this just for a second. I'm going to pop this out and see. I want to make sure this is day one. This was yesterday. Dag nabbit. I knew that didn't look right. Everybody is still waiting. Do you want to watch this? So I wish Squeaky of Justice was here because y'all, I apologize. I really, really, really apologize. I feel like an idiot. Because everything I am showing. Okay, where's court? Trial live. Okay. Yeah, they don't have her yet. I apologize. I was so excited that I had it. Oh my gosh. Y'all, let's see what Miss Brandy's doing. Yeah, she's waiting. I'm I'm gonna go look at RA's channel and see what that man's got going. Sometimes it yeah, well, thank you. I'm trying. I'm trying. But I know, let's see what he says on his 12 hours ago into the wild blue yonder. Oh. Okay. Nobody has anything on Richin. No, I know he can't stream live, but sometimes he'll have a post. So the live that I have running up for today, which is this one, has not started yet. I'll put the volume on so I know when it does. So, would you be opposed to me going through a bunch of documents that wonderful let me see. I'm no Jedi surrendered to me. They were so kind. I'm excited. We have the order denying a, a let me get it up. Let me get it up. Let me get it up. Um, why is it so small? Why is this so small? Okay. I think I'm going to. The Black Swan. Yep. You're right. Let me go to my downloads. Let me pull it up. So the Black Swan. Oh, this is going to be fun. It's opening up. Okay. And here we go. I'm just going to go ahead and pop all of these up. Okay. I'll figure all that out. Okay. That, oh, 6. Okay. I'm getting them in order, y'all. In the order that I got them. I can pop them up on screen for you, but the way I read, you may not like it. But why don't we try it anyway? I just thought, well, what the heck? Um, I cannot wait till I can do this. That's not what I want. I want to share the screen that I have up. Share screen. Window. We'll do this one. Thank you. There we go. See, this is how I read. And I know it's a little odd for some of you. So I'm trying very hard to sorry, I'm trying to switch windows. I gotta switch windows for this because I need it in front of me to embiggen it and read and focus. And there we go. I'll put you guys there. Okay, let's read. Now, this is how a dyslexic person reads. If this is hard for you, I apologize. but we're going to read this. The state of Florida versus Ashley. Oh man, I got to grab this, y'all. This is a doctor's call. I've been waiting for it. Give me just a split second, okay? I apologize, guys. I thought the music was playing. There it is. Okay. I have severe rheumatoid arthritis and I have a wheelchair, but my wheelchair is over 10 years old and it takes months and months and months to get a wheelchair. And they had a cancellation. My appointment to get fitted was next month. They called and said, "Hey, we have a cancellation. We know you're coming from out of town. Would you like to come in tomorrow?" So, guys, I will be in San Antonio tomorrow, but I'll set all this up and do remote. Okay, back to this. Let me minimize that so I can keep an eye on trials. Okay. So, order denying defendants post trial motion for judgment of acquittal. This matter came before the court on the defendant's Ortunis motion for judgment of acquittal, JOA, made on July 30th of 24 at the close of all evidence, as well as the defendant's written motion for the judgment of acquittal filed on August 9th of 2024.1. Yo, why did I'm dyslexic and I'm catching all this. Have considered the evidence presented and the arguments of counsel, the defendant's written motion for judgment, acquittal, and the applicable law. The court finds that there was sufficient, competent, and substantial evidence to allow a rational tier of fact to find the existence of elements of this crime beyond reasonable doubt. Now, therefore, to be ordered and adjudged. The defendant or Tinus, I don't know how to do that, motion for judgment of acquittal made at the close of all evidence on July 30th of 24 is bold print denied. The defendant's written motion for judgment acquittal filed on August 9th of 24 is denied. Really? Oh my gosh. Somebody got denied. So ordered. Bam, bam. So ordered. Y'all. I'm not having much sympathy here. I'm really not. I'm not being me, am I? Maybe. Okay, here's the next one. And I got to see if I can embiggen this. That's better for y'all, isn't it? Really? Wow, this is interesting. So can I grab you? Can I move you? I can. I'm going to enlarge you. And then I'm going to go this. Ah, so much better. Mo better. Mo better. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay. Here we are at the Benefield, still Black Swan. Order denying post-trial motion for the judgment of acquittal. This matter came before the court. Uh, wait, didn't we just read this? Oh, I got a double. My bad. Sometimes that happens. Oh, order for motion to disqualify. Here we go. Let me share this. Am I losing y'all? I hope not. I hope I'm not. Share. We got a comment. Oh, I got to get over there. Yeah, I know, but that means I won't be here. But I need that wheelchair. Order denying defendant's written motion to disqualify. I haven't had mine in 10 years. Most people get them replaced every 3. In this matter comes before the court the defendant's motion to disqualify the court filed on August 9th of 24. Having considered the defendant's written motion to disqualify, the court finds the legally insufficient. Leah Corp of San Pete versus Osai 144 SO 3D 644 quote FLA.2D DCA 2014 in quote open quote advertised ruling by the trial judge in exercise of legitimate judicial function insufficient to demonstrate trial judge is prejudiced prejudice against the moving party. Now, therefore, be it ordered and adjudicated, as it adjudged that the defendant's written motion to disqualify the court filed on August 9th of 2024 is denied. Is that gavel a little loud to y'all? I apologize. I lowered it. The next one, next is, and here we go. Why aren't you in beginning? Oh, but I got to get the editing thing on. I hate that. I hate that when that happens. Uh, uh, right there, focus and share. This is why I can't wait to get my um, ATEM switching thing all done because this will be button, 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 button. We're done. I hope you got that. Okay, notice of taking defendant's motion for new trial under advisement. This is a matter before the court. The defendant motion for new trial request for interview of trial jurors. An incorporated memorandum of law filed August 9th of 24 and the defendant's separate motion to interview jurors also filed on August 9 of 24. This court takes the defendant's motion, oh, you can see my mouse, I'm sorry, for new trial under advisement until such time as a court addresses and resolves the defendant's request for interview for trial jurors and motion to interview the jurors. Now, therefore, be it ordered and adjudged that the defendant's motion for new trial filed on August 9th has taken under advisement. The defendant's request to interview trial jurors and motion to interview jurors shall be set for a hearing status conference. So we're going to get to watch this, hopefully, at which time the parties will be will first be heard on the substance of the defendant's request to interview the trial jurors, and second, if the defendant's request is granted, the process to be followed for the interviews. Done and so ordered. Okay. Uh-oh. Somebody didn't like me. I moved too fast. Okay. I think we're good. Did I get them all? Order of acquitting, order of hearing, denying recusal. Oh, I did miss one. Order taking. Let me open this. My apologies, folks. My apologies. Okay, let's see if I can share this. It'll be a little different, but it's okay. Share. This is in a little bit different format. Okay. Notice of taking defendant's motion for a new trial under advisement. The matter come before the court on the defendant's motion for new trial requests the interview of trial jurors in a corporate memorandum of law filed on August 9th, and the defendant's separate motion. Wait, didn't we just read this? Yep, never mind. It was just a carbon copy. Okay, we're caught up. We caught up. Let me close all this down. Get you back and embiggened where I need you. Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for visiting me today. You know what? I need to give you our little sponsors who has supplied me so graciously with enough coffee for me to live on for the next month. And so I want to give them a little shout out. Here we go. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yep, show them some love. If you live anywhere near the hill country, which a few of us do, every Saturday they are out at the farmers market. So go give them a try. Wheelchair fitting in San Antonio. I think I need to maybe explain that a little bit for some people. Unfortunately, due to RA, which is rheumatoid arthritis in my hips, sometimes I am in a wheelchair. So I just wanted you guys to understand that sometimes if you see me in a wheelchair, especially more in the wintertime, don't panic. It's good. It's all good. I'm just trying to, when I have a flare up, the more I walk and the more I move during that time, the more damage is done. So it's best for me to limit my mobility when I'm having such a flare up, when I'm having a flare up. So, the Richins trial, I don't know what's going on with that, guys. I'm looking. We are going to have a members only live on Saturday night after I take my first test in college. For those who don't know, I started college yesterday. And I am studying criminal justice.
Though we have some supervision fees that have not been.
We can watch a parole hearing if you'd like out of Louisiana. It's a pardon and parole hearings if you want to watch that. I'm trying to find some things for us to do. Have y'all ever watched a parole or pardon board meetings? I have. Sometimes they can get quite interesting. They can be kind of quiet too. Well, come here, kitty, kitty. I have a little girl. We can also watch the preliminary. Why don't we watch this? The preliminary hearing of a man accused of ending his father's life. Let's watch this one. I think this will be interesting until we get one of our others on board. Okay, let's do this. Let's get this. Let's get sound. Hi, baby girl. I know. I owe you. So this is a gentleman who ended his father's life by the way of puncturing. He's a former Mayville teacher, David Anthony Mills, was found deceased in his bedroom with multiple puncture wounds in 23.
Sir, if you just come up this way and over around to my right, if you would.
I'm going to bring that down. I don't want to blow y'all out.
Mr. Henley, before you have your seat, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you are. You have your seat, sir, please. Just pull up to the mic. Gentlemen, whenever you're ready to inquire.
Thank you. Will you state your name, please, sir?
Whatever.
Can you spell your first and last name if you don't mind? And where do you live, Mr. Henley? And where are you employed? And how long have you been at Denso? And do you know an individual by the name of Alex Mills? And how did you meet Mr. Mills? At Denso, did he work there at Denso with you? How long ago if you had to estimate it was that you met Mr. Mills at Denso? 10 years ago? And do you know someone by the name of Tony Mills? And who was Tony Mills? All right, and do you know Jackie Mills? And who was Jackie Mills? If you had to just describe your relationship with the Mills family beginning when you met Alex and Denso, how would you describe it? You got along with them pretty well? Did you know them pretty closely? Do you know how long Alex has been gone from Denso, not working there? Have you stayed in pretty regular contact with him since he left Denso, though? Would you consider yourself friends? Brothers? If I can please direct your attention to December of last year. Where was Alex, if you know, living at that time?
I know he was living with his mom for the then he moved in with his dad. Prior to pregnant.
Okay. And do you know why he moved in with his dad? Sure. Did Alex Mills reach out to you some point about wanting to get together and hang out during December? Do you remember when that was about?
Friday, and I told him that I worked Saturday and I'm off Sunday.
All right. And did you all make, what did he tell you when he called you?
He said that he needs to get out the house. He got out the house that day. And I told him that I worked Saturday, I'm off Sunday, so he called on Sunday.
All right. Now, you worked, what shift did you work at Denso?
I was second.
And what time is second shift?
I was team leader now, so at the time I was still team leader. I was going from 2:30 to 2 a.m.
Okay, so 2:30 in the afternoon, you typically go into work and then you get off around 2 o'clock in the morning. So when you were talking, was it sometimes early in the morning after you get off work that you would speak? Okay. So you spoke to Mr. Mills during the week and made plans to see him that weekend, is that correct? And were you gonna work a full shift or were you working a partial shift? How was that gonna work?
Saturday I was half shift, because I just went in and trucks. Sunday I was off. I didn't talk to him until Monday when I told him I took half day off.
Okay. And did he arrive for your time to hang out as you initially anticipated? Okay. What happened when he didn't show up for you all to spend time together?
I called him.
And how did that conversation go?
I didn't get contact. Well, beforehand, I called him Sunday when he called me, he was afraid to say, they say it was dad touching him and stuff like that. And I said, okay, look, let me do a half day. I can't take the full day off of work. I'm gonna do a half day. And then I get off work, I'm calling.
All right. And did you do that? And did he answer? All right. When did you next communicate with Alex?
It was have to be sometime about 10.
10 o'clock that night? And how did that communication, did he call you, did you call him?
I called him and he definitely answered and I said, are you still coming over? He said, yeah, are you sure we still come over? I said, yeah. He said, you want to hang out with you? Talk, come on.
And did he come? Was that at your residence? So you said it was about 10 o'clock at night or something like that, is that correct? And what kind of vehicle did he drive when he arrived at your residence? A white Lexus? Okay. And what happened when Alex got to your residence?
He knocked on the door and opened the door. He had his arms spread open, back on the hug. And
Take your time.
he comes in and asked, I said, bro, you know, you got blood on me. He looked around, I said, where? I said, my shirt. And he took off his hat, took off his shirt, went in the kitchen, washed his hands.
So you noticed that he had blood on his clothing, is that right? I'm gonna ask you if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
You recognize this photograph, Mr. Henley? What is that a photograph of? Take your time. That's Alex's hat? Is that the hat he was wearing that night when he came to your house? Or we asked him to come to exhibit number 1, please?
Mr. Isaac, any objection to the proffered one?
No.
So received without objection.
And so, Mr. Henley, this gray Titleist hat on the screen, that's the hat you were referring to, is that correct? I may approach you again. Likewise, Mr. Henley, you recognize this photograph? What is that a photograph of? Is that the shirt he was wearing that night when he came to your house? Or we asked to come and exhibit 2, please?
Mr. Isaac, any objection to the proffered two?
None.
So received without objection.
And we saw some spots on the hat, Mr. Henley, and we can see some spots on the shirt. Is that what you were referring to when you said you thought that he was covered in blood? All right. So you said he took the shirt and hats off, correct? And he went to the bathroom and washed up? The kitchen. All right. And let me ask you, did you notice anything strange about Alex as you were interacting with him at this time?
I know he was very, like we jumped in the pool, his shirt was really wet. He asked for another hand.
What, I mean, this was in December, correct? I'm guessing it wasn't too hot outside? Did you find that unusual? Did he seem to be that wet? Did you ask him anything about what was going on or where the blood came from or anything like that? And what did he say when you asked him that?
He said that his dad fell in his head and he helped him up.
So, and you know his dad to be Tony, is that correct? So he said his dad had fallen.
Appreciate you.
Did he say if he was getting his dad any help or assistance or anything of that nature?
He said the police was, he called the police came over to check up on him.
So he said the police were over there at that time checking up on Tony? Did that seem strange to you at all?
To me, yeah.
And at some point in time, did Alex receive any phone calls or anything while you were talking to him?
Yeah, said police called me and let me know that.
Wish they had a better camera
And
angle on
did
this.
that seem strange to you at all? And why did it seem strange?
Because he told me that the police was there checking up on his dad. And he said they could stay there, so.
Come on, dude. Speak in the mic. Right there in front of you. Just lean forward a little bit.
Did Alex eventually leave your residence? Can you tell us how that occurred? What occurred when he left?
He sat down, less than 10 minutes. He said, "I'm not sure I'm calling." And we went out to the car and my wife at the time come out the bedroom and said, "Alice is leaving." I said, "No, he's going for sure." And I went down outside, the window.
Our house shots are in.
And what did you do when you saw the fact that he was leaving your residence driving off?
I called him.
And what did you say when you called him?
We went to the store.
That he was going to the store? Y'all were supposed to be hanging out, right? Did you ask him anything about that? I say at some point in time you went to bed, correct? Did you decide to take any actions the next day regarding kind of what was going on with Alex and your conversation you had with him?
I got I called Jack, talked to her, and let her know that I was over here. That he was available to his dad's house.
Hey, Tim, it's Suzanne.
You would take that outside.
No.
Did you at
Somebody
some
got a
point in
phone
time
call.
decide that you wanted to
That
go?
judge was
Did you try
not
to
happy.
communicate with Tony at all?
I tried calling him.
Okay, so you tried to call Tony's phone, but he didn't answer. At some point in time, did you decide to take action in regards to trying to check on him?
I called Jackie and was talking to her. She said, "I'm doing a check on him." I said, "I don't know."
When was this?
It was right after we got work.
So it was in the
Afternoon.
early afternoon. Did you know where Tony lived?
No mom didn't after.
And when you say mom, who are you referring to? Jackie? And did you respond to that residence? I may approach you. Do you recognize this photo, Mr. Henley? What is that a photo of? That's the residence you responded to check on Tony? I'd ask this come to exhibit 3, please.
Mr. Isaac, any objection to Crawford 3?
None.
No received.
What did you do when you arrived at the residence, Mr. Henley?
I was driving to my mom, Jack, talked to mom.
Oh.
And mom said, "Nobody answered." She tried to open the door. When I get there, I see two folks over there, Tony. Well, I see 2 cars there. And I knocked on the door. I heard Marty barking.
And who is Marty?
That's so
What kind of vehicle did you drive over there?
red. Oh, yeah.
Red Pontiac sedan? So what did you do when you heard, you say Marty was the dog's name?
Marty.
Marley? What did you do when you heard Marley barking?
Just real positive.
And did you open the door? And I know this is difficult, Mr. Henley, but when you can you tell us what you saw when you opened the door?
Open the door. That's She had blood on it. I walked out.
So you saw Tony in the bed, you said you saw his leg, correct? On the approach. Sorry, Mr. Henley, but very quickly, do you recognize this photograph? Is that the view from inside the front door that you saw today? That's kind of exhibit number 4.
Objection to Crawford 4 was trying to.
Done.
So to see.
Now, Mr. Henley, you said very quickly that you exited the house, is that correct? Did you ever go to the bed itself? Did you ever touch Tony?
Dude, what the dispatch I was talking to asked me if I could walk up to the bed, see if I could give him CPR. I needed to share. Go for it.
So, when you initially exited the house, you called 911, is that right? And did law enforcement respond to that location? And did you relay to law enforcement what you told me here today?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
When Alex was at your house, you said he took off his shirt and hat, correct? Did he leave his pants on? Okay. And when he left, did he still have those pants on? And Alex, is he in the courtroom here today? Could you please point him out if you don't mind? I'd ask the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect what was identified the defendant, Mr. David Alexander Mills.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Isaacs, any inquiry for Mr. Henley?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Henley. My name is Gregory Isaacs, and I represent Alex Mills. Now, Alex knew you as Dale, correct? And you both worked together at Denso, correct? And when you worked at the same ship, you became friends, correct? And you would frequently socialize after work, correct? And you, in your direct examination, characterized yourself as brothers, correct? And during the period of time when you were friends with Alex, you knew him to be a happy-go-lucky, fun individual, correct? You knew him to be somebody that had a reputation for truth and veracity, correct? And you had no reason to doubt information that Alex would tell you, correct? And that relationship was a relationship when Alex told you something, you felt you could rely on it and it was truthful, correct? And let's fast forward to December 18th of 2023. Alex reached out to you, correct? And Alex called you, correct? And Alex told you that he did not feel safe with his father, Tony Mills, correct? And when he told you that, you took Alex seriously, correct? And in fact, you took it so serious that you took a half day off work, correct? And that's the day that we're talking about, correct? And when Alex told you that he didn't feel safe at his father's house, you didn't say, well, I'm sure this will pass, it'll blow over. You called and rearranged your schedule to make yourself available for your friend, correct? And Alex did not show up as scheduled, correct? And you were concerned, correct? And when he did show up, his affect demeanor was off, correct? And I think when you spoke with my private investigator, Richard Calcagno, you said that you did not think Alex was in his right mind, correct? And when you observed Alex and you asked him what happened, he told you that, quote, Tony tried to fight him, but he did not fight back, correct? And you had no reason not to believe Alex, correct? And he further told you that when he was sleeping at the house, his father, Tony, touched him on the chest and thigh and made him feel uncomfortable, correct? So if I could summarize, on the 18th, Alex reached out to you and said he felt he was in danger and in trouble.
Your Honor, that's mischaracterizing the testimony.
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
He said he didn't feel safe. And you believed him, and you believed him to the extent that you called in to take a half a day off work. He also told you that his dad tried to fight him that evening, correct? And that he touched him in an inappropriate way when he was sleeping. Alex never had lied to you before during the pendency of your friendship, correct? Nothing further.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Isaacs asked you about Alex's state of mind. Was Alex using drugs at the time?
Objection, like foundation.
Gentlemen, your response.
Your Honor, I'm asking him if he knows whether Alex was using drugs at the time.
If he knows, Mr. Isaac, can you answer that question, please, Mr.?
Yes.
Had you used drugs with Alex in the past?
Objection relevance, we've been provided copies of tox reports and it doesn't show drugs, it shows a drug. So I object to relevance, lack of foundation.
Mr. Isaacs asked if Alex seemed in his right state of mind. He elicited the answer that he does not. I followed it up on his direct.
This witness answered the question as to that. Your second question, General, for the purpose of the preliminary hearing, I'm not going to allow. So do not answer that last question. The court's received the first answer.
In the many years you had been around Tony and Alex, had you ever seen Tony mistreat Alex?
No.
Had you ever seen him verbally threaten or verbally abuse him? Were you aware, did Alex ever tell you, the defendant ever tell you that Tony had previously abused him? Did the defendant ever tell you that he had ever been verbally abusive or threatened to abuse him? All right, you guys were brothers and close for 10 years, and you'd never heard anything prior to the night Alex showed up at your house covered in blood, correct? No further questions.
Mr. Isaacs, any recross from Mr. Henley?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may Mr. Henley be released from this subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Henley, you are free to just so choose. If you decide to stay, however, Mr. Henley, the rule of witness sequestration has been invoked. You will have to remain outside the courtroom while the hearing is going on. But now, any questions that you've got, you'll need to ask the assistant district attorney. I know any that's inappropriate, you and I have that dialogue, you can speak to the state about that. But you're free to step down, Mr. Henley, thank you.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
He said he had a request, and I told him he needed to speak with y'all about that request.
If he could relay that to Ms. Kaler, we'll.
Speak with Ms. Kaler about that. Now, General, who'd be your next witness?
Honor, Lieutenant Eddie Davis.
We call Lieutenant Davis round, please. You've been previously sworn. General, whenever you're ready to inquire.
Lieutenant Davis, if you wouldn't mind state your name for the record, sir.
Eddie Davis.
And where do you work?
And speak loudly.
What are your job responsibilities at the Maryville Police Department?
I am a detective with criminal investigations.
Okay. Do you have reason to become involved in a dispatch up to 2317 Old Miles Ferry Road?
And just know that we have about 5, maybe 10 minutes before the Richins trial.
Okay, in reference to death investigation.
I'm going to show you some photographs here, Detective, if you don't mind. What county or city and county is the 2317 Old Miles Ferry Road address located in?
Maryville, Blount County.
I'll show you first, we'll call it exhibit 5, I believe.
Joe, yes, we're to 5.
You recognize the photograph there?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that photograph of?
317 on Osprey.
Or we don't have 5.
So received. And Joe, just so you know, it's already in as, there's a 3, but we'll take that as 5 as well.
Okay. When you got out there, do you look, what do you do when you get out to a scene, detective?
You try to take an overview of the entire scene.
Okay. Did you do that in this particular
Yes.
scene? Do you recognize Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is that?
That was a car that was sitting in the driveway.
That is the next one, Ron.
No objection to the proffered 6, Mr. President. So received.
We heard testimony previously from our previous witness, Mr. Henley, that he was in a red vehicle. Did you determine whose vehicle this belonged to?
I did not process the vehicles.
Okay, all right. We'll show you Exhibit 7. Recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
those were 2 other vehicles that were in the driveway.
No objection, Mr.
None.
So received. 7.
And so those were also present when you got there to the
Yes, ma'am.
scene? Show you what we call 8. Is that the entrance door to
That's
the
the
residence?
entrance door to that residence.
After that is 9.
So received.
Was it open when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
As you walk in, we'll call this Exhibit 10.
No, we're to 9, Joe. Yeah,
Right, 9.
This is a picture from the front door.
He just wants to be with his.
After that's 9, right?
No objection. So received.
When you go into the residence there, what is, this area looks like the kitchen,
Yes, ma'am.
is that right? So what would be to your immediate left?
That is the kitchen, immediate to the left, what I would call the living room,
Okay.
bedroom combination.
And then the area that's back here, in this area, is that the sleeping area?
Yes,
It's like a studio apartment, right?
yes.
10, you're on? You recognize what we call Exhibit 10?
Yes, that's a photo from just inside the front door, which goes over to the left, the living room area, bedroom area.
Okay. So that's moving kind of around to the left
Yes, ma'am.
from the door.
Yes.
All right, 11,
That's moving even further left, so that would be the outside front wall of the residence.
so when we're looking at 11, and we offer that as 11, right? So when we're looking at 11 there, detective, that's gonna be the front wall that we saw in that photograph that was looking in, where there's a,
Yes, if you step right in the front door and turn immediately to your left, that's the view of that.
12. Recognize 12,
Yes, that is the kitchen sink, right as you come in the front.
and offer that one is 12, Your Honor.
So received.
Was that the way it was when you got there, detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Lots of things sort of piled up on it? 13,
Yes, that is the kitchen sink, and the items that are in the sink.
that is 13.
13. No objection.
In the sink there, detective, notably, did you remove this knife that we see here located in the sink?
I observed the knife, I did not remove it.
Was it removed from the,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
from the sink? Show you 14, you recognize that?
That is the knife that was in the sink.
And we'd offer that as 14.
So received.
Did you get a chance to examine that knife at all, or did someone else process the scene?
I looked at it, I did not process the scene over.
When you looked at that knife, what did you note, if anything, in terms of your investigation?
I noticed some blood on it. Or what appeared to be blood.
And where is that knife now?
That knife is at the Murray Police Department.
Show you,
15.
15.
Where I apologize there. Maybe it was, yeah.
That's okay. There's a list of things that are at the
There is
TBR.
a long list, yes. That is a roll of paper towels that were beside the kitchen sink.
That is
15.
15, Your Honor. What'd you know about the paper towels, Detective?
I did notice blood on the outside of the roll.
Mr. Isaacs, I'm just receiving it until I hear your objection.
I've sent all of these to him.
I
before
know,
this
we
hearing,
do
Your
these
Honor.
previously. I'm aware, but I'm not gonna do the answers first. I'll let you, you'll let me know when you object.
Yes, sir, I will.
Detective, you recognize that photograph?
I did.
What is that?
That is another kitchen knife in a small cubby below the counter.
Okay, so after that is the next number, the exhibit, Your Honor.
We're 16, Joe.
16. Did you all take a close-up of exhibit 16 showing that knife?
Yes.
We'd offer this one, Your Honor, as 17.
So received.
Is this a close-up of the other knife that was located in the house?
Yes.
Exhibit called 18. What is that?
That's the stove right there in the kitchen.
We offer that as 18, Your Honor.
So received.
We're looking at 18, Detective. If anything, did you note in terms of your investigation at this particular case about that?
That photo, I did notice the partial appeared to be the palm print on the stove.
Exhibit 19.
That is a picture of the floor, and what looked to me when I observed the scene to be a footprint.
We'd offer that as the next numbered exhibit.
That is about
On 19 here, Detective, when you say what looked like a footprint, you're talking about what's on the actual wood here?
Yes, ma'am.
And this bag that we're seeing here, what, if anything, did you think that was?
That I do not know. That was.
How about this? You don't know for sure what those
I
are?
don't recall. Those were processed by.
But those are present there at the
Those are present at the scene, yes.
We could talk about exhibit 20. What is 20?
20 is the bathroom.
Is that the door into the bathroom?
That is the door into the bathroom.
That is 20, Your Honor.
So received.
What, if anything, Detective, did you note about this particular exhibit as it relates to why you'd be taking photographs? Or why you are?
There's also blood there. It appeared to me that someone was touching the wall. You know, some cast off on the back wall, some blood splatter.
Are you talking about here?
Yes, ma'am.
And immediately to this direction of this blood spatter that we're seeing here, what is that? You know if that is something that's on that side?
Immediate to the left, that's the bed.
Is there a body in that bed?
Yes, that's where Mr. Mitchell
Recognize that image?
was. Bathroom sink.
Are we offer that as 21?
So received.
What did you notice about 21, Detective? Just, are you taking pictures of everywhere in the house at this point?
Those photos are taken by detectives that were processing the scene. I actually did not go beyond the doorway into the bathroom.
We can talk about Detective, you recognize exhibit 22.
Yes, that is a photo of Mr. Mills lying in bed.
Did you all move him before exhibit 22?
I did not.
Detective, or the next one. We offer that as the next numbered exhibit, Your Honor.
So received. It's 22.
Just for those of you who are just popping on, we are eagerly awaiting the Richins trial. It should start any minute, even though they have technically started. They have to wait and do an hour delay in the live stream. So that's what's happening. And we are now listening to the David Anthony Mills murder trial. He was unalived by his son. We also are still in verdict watch for the Robert Tellis trial. That is ongoing. And then, where am I at? So that's where we are. So as soon as the Richins trial pops up, we will be joining that live.
Show exhibit 23.
That is also a photo of Mr. Mills.
We offer that as the next numbered exhibit.
So received.
Detective, as it relates to exhibit 23 at this time, could you tell what kind of injuries you were seeing there?
And it appeared to me to be stab wounds.
And then I'll show you exhibit 24.
That is the photo of the bed and the wall directly behind the bed.
Is that after, the victim's body's been removed from the scene?
Yes.
That is the next one, right? Detective, once you all had gone out and taken photographs of the scene, was it processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Who processes scenes for y'all?
That would be Detective Clayton Hall and Detective John Bivens.
And Detective Hall's here today.
Yes, ma'am.
And so once you had, what caused you all to go out to the scene to begin with?
There was the 911 call from Mr. Hamlin. It was the original call.
And once you've gotten out there and found Mr. Mills, what did you do? What is your next step after he's located and you all have viewed the scene?
Well, the next step was determined who was going to do what.
Did you begin an investigation into who might have committed this
Yes, ma'am. I did.
offense? What led you to Alex Mills?
We were speaking just outside the residence, and Chief Chris had advised me.
Objection to hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, unless he's gonna say something he was told for the truth of the matter, it's not hearsay, so I'm not exactly sure.
It is.
Were you asked to look into, to find Mr. Mills?
Yes,
Okay, where did you go to locate him?
we had a phone number. Had the 191 dispatch ping that number, and we located Alex.
And you all had the 911 call that had been made by Mr. Henley at that time?
I had not listened to it at that time, but yes, it had already been made.
Had somebody relayed the communications that were involved in that 911 call to you all, so you knew where to go?
I'm sorry to.
So you knew where to go to look for, did you get information from that 911 call, so you knew where to go find the body and what to be looking for?
Yes, but I had not listened to it.
Okay. Where was Mr. Mills located?
Oh, Charlie's in Alcoa.
All right, do you know who located the defendant?
Yes. Officer Simpson, Officer Robinson, and Chief Chris.
Okay. And was the defendant, Mr. Alex Mills, taken for an interview?
Yes,
And where was he taken?
to the Maryville Police Department.
And when he got there, did you all do an interview?
Yes, we did.
Was that recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this time we'd like to offer the interview of the defendant as the next member.
Withdrawal on him, meaning
Any
the
objection?
one we're
Mr. Allen?
watching now.
No.
Very well, so received. That be stage 25. If you have the jacket, Joe.
I actually do, Your
I'm
Honor.
just gonna mark it.
And Your Honor, if we could approach for just a second.
Of course.
Look at actual time. Is.
I feel so much busier when I have 3 trials on my screens. This is cool. It is. It's cool. It's quite cool. I don't quite know what to do for myself. Okay, that's cool. Okay, learn something new. Y'all. Oh, dude, I could have 3 in 1 week. Oh, wow. Don't.
All right, just so the court will know, and I know council knows, and of course Lieutenant knows, that this video is about 1 hour and 10 minutes long. If I could just sit down, so if I need to take some.
Oh, Joe, of course, please. Yes,
So they'll know
of course.
I'm not leaving, I'm just gonna move out of the way from them.
Just for me right now,
Is that
don't
better?
drink, don't eat, don't touch anything. Okay. I'll make sure, and like I said, I'll work on getting something to drink. All right. Let's figure out that, so.
Well, Joe need to approach.
No, a motion. We, unless there's a foundation that Mr. Mills obviously now is in custody, that he has waived his Miranda rights. We would object to any statements that he makes.
Or any motion to suppress the statement should have been filed prior to the hearing beginning. They have a copy of this interview, they've seen it. This is not a surprise or shocking to them. That has not been filed. We're in the middle of a hearing. It's evidence in this case. The press objected to a motion to suppress in the middle of the hearing.
Well, this is not a court of record, and in terms of written motions, I don't know that there's a requirement to raise a constitutional issue pre-hearing. So, once he's in custody, we would object unless there's an appropriate foundation that he was Mirandized and waived those rights.
Wait just a minute, you'll actually see the Miranda happen, but again, I renew my objection to him filing and arguing a motion to suppress in the middle of the hearing.
And I'm going to, General, I think your argument is well founded, especially given the fact that you indicated we're about to see what Ms. Rice is complaining of. Your objection is overruled. It is noted for the purpose of the record. Please continue, General.
You got your bottle of water there? Yes, sir. All right. Oh, you bet. That's right. That's good. Get those off. Yes. Yes. Here you go. I'm sure you see right around this way just a little bit. Make yourself comfortable, okay? I'm Ryan. And that's it. Nice to meet you, Ryan. Nice to meet you. Feel free just to relax a little bit, get your water, get your dolled up, okay? You need to take your jacket off? Yeah, I'm saying, that's fine. Little warm in here? Yeah, understand. Get you some water. Just relax, yeah, you don't be all right. Is it cold? I bet you go, I'll tell you what, I bet it ain't very cold. Yeah, I can enjoy it. Good. While you're doing that, I'm gonna make sure you know what your rights are, okay? I'm gonna read this to you. I can see, but you read it to me. I'll read it to you, and I'll go a little slow, okay? And I'll give you an opportunity to ask any questions if you want to, all right? Before we ask any questions, you must understand what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have him or her with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish one. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. I have been read this statement of my rights, and I understand what my rights are. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Do you understand your rights? Yes. You understand what the rights are? Yes, sir. Okay. Now that I've read these rights to you, you willing to talk to us? Yeah. Will you talk to us? Okay. I'll say what you have. Okay. What I'm gonna get you to do, you mind if I slide over next to you? I'm gonna lay this in front of you. What I'm gonna get you to do is you'll just sign right there.
Consider the attempted homicide in isolation or as a discrete.
You'll slide that around there.
That was weird.
We got coffee too. You better have some coffee. You want some? I'll get you some in a few minutes.
court should fully consider it. What happens the court should fully consider it. What happens before a charged event and what happens after a charged event is probative of the event.
We are now on the
particularly
Richins
in this
trial.
case. Let me maybe explain in some greater detail.
Sure.
Switch trials. Richins.
I guess further to that point, Your Honor, to consider the attempted homicide in isolation or as a discrete event, I think would be an error. The best evidence of the attempted homicide by poisoning on Valentine's Day is the actual homicide by poisoning 17 days later. All of the defendant's motive that existed for the homicide also exists for the attempted homicide. And maybe let me just kind of detail some of that for the court. I don't want to belabor the briefing, but there's some highlights there.
I agree with you. The financial motives that existed in March existed in February.
That's correct. But it's not only the financial motive, Your Honor. There is, and I don't want to recap it unless it's helpful for the court. I can recap the financial motives.
I think I have those
Okay.
sufficiently in hand.
Your Honor, the second motive that is just as present in February as it was in March, 17 days later, was her love interest in Mr. Gross.
Can you hear? Okay.
Their planning of the future.
Yeah, but turned up
And
just a bit
specifically,
on that side.
the purchase of the $3 million Midway mansion where she discussed raising children and farming with him
Okay, but
about a month earlier.
I guess what I'm saying is you don't need to prove motive beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has shown probable cause for motive.
So then I guess the takeaway, Your Honor, is that the same motive for the charged homicide it's identical to the attempted homicide.
I agree.
Okay, I will move on.
Yeah. And candidly, I think the state has probable cause that she procured fentanyl prior to February 14th. State has shown probable cause that she wanted something stronger after February 14th and sought it again. Made a reference to the Michael Jackson stuff, which I think at least in the preliminary hearing stage, I can take judicial notice, refers to a well-known event in which someone took a controlled substance and died. I'm tracking all of that. Where I stumble or where I pause is, do we have an evidentiary foundation for a non-speculative inference that she actually gave Eric Richins a controlled substance on February 14th?
So we do, Your Honor. Let's.
Or attempted to do so.
Sure. Let's kind of focus in then on February 14th with the understanding that she 2 days earlier, the probable cause understanding that she 2 days earlier purchased fentanyl from Ms. Lawler.
Got it.
Okay. So her conduct on Valentine's Day helps establish that she in fact provided the fentanyl to Eric Richins. And so her conduct that day starts early in the morning when she purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner.
Well, we know she makes a purchase from the Mirror Lake Diner, right?
Yes.
We don't know that it's a sandwich based upon admissible evidence.
So we do.
Tell me how.
The invoice from the Mirror Lake Diner entered into evidence as Exhibit 66.
Go ahead.
Shows I think it's labeled on the invoice, breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, bagel sandwich.
Okay, bagel sandwich. And Your Honor, we also know from the defendant's own words that in her text message with her best friend, she admits to purchasing a sandwich that day.
Remind me which exhibit is that? We're gonna need to talk.
I'm gonna need
Yeah.
some help on that.
I know what you refer to, but I just need to look at it.
Yeah, I might have it in my notes, Your Honor. If not, we're working on that
Okay.
on the side.
But keep going, we can go chronologically.
So we know from the invoice and from her text message that she purchased a sandwich that morning from the Mare Lake Diner. We also have, as the court's seen, bank statements that confirm a purchase, phone call that confirms an order. The receipt corroborates, the invoice corroborates that the phone call is related to the order in Exhibit 66. So she purchases the sandwich from the Mare Lake Diner. I think it's something like a 9:07 pickup is what the invoice shows. We then know at 9:43, the defendant, it's Exhibit 8, Your Honor, is a text message with her best friend.
Okay.
We then know at 9:43, she text messages her paramour that she's on her way. And at 9:49, she sends him a navigation screenshot that shows her kind of leaving the campus area with an arrival time at some unknown destination approximately an hour from then. We also know, based on
Well,
her
Mr.
text
Wilson, you have an
message
opportunity
with
just.
her paramour, that they were essentially together all day. And we know that because, as the court can see, they text frequently throughout the day. But throughout that day, they weren't texting with each other. And I think the reasonable inference is they were not texting with each other because they were together. While the defendant is an hour or so away from Eric Richins with her paramour, Eric Richins has some medical event strong enough that he texts the defendant and says he's considering going to the hospital. We have that text exchange in evidence.
Right.
Feeling sick enough to go to a hospital, and then sleeping in the garage, which he also texts, for about 2 hours, which is consistent with no activity on his phone and associated devices. All of that is consistent with the reaction to
I've read it, but I can't remember the number. The number for the 1102 from the person that lays that foundation regarding a reaction, if any.
Yes, so that's the toxicologist, not Slauson.
Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Your Honor, also in evidence is literature from the Mayo Clinic, which lays a similar foundation. Okay, so we now have, right, in the chronology of Valentine's Day 2022, the defendant and her paramour an hour or more away. Eric Richins is sick enough that he's considering going to the hospital, and he's inactive for 2 hours. All of that consistent with fentanyl poisoning. And then at that point, the defendant's own words are kind of important here because he texts her, right, of his illness, of considering going to the hospital. And what she says is chilling. She says, take a nap. And then she doesn't check on him for 2 hours. She doesn't come home, she doesn't text, she doesn't call, she doesn't check on him. Their next communication is 2 hours later when Eric Richins checks in with the defendant. Notably, throughout the day, Valentine's Day, and thereafter, the defendant's reaction to Valentine's Day events is consistent with the consciousness of guilt. She had texted on February 11th and 12th significantly with her drug dealer during a time frame that corresponds with the drug dealer's purchase of fentanyl at the Maverick and Draper.
Right.
Those texts are deleted from her phone. She texted with the drug dealer 30 times, about 30 times with Mr. Kotrodimos' testimony. On Valentine's Day, and those texts are deleted. There is no good reason the defendant is spending Valentine's Day with her paramour and texting her drug dealer 30 times. Eric Richins texted the defendant a photo while he was texting her about feeling ill and considering going to the hospital. That photo is deleted from the defendant's phone and also from Eric Richins' phone. That is in the moment consciousness of guilt. The next day,
Forgive me, I don't recall testimony from Mr. Kotrodimos or any documentary evidence about when those images were deleted. Now, I acknowledge they were deleted sometimes after they were created, but.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay.
The next day, after Valentine's Day, February the 15th, 2022, the defendant lamented to her paramour, if he could just go away, life would be so perfect. And then 2 weeks later, she assured her paramour, life is going to be different, I promise. Hang in there until Friday. On Friday, Eric Richins is dead. We've referenced Exhibit 8, the text messages that the defendant sent to her best friend.
I don't think that's 8. I think Celebrite is 8. Can you give me that number? It's 8.
Well, Your Honor, it would be found in the Celebrite extraction.
Oh, my apologies. Okay.
So,
It's not like a screenshot, it looks like a download.
Let's get there together. I need the exact language of that. It would be. Okay, got it. So this is, we got to be specific about this, a June 18, 2022 communication, correct?
yes, Your Honor, it's June 18, 2022. I can give the court some context, which the court's already familiar with on the timing. The timing relates to the same allegation kind of is wrapped up in the attempted homicide charge that was made in the civil litigation. And timing would suggest, I think it is reasonable to infer that they were discussing this text is a discussion of the Valentine's Day 2022 incident as put forth publicly in civil filing.
I have some questions about this when you're done going through the evidence. I also have questions about the February 15 text messages, so just put 2 pins in those. I'm not questioning the exhibits, I didn't know how much pins it.
No, sure. That glance was to get a copy of whatever the
Okay.
February 15 text was.
Well, it's if you would just go away, ... and then
Yeah.
I promise we'll be together on Friday or worse than February.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We can discuss those kind of texts when we're both looking at them.
Okay.
The text to her best friend regarding Valentine's Day. The defendant says, it was Valentine's Day and Eric and I were both working from home that day.
It's for you.
We know that to be false. We know that to be false from her text messages with Eric himself. We know that to be false from her text messages with her paramour. We know that to be false from the navigation screenshot. Continuing with the text, she says, he, meaning Eric, never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. She did not know that. She was not with him. The court can reasonably infer that the opposite is true. She is lying about being with him. She is lying about him not breaking out in hives. She is lying about him not using an EpiPen. Because she knows those facts are indeed true and indeed inculpatory. So do you want to discuss this text, or should I continue on with kind of further answering your question, is how the homicide charge kind of relates directly to the attempted homicide charge?
Well, let's pause here for a second.
Yes, sir.
We also skipped over or didn't mention in that recitation. Remind me of the date where she asks CL for something stronger.
So, Your Honor, that I don't know that I know a precise date. It's somewhere around February 25th.
I think it was 12 days later, right? Okay.
And Your Honor, the court raises an important point, right? I said at the outset that the best evidence of the attempted homicide by poisoning is the actual homicide by poisoning 17 days later. And the defendant learned from the attempt and applied it to the homicide. And we see that with what the court just.
Okay, I have to stop for a split second. What, Miss Diane?
I said nothing.
You signed something. By the
Signed
way,
what you
that's
said?
what my daughter taught me, my college kid. You just pour
Oh,
all
yeah.
the dressing on, you put the lid on, and you shake the heck out of it, and it
Shake
distributes
it, shake
perfectly.
Shake
Shake
it,
and
shake
bake, remember that?
baby. Shake and bake.
Shake and bake,
And
baby.
I helped.
Okay, what we're going to do, I just need to give y'all my plan of attack
Yeah.
and give Miss Diane a rest.
Need some
When
5 hours.
sentencing,
Serious.
Matt, they didn't come in. When the sentencing phase of Wilson starts, we'll hop over there and put a pause on Richins. If we get anything on the Tellis trial, we'll hop over that one. Okay. We got 3 trials we're watching, and I have an eye appointment at 2:30. So
Yeah.
God help us.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to it.
Yeah.
Phrase. She wanted something strong. She learned.
Uh-huh.
I said, and none
What,
of my
Diane?
monies have come in. None of my checks
shoot.
have come in.
Miss
Not
Kevin,
a one.
Miss Kevin, is there any way you can hold down the fort at 2:30 my time? You are such an angel. I can't hear you, but you're an angel. Thank you, love.
That whatever she used on Valentine's Day wasn't strong enough, which is why she went back and asked for something stronger. But she had a similar MO, right? You know, her MO is to go to the drug dealer, procure fentanyl, and 2 or 3 days later, 4 days later, administer fentanyl. That is the same. The drug is the same, the drug dealer is the same, the timing is the same, but she learned. She learned she needed something stronger. She also learned how to administer it. She learned that putting it in a sandwich where Eric Richins could take a bite, feel the effects, set the sandwich down, was not the proper way to administer a fatal dose of fentanyl. Instead, she administered it with a lemon shot, where Eric Richins would throw it back all at once. She says that in her journal article, her journal note at Exhibit 49. And she learns that it takes a truckload of fentanyl to kill him. She learns that one bite in a sandwich isn't enough. It has to be stronger, it has to be administered at once, and it has to be a lot. And that's why Eric Richins' toxicology shows 5 times the lethal amount in his blood and 20,000 nanograms per milliliter remaining in his gastric fluid. The attempt and the homicide are connected in MO and lessons learned.
If we view, let's imagine for a moment that everything through February 15, well, February 26 stays the same. Imagine Eric Richins is still alive. The text message on June 18 gets sent. I imagine you tell me we'd still have probable cause of attempted murder.
We would, Your Honor, and I guess that goes back right to the standard of this hearing. You know, all reasonable inferences go to the state.
Right. And I hear you telling me it's a non-speculative inference that you tried to poison him because we have her admitting that she ordered lunch from Miracle Diner. We had him having a significant enough event that he contemplates going to the hospital. We have text messages on February 15 that draw reasonable inference that she wanted him dead. We have her out looking for something stronger when he did not die on February 14. We have a financial motive. We have the medical foundation. The difficulty is, right, and maybe this just highlights the low threshold that is the probable cause determination. And I imagine this is what Ms. Nestor and Ms. Lewis is going to tell me, is this turns just about every possession charge into an attempted murder charge if the spouse has some medical event around the same time. But here you'd say,
And the spouse dies 17 days later under very, very similar circumstances. Same medical connection between the two.
and is it 4 that lets me connect the dots here?
I don't even think the court has to go to 404. I think the court can connect. Certainly it's probative. So, yeah, certainly it's relevant. I guess the court could have connected us to probative, but there's no doubt, especially, returning to the fact that this is a domestic violence case. The court sees the consistency in the domestic violence defendant's conduct throughout. The motive is super strong. I mean, I know we've kind of agreed that the motive is present in both circumstances, but
It's equally present. It's separated by merely 3 weeks.
correct.
Yeah.
It's equally as strong. Now, Your Honor, the court raised, that this isn't speculative, and it's not. And Schmidt kind of talks to the notion, the point, right, that the court's job here is not to sift through the evidence and find the most reasonable explanation, just to make sure that the state's record, that the most reasonable inferences, just to make sure rather that the state's inference is reasonable, and we leave the most reasonable inference question to the jury.
Okay. All right, so if you've got probable cause for count 2, you've got it for count 4.
Yes, sir, I think two goes as, or 4 goes as 2 goes.
Right. I think I understand the state's position here. You will of course get the last word on counts, all the counts, but certainly counts 2 and 4. I have some questions regarding some of the financial counts.
Yes.
Bear with me for a moment. All right, count 8 for insurance fraud. What is the conduct that forms the basis of that count? Count 7, the $100,000 true stage policy, I'm following the state's argument. I'm not sure what count 8 refers to.
Yes, Your Honor, and in the statute under count 8, the insurance fraud statute has different non-exclusive, or I guess different exclusive theories of presenting an insurance fraud claim.
Certainly.
And then count 8 is kind of the broadest claim. It's the scheme claim.
Well, for count 7, right, it's either it could be the forged signature, it could be the false representations regarding how Eric got the fentanyl in him. Either one of those, I think, would get you there. Let's just say it's the false statements regarding the fentanyl.
Sure.
You have a forgery count
Sure.
regarding the false signature, I think either, bear with me, 9 or 10. Or maybe 11. Candidly, I think 11 is for a forged signature on the $100,000 policy.
Sure.
So
That relates to the claim, right? Count 7 is a false claim.
Right.
On an insurance policy. Count 8 is a scheme devised to get the money falsely from an insurance company.
But
Can or cannot involve a claim.
fair enough, but is it I acknowledge that we don't need to get into merger today, but
sure.
Is it the forged signature on the $100,000 true stage?
Sure, it's the signed application on January 28th and 29th. Starts with the application for the policy that issued on February 4th.
Right.
10 days before the attempted homicide, a month before the homicide. It starts with that signed kind of application that the court will recall there was no way for the insurance company to contact Eric Richins. Rather, they can only contact the defendant, right? The defendant used her business P.O. box. The defendant used her email. The defendant provided an improper phone number.
Okay.
And so submitting that application begins the scheme.
Got it.
And the scheme continues through the false claim for the money. And the evidence of that is the claim log we submitted into evidence as Exhibit 67. But different than the false claim where the mens rea and the actus rea is just submitting a false claim with the intent to get paid on it. The scheme is much more sweeping. The scheme in count 8 is I am going to submit a false application for insurance on Eric Richins' life, I am going to then cause his death and then seek money.
Understood. All right, so with respect to the 3 forgery counts, 11 is allegations regarding Eric Richins' signature on the application for the $100,000 true stage policy.
Correct, Your Honor. That's the policy in Exhibit 17.
What is 9 and 10?
9 is the fraudulent bank statement that the defendant provided to Iron Bridge, and 10 is the similarly fraudulent statement that the defendant presented to Boomerang. That's the cut, those are the cut and paste job statements.
And so the forgery count of 9 is related to the mortgage fraud count that is in 5, right? And then the forgery count of 10 is related to the mortgage fraud count in 6.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor, I'll do that.
Very good. Ms. Lewis, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm going to address religious counts 1 and 3, and a little bit of 4. And then Ms. Nestor is going to address count 2
Okay.
and the remaining counts.
Tell me where you see the gap on count 1.
All right, well, here's where I see the gap on count 1. So I understand that there was a finding made at the detention. And I understand that the court can consider the transcripts from that hearing. However, I think we're in a kind of an interesting situation, because the burden of proof has to be at the preliminary hearing, and the court doesn't need to make a new finding at this hearing. And I actually think, interestingly, that this is a situation where additional information that came in makes it less likely and makes it more difficult for the state to establish a reasonable belief as to the first element of aggravated murder. She actually intended and knowingly killed Mr. Richins. Because what we learned yesterday is we have now the affidavit, or the 1102, from Ms. Lauber. What that really tells the court is only one thing, is that she believes she gave fentanyl to Ms. Richins. She doesn't know what she gave Ms. Richins. Whatever she gave Ms. Richins has been through at least 3 people before it came to Ms. Richins. Ms. Lauber got it from somebody, Mr. Crozier, who got it from somebody else that we don't know who that other person is. None of these people manufactured it. None of these people tested it. So we don't know what was given to Ms. Richins.
I don't disagree that we don't know, but knowing is not the legal standard that I'm required to apply today. So tell me why Ms. Lauber's 1102 is insufficient to support a reasonable belief in the parlance of preliminary examination law that the stuff that she provided was fentanyl.
Let's look at the distribution counts and examine that.
Yeah, we can do it. All right, go ahead.
So looking at the distribution, and I'll backtrack a little. So Detective O'Driscoll said that he had no way of knowing, that he did not know what was in the pills.
He just knows that they are blues or greens, which, given his experience with insane narcotics, but with controlled substances, is consistent with street fentanyl.
Loose, he said.
Okay, there you go.
Anyway, I was trying to remember if this was in the record or not before I said it out loud. So That's was my pause there. But I have never seen a distribution case where there actually don't have anything that was distributed.
You mean a preliminary hearing or a trial? Two very different universes.
Personally, neither. Okay? Personally, I have not seen it either. But I don't think just an individual who's a drug addict saying, I thought I gave fentanyl.
Doesn't that form the reasonable belief though? I mean, by all accounts, Carter Lawler knows the difference between a controlled substance and not.
Well, that's not in her affidavit. How do we know that? How do we know that she knows the difference?
With respect, she's in drug court and she faces controlled substance convictions. So apparently she has some experience with it.
Detective O'Driscoll testified that she said initially, and she said it in more than once, that she knew nothing about fentanyl. She didn't deal with fentanyl. It's not her drug. And he said that.
These are great trial arguments, but I question whether this would be sufficient to, these concerns are sufficient to rule that there's only a speculative basis rather than a reasonable basis.
And I understand.
There was provision of a controlled substance.
I mean, I understand your position, where you're headed with this, but I do think we want to, for the record especially, Detective O'Driscoll testified that he could not say with any certainty what happened to those pills. We have no knowledge, no testimony, no evidence, even if those pills were fentanyl. What happened to them after February 25th? I mean, the third ones were allegedly received after Mr. Richins' death, which is interesting, in terms of what these pills were actually for. And I think, and again, maybe a trial argument, it's interesting that if that was the purpose of these pills, that they were still being handed out afterwards. But he said he could not testify what happened to those pills. He cannot testify what was in those pills. And he does not know how, if those pills were given to Mr. Richins, and if they were, how they were given, who gave them, did he take them himself. There isn't any evidence as to that. And I understand, the position and the very low standard for looking at here. Again, but that would be.
To be clear, the court's position is based on an application of the standard, not because I have an
I
independent belief
understand.
of what did or
And
didn't
I didn't mean to imply that it was your personal belief. I understand the standard.
Right.
And your application of the standard. Our position is still that there needs to be something more when you look at everything that's been presented as evidence in this case up to this point. And particularly on the distribution count, I think it's
3 or 4.
well, to both, but there's additional, of course, problems with February 14th distribution.
With if there is evidence sufficient to support a reasonable belief that Carter Richins put some drugs in a drink and handed it to Eric Richins, there's probable cause for the count 3, right?
Yes,
Okay. All right.
you're right. But I think I've made my argument on that. And I just don't think that anything that happened from any of the other witnesses, of course, goes any further to show anything about count 1. It goes to the motive, which is an element of count 1, especially the Ms. Carrington's testimony. I understand that. But nothing that they said, I think, goes to intentionally or knowingly administering the drugs.
The motive would provide some foundation for intentionally or knowingly. We'll put it differently. If there was no motive, their inference would be harder to draw, correct?
Yeah, you're
okay.
I think that covers what I have in our record on that. I don't know if you have any other questions, but Ms. Nestor will talk about counts 2, and then that, of course, relates directly to count 4. And she'll address the financial.
Okay. I think I understand your position on 1 3.
Okay. Thank you.
In handcuffs to a courtroom facing serious charges to the discretion of these people at this table. It's their their power to fill out an information.
I have some role in the process.
Yes. I'm talking about before they get to you. I haven't got to that part yet. You're jumping ahead.
Okay.
But what brings them to you is the people sitting right here. And it's their opinions, it's their beliefs. They're not a grand jury, they're prosecutors, they do their best. So what we have created to protect clients from that awesome power that sits at that table is this process of a gatekeeping, that instead of delegating that to a grand jury, people in our society that come together in closed doors and hear the evidence and decide whether there's enough to put someone through this, they bring it to you. You're the gatekeeper. And this preliminary hearing is a critical right that every single individual who they decide to write a charge against has. And when we come before you, we recognize that it's a low standard. We recognize that probable cause means that. It just means enough to charge you. It doesn't mean enough to convict you. It doesn't mean enough to determine you committed a crime. It's enough to charge you. But that charging decision does matter. And it's going to have a huge, huge impact on the way this case plays out, on the evidence that is brought before the jury, on who will be witnesses, determining what charges get past this gate, you the gatekeeper. So we believe very, very, very strongly that the charge of attempted murder has not met the lowest standard even of probable cause. And that as rare as it is for a judge to say there's not even enough to charge here, it is anticipated that that will happen on occasion, which is why you do thousands of these, right? Because every once in a while, they don't get up to that level. And we think in this case they haven't done it, and we'd like to tell you why. So thank you for indulging me that.
I agree with everything you said about the law. What is the essential element of count 2 that you believe the state has either shown no evidence of or insufficient evidence to draw a reasonable inference regarding?
Causation, 100% causation. So, in order for them to establish an attempted murder, they have to show that Ms. Richins took some act that caused someone to be in danger of death, right? She had to have caused something that put them at risk, right? Whether they actually died, obviously it's attempt, right? So I think it's critical that you understand the timeline of that day. And I want to walk it through, and I know it may take us a couple of minutes, but I think it shows so clearly that they cannot make the connection. And it's indisputable evidence that's in the Celebrate that has been downloaded off their phones. There's no debate about what happened on those phones, okay? So, in Exhibit 6, there are substances of text between Eric and Corey that say exactly their communications that day. I want to go back to the very beginning, which is the receipt, which is Exhibit 66 from the Mirror Lake Diner. It shows that Corey's credit card swiped at 9:07 a.m. And then she ordered a bagel breakfast sandwich and an omelet. There is a statement under the sandwich that it's over hard, which means it's an egg sandwich. There's an egg in that breakfast sandwich, and I think that's important because I don't know about you, but I'm not eating an egg sandwich 2 to 3 hours after it's brought to me. You eat it quick or you don't eat it. So she brings an egg sandwich home at 9:07. This actually hasn't come in, but I think the court could take judicial notice because of the address on Ms. Carrington's exhibit about the Willow Creek home where they resided. It's about 5 minutes away from this cafe, and I don't think the DA will, or the county attorney will dispute that.
Nothing in Kansas is very far away.
Nothing in Camas is very far away. So it's about a 5-minute drive from the cafe to their home. So best case scenario of her credit cards being swiped at 9:07, she's getting home around 9:15 in that area,
Is there
maybe.
any evidence that she actually went home?
Correct.
Well, I'm asking.
There is. On her phone. The printout of her phone shows her returning back to, well, actually, they've introduced that exhibit that they blew up that showed that she was on her way
Yes.
to the house, and that's from her home.
Okay.
So she was at home. So there's a period of time where she's at home between 9:15 and 9:41 a.m. with eggs to eat. Now, it is a fair assumption that when you bring eggs home, you eat them quickly. So it is perfectly possible, and just as inferential, that she could have had breakfast with her husband that morning together. And let me tell you why I believe that that's proven in the state's own case. Because at no point in any conversations, any texts between Corey and Eric, does he ever tell her that he's feeling sick until he tells her at 11:40 something that if I'm still feeling this bad, I'm gonna go to the hospital. So it sounds very much that they've already discussed
Good afternoon,
that
please
he
be
doesn't feel well, right? So it is perfectly consistent with Corey.
All right, well, let me take care of first things first that I gotta take care of first. So one thing in housekeeping, there was a thumb drive that was presented as evidence in the Spencer hearing this morning. And let the record reflect states present, defense counsel, and vendor present. You can be seated. Has that been submitted to the clerk?
It is not, I was considering it as a demonstrative aid to the court. If the court prefers that I file it, then I will, I've got it in my pocket.
I think it was made part of the record and referred to, so I think it's been identified. I would just, yes. All right, and when we left, at the end of the Spencer hearing, the defense indicated they had further argument and potentially wanted to talk to Mr. Wilson about presenting anything further regarding the Spencer hearing.
We don't have any further evidence to present. We can inquire of Mr. Wilson if you would like, but he has elected not to provide any testimony in his defense.
So at this time, the defense does not have anything further regards to Spencer hearing?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
How's the
Okay.
sound on your end?
Then you did indicate you had some argument in regards to sentencing?
I do.
All right,
We need to approach.
okay.
Approach? Wah, wah. That wasn't on the card. Miss Kevin, is it today? Will you be on tomorrow?
In the morning, I have an appointment, but I should be on at some point tomorrow.
Yay. I won't spill the beans until tomorrow.
Yeah. No, tomorrow evening, we have an open house at the school for Naomi, like meet the teacher, stuff like that. So we couldn't do anything tomorrow night. So everybody was like, today.
Well, just so you know, I really appreciate you covering for my
Absolutely.
appointment and also covering for tomorrow. My wheelchair fitting appointment was over a month out, and they called and said, "Hey, we had a cancellation." And I'm like, "I'll drive the hour and a half because that's the closest place."
Yeah.
And I need to get it before winter because, as Miss Diane knows, I really struggle in the winter.
And as
Yeah.
for the sidebar, I know Mr.
Yeah.
Wilson didn't approach, but waiving his ability to be up here at the sidebar. And I'll just say what was said,
Thank you.
that basically this morning we had a Spencer hearing. At the end of the Spencer hearing, defense counsel indicated they may have further argument and wanted to speak with Mr. Wilson regarding any other potential testimony. We recessed until 2:00 this afternoon. And so the court came back in to see if there was any further evidence or testimony, which appears there's not. And if there was any
Recap
further
on-
argument regarding Senate.
Pause. Miss Christy Ann, welcome. A recap on this trial.
Oh, or on Corey Richins. Been up to all day.
Huh?
I said, or does she want to recap on Richins or just in general on what we've done today?
Y'all, I'm going to share this real quick because we've paused. I want you to see my new setup and how I'm watching this. I am so impressed with myself. I never thought I could do this. And it's freaking amazing. Let me see if I can embiggen it for you. There you go.
You have added more monsters.
I can't
You
hear
had
you,
3
Diane.
yesterday.
So I have 3
Wow.
monitors and I have 2 trials up, but now I have 3 trials on one screen and another on the
Oh
How
my
many
goodness.
monitors have you
Well,
got?
it's interesting because I forgot I actually had a screen in my little storeroom that I had bought, and I didn't put it up because I didn't have the way to do it. And I was going through
That's
there and I
it.
went, "Oh, I have it." What's
That's so
I
happening?
need
funny.
another screen.
Today we have 3 trials going. We're having a preliminary hearing for Corey Richins. Then we have the sentencing for Wilson, who unalived 2 women brutally and is claimed he's mentally unstable because he has brain damage, which, yeah, that didn't fly this morning. So now the second hearing today for him is sentencing, and everybody's expecting him to get life. And then the
He should
third
get
one we're
life.
watching and waiting for a verdict on is the Telus trial,
Mm-hmm.
which he, oh my gosh,
He's accused of murdering a journalist.
thank you, the journalist person. I got to keep it all straight, guys. It's like, so yes, he's accused of unaliving a journalist because the journalist was writing things about him, and he's a politician. Well, he was a peon politician, not even a big one.
It was a C-list politician.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
And he's really pressed about it.
and he thinks the world revolves around him, and I'm surprised he didn't hire private security. But anyway, so we don't have a verdict yet on
Correct. No verdict.
Telus. We're waiting, and as soon as I go to my eye appointment, it's going to happen. Just watch.
Yeah.
But I set up my phone so I look, guys. I'm impressed. I have a phone set up so I can pay attention, and then now we're on the sentencing phase for Mr. Wilson.
Subsequent to that, I will take another recess.
Second
What?
victim, but he didn't know that. He located the second victim, but he didn't know that. He provided them with details that, but for his statement, they would never have known. We have non-statutory mitigating
It
circumstances.
just looks so
Defendant was
smug.
born to drug-addicted teenage parents. Mom's biological,
That's his
the defendant's biological mother suffered mental illness.
Not arresting.
Defendant's
me,
mental
please.
illness presented
What
at
is
age
happening
12
over
and
here
was
at the Telus
precipitated
trial?
by
We're just
puberty
looking at the
and
empty
substance
courtroom
abuse.
for some reason.
Yeah, they're just
Defendant was diagnosed with
making
bipolar
something getting ready to
disorder
happen. Oh,
and
we
Something's
got a
getting
verdict.
ready to happen.
alcoholic
People are coming
schizophrenia, and
in.
it's a little bit different
People are
diagnosis.
coming in. I'm
Defendant
Well,
was
let's get
loved
on
by
this-
his adoptive
that
parents,
one.
We're gonna
Candy and
wait
Steve
till
Wilson,
they
who has
actually get in.
provided a statement to the court. Defendant is loved by his sister, which was reflected in the statement read to the jury.
Bubba.
Defendant was profoundly affected by being abandoned by his biological parents. He's been a
I love
loving
having all
son
these
to his
screens. I can easily
adoptive
hop back and
parents,
forth.
as reflected in the statement read earlier today. I remind the court that the
They have
jury's
a question.
recommendation
Oh
was
my
9-3
Lord.
for one victim and 10-2 for the other. Under the
Another
previous
question
statute,
is the question.
that would have
We can't reach a
required this court
verdict.
sentence
Oh my gosh.
my
If
client
that is the
to
case,
life.
I gotta pause.
Likewise, I would
I can't focus on that right now. Let me say this. I think the defense did a brilliant sneaky yesterday
Yeah.
by throwing in the video and zooming in and claiming the driver had hair. Yesterday, I had my jacket on. It's a hoodie. And a witness stated he had a hoodie on underneath the hat. So I believe what he had on was a hoodie. But the defense said it was hair and glasses and it wasn't their client. Well, you can have sunglasses and a hoodie on, and that's exactly what it looks like to all of us from the side. And in fact, the polls are anywhere from 96 to 98% guilty. So why?
What?
Why?
I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Oh, Haley Mouse, can we have tacos? You can have a taco. I was a good girl. I had a cup to a half a cup of cup of salad.
Mr.
I was
Buddy,
a good
what do
girl.
you have to say to all the people
Wait.
who love you? Haley Mouse is here. She's your biggest fan. What do you have to say to her?
Hey, baby. Hi. You chilling is all about it?
Is that what you did? You tell everybody you went to the lake? Did you see the lake? And swim in the lake waters?
Yeah.
And got on Peppo's boat?
Did you get on Papa's? You call him Papal?
Papaw, yeah.
Papa's boat?
We got Papaw, and then they call Kevin's mom Cracker. Don't ask. They call it Cracker. It's because we were trying to tell them, like, we kind of call her Graham, like Graham Cracker. And so they all just call her Cracker. And then Ella, she kept telling her, she said, Cracker, sit down, sit. Because we were always telling Ella to sit down because she kept standing up on the boat. We're like, you're going to fall off. Oh, it was so funny. She just kept saying, sit down, sit, Cracker, sit. It was funny.
That sounds like she's telling her dog to sit.
I know.
I knew somebody had a dog named Cracker.
So cute.
He looked like a saltine cracker.
He is so sweet, and he turned 7 months on Sunday, so he's a big boy now. He doesn't need anything or anybody.
Boy, can you believe the 7 months have gone by that quick?
Oh, so fast. So fast. Wow.
Start crying. Oh, did you see that?
Yes. So, in Zambia, they call them dummies too.
Why? We call them passies or
I,
pacifiers.
I don't know. We just
I
call
call
them
them
dummies.
Casties.
Or Nook.
I call them
We call them by
Cassie.
the name Nook.
No, yeah.
I've called it a dummy before.
Then when I was getting ready to come back to the States about 10 years ago, they started calling them soothies.
Yes, I remember that.
Soothies. That was really popular with all the young moms. It's not a pacifier, it's a soothie. I was like, okay.
But what does a soothie do? It pacifies the baby.
Soothes the baby.
Tell you what, this
Gregory.
fella's got
I can't
this
believe we got a
fella's got the
question.
littlest ears.
Oh, question.
Mr. Wilson on the screen. Because
Yep.
certainly you
Look at
don't
his
mean my
ears.
baby. He has very big ears.
He's got cute ears.
Wait a minute.
He does. They're sidle ears.
Hey, hey.
There we go.
They come
Oh.
from his grandpa, my dad.
My son, for the first time ever, came in and shut my door because I was too loud. Hi, Miss Diane.
That's funny because
Oh.
Naomi is so loud.
He's usually louder than I am.
Yeah.
Gosh, I
And
mean,
it's so funny because I remember when I was pregnant with Ella, I asked for recommendations for sound machines. And someone said, "Oh, you don't want a sound machine. You'll create a crutch and they won't be able to sleep without it." And I said, "I don't think you understand. I have a deaf child who's going to share a room with this girl. And this poor girl can hear, and she needs to be able to drown her sister out because her sister sings to herself and she can't hear herself. She doesn't know how loud she's being. It's a common misconception that deaf children are quiet. They are loud."
Oh, they're very
far
loud.
from quiet. And that's how people say to me, "You're so loud. You're hurting my ears." And I said, "Well, if you tell me nicely, I might be able to try to regulate myself a little more."
Right. Exactly.
Well, binkies, blankies.
Yeah, and binkies. We used to say binky for my brother. He had one.
I'm adopted, and I came with the binky that I had when I was born. And there's a hole in one corner I put my thumb through, and then I grab my hair. I would hold my hair and suck my thumb like that with the binky hanging.
Oh my
And
goodness.
so when I found my biological mother and grandmother, and all them, they gave it to me. They held on to it. So that's about the only thing I have from a baby. But there's a hole in the corner where my thumb went.
Hey,
so funny.
Can't drop
you
it
gotta
when you
do
do it
what you
that way.
gotta do. Yeah.
My cat was called Binky, so I couldn't use that one. Aw.
I had a stuffed rabbit that had a little bell in its tail, and I called it Binky. I still have it. It's in my baby tote, but I didn't take a pacifier, but I sure did love that rabbit.
Same with my daughter. Neither one of my children took pacifiers very much.
I am 2 for 3. My oldest and my youngest. My middle girl, she was like, "What is that? Get that away from me."
I gave
Well, my
each
daughter
one of my kids a
slept with her
pacifier.
bunny until she left for college.
Oh.
Tell her.
I gave each one of my kids a pacifier, and here's how it went.
Yep.
Put it in their mouth, and they went.
So we
Miss Diane.
Haley Mouse. We have
we're
our
having any of it.
members only live coming up. I think this time because we're going to play the Bean Boozled, right, Miss Kevin?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
we're
You
going to
sound
play the
great.
Bean Boozled. Hopefully, other people will be on, but
We should trick Braxton into being the only person with the actual Bambeezle beans, and then we will just eat regular ones and pretend.
If you can get a hold of Braxton and have him come on,
yeah, I
funny.
saw him last night at like 1:00 in the morning, my time. I don't know what time it was for him, but he was in our A's chat
What are you
last
doing
night.
up at 1:00?
Oh, that's good because he's been kind of
What
quiet.
was I doing, Miss Diane? I wonder.
Yeah, right.
What?
Can you try and reach out and see if he'll come on and play with us?
I'll send him a message.
Also, but I think
Send him
this
some
live,
play.
I'm going to open it to all members, no matter what level you are.
Oh, nice.
So if you're a member of any level, you are welcome. If you're not a member, we start at 99 cents and $1.99, $4.99, $9.99. But if you
Well, if they
want
ever
to get
pay
in
me.
on this live, you need to be a member. Even at
Right.
a 99-cent level, I will open it up to all of you. I can get the beans over here too. Well,
I
Haley
may have
Mouse,
to borrow.
become a member and join us. Yes, Miss Diane.
I may have to borrow 99 cents.
I can't hear you for some reason.
She says she might have to borrow 99 cents because nobody's paying her.
Why can't
Yeah,
I
may
hear
have
her?
to borrow 99 cents. I
don't
was
know.
muted.
You're
Can you hear
hearing
me
her
now?
fine?
I can hear her just fine. Yeah.
Can you
Miss Diane, talk.
hear me now?
I can't
Hello,
hear her.
hello.
We got to
I'm in
figure
the
this crap
hall.
out.
Oh yeah. So,
Diane, sign to me.
I'm
Yeah.
I maybe have to borrow 99 cents because
I can't
Can
even
you hear
mute
me?
her mic. Oh, there it is. She's very soft.
Can you hear me now?
Which channel are
I'm
you
very
on?
soft. I know. I don't know.
I barely hear
I
you.
don't know. No,
Can you hear her? Better?
I don't know. To swing.
Oh, that's my
That's
cat.
it.
I can't hear her.
Here they come.
I don't
Here they
know.
come.
Here they come.
There's the man himself.
What do you?
Thunder. Oh, I
What do
won't
you
even
think?
give you that honor, dude. I
What do you-
apologize
what
to
do
all
you-
military
what do you
personnel.
think?
I do not give I don't give that honor to him.
He's
What you think, Miss Karen?
he's a narcissistic scumbag.
He's a
You can't say
narcissistic
words like that.
PRI.
I know. He is a
He
narcissist,
looks
though.
like he thinks
Nobody's
he's guilty.
Nobody gets up on that stand and talks the way he talks if you're not a narcissist. I'm sorry.
I don't understand why I'm not hearing Diane.
I don't know either. I'm hearing her. She asking me what I think.
Yeah, I'm asking her what she thinks. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
I
Hello.
gotcha.
Hi. 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 Okay. You can hear me? What did you do?
I just
You fixed me.
moved you from the scene like this and put you back on, and there was your sim.
Weird.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, that's good.
That wasn't me. Okay, thank you, God.
Okay.
I need to explain for all the new people here. When I say I can't hear you, I literally can't hear anybody.
Yeah.
I feel the vibrations, and there's a little bit at full blast of a sound source.
My
Hold on.
What?
Hold on. I'm going to share them something. This is okay. Could you hear what I said? I said that's what I hear at about full volume.
Wow.
Can't even imagine. You know what I think is really funny is the ear that has like a little bit of hearing that uses a hearing aid on Naomi. If you get right up to her ear and you talk normal, it sounds like a whisper to her and it tickles her ear and she starts giggling. She thinks it's funny.
But I feel the vibrations of people talking. Miss Diane's voice, it has a different feel than Miss Kevin's. Okay, what were you going to say, Miss Diane, before I rudely interrupted you?
I do not know how I came across it, but I had Walter's hearing test in my things I was going through, and the hearing doctor, the audiologist, wrote on it, you should consider getting hearing aids. Because he will turn the TV. He's like, can you turn the volume up? Literally, it'll be on 47, 48 on the TV. And it's like
rattling the windows.
Yeah. Yeah. And he goes, I can't hear anything. I'm like, you are blowing us out of this house.
Okay, I'm going to throw this waiting. You're going to show you a little something on my thing.
Okay.
You're sitting there looking at the four walls, so I'm going to show you this. This here. All right, you see this little thing with all the different colored buttons?
Yes.
Yeah.
Over here is at 100%. This is a little mini soundboard. Okay. This down here is at 50%, which is what you're hearing. This is my microphone. Now, understand that these buttons up here are at 100%. So if you were to go to a concert and stand in front of the big speaker with your ear, that's how loud it is. My children can hear. If you're in the room with me, you can hear what's being said if you're sitting within 3 or 4 feet of me of what's coming out of my ears right now.
That's how my dad listens to music, so he's probably deaf.
Yeah, and so if you are if Miss Diane knows this, when I helped interpret the a glow with her, the soundboard people, I told them to turn my monitor to 100%. They never like to turn it more than 30%. I actually went and had to sign a waiver for them to crank it. I have
The
record reflect that the hearing's taking place.
Okay.
Here we go.
Let's see what's going on.
Attorneys on both sides. Mr. Tellis is present. I got a note from the jury. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 25. Has a few questions. It says, can we get another laptop to review the digital evidence? So I'm assuming they want a second one. And so does this, we have it?
They probably want to
There's no
compare.
objection to the court having court officer take back a second laptop. Okay. Then the next few questions are, the first one is, can we get the side-by-side walk comparison video from the closing statement? Obviously, the closing statement is not evidence. Then the next question is, could we get the exhibit number for the Jeff Garman
They don't know if
article
it's him.
videos about Mr. Tellis? I believe that's in evidence.
It is in evidence.
My understanding.
It's the lowest number of flash drives that I've seen.
I just want the parties to
standing
agree
with the
before
attorney.
Oh, okay.
I answer.
I'm not positive, but that's what I think it's on the lowest number of courts.
Do you want to approach and look at the exhibit list?
She's gonna say flash drive, Judge.
Her hair again is driving me crazy.
It looks like she wears a hat and then takes it off.
Okay.
It's a pretty sad hairstyle.
This here is that comparison video that the defense threw up, which was not brought up in evidence.
Is it? I think they want the walking one. Was it not the state that showed the walking comparison video in their rebuttal?
Yeah, is that what they're asking for?
They said the walking video of them walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, but the thing is that they threw a big monkey wrench in. Now I want to ask the question.
I agree with Case Swan.
If that theory, okay, they never brought up the theory in testimony that it was a hair and glasses and he's bald.
Yeah.
Don't you think they would have brought that up in trial? Why save it for closing arguments? So does that, I thought anything stated in closing arguments is not evidence.
Yeah.
And they didn't bring that up as evidence. So can the jury consider it?
Well, apparently they are.
But they are not supposed to be considering anything stated in the closing arguments as evidence, because closing arguments is not evidence.
Yeah.
Well, they're still talking about it.
Now, they did bring up the walking in court during trial. That was brought up and testified by other people. So they're splitting hairs here. Either everybody is on one side or a few, and they're trying to get together. So they're splitting hairs. This is not a slam dunk as we all thought. 98% of us thought it would be.
Yeah, well, we thought that with Karen Reed too.
I know, right? Well, I didn't think it was a slam dunk with Karen Reed. I thought it was close. I thought that it would be closer than it was, not 9-3. I thought it would be maybe 11-1, one hangout.
Right.
9 against and 3-4.
Right.
And it was in reverse. So, wow.
Crazy.
Huh?
I said it's crazy.
Crazy. Now I have to finish it.
Crazy for feeling
so lonely.
Miss Kevin.
Yes.
Miss Kevin, I have a question. If you were going to teach your child sign language, which you are evidently.
Yep.
What
All
are
three
the
of them.
important words you want them to know?
More?
What are the important words you want them to know?
I want them to know more, please.
Thank you.
Mama, Dada, thank you. We do sister, brother.
Yeah.
Ball, bath, clothes, sleep, and milk.
Hurt. Like
we haven't done hurt, but we have done sorry.
It's like if their tummy hurts. That was one of the first things my son signed.
Interesting. All my kids, their very first signs were milk. All three of them.
Well, my first sign to my son was mo food.
Yeah. It was usually milk, and then they would be followed shortly by more. And food is a good one too. Not eating, but food, because that can be very confusing when they're little. So we just do food. And then we'll do eating as they get bigger and they start to understand better. But there are free YouTube videos online called Baby Signing Time. And we would just put those on and we would just watch them and we would sign along. And we learned a lot of our signs that way.
Okay.
Okay, it should be instruction number 33. And then please refer to instruction number 25.
So every gel on him, I just did this. Every time I did four gel, we were church one time, and he was a little fussy, and he went,
hurt
I was
teeth.
like,
Approach and see. This is what I'll have the court officer sign it.
It helps with the frustration level.
Yep.
I didn't.
And then more recently, we've been working on our colors. So we've been working on getting all our colors. The only one that they're very good at is blue because we watch a lot of Bluey.
And a copy of this will be marked as court's exhibit.
What about Bath?
As well.
Bath?
And
Yep. Bath was one of the first ones. And then we would say, like, bath time or all done with bath time. And all done is another one that we did really quickly.
Like your
Ella,
cleanup.
she signs all done, but instead of it being all done, it's yay. She goes like this. And I'm like, she's clapping. She cracks me up.
One of the first ones my grandchildren learned, you're gonna love this, is swing.
Oh, swing.
They learned
Yes.
swing. This is how they did swing. They wanted to go
That's so
outside
cute.
and swing.
I
What
think
are we doing?
I want to listen again because I don't know what happened. It looks
We
like
don't.
judges
I know.
drinking a bottle of wine.
they were talking about evidence. They came up to look at what was in evidence, and I think she was saying that the videos of the walking are in evidence.
Yeah, but I'm wanting to know what they said. Dude, this head bob is driving me crazy.
Okay, it should be instruction number 33. And then please refer to instruction number 25. Okay, you want to approach and see it. And this is what I'll have the court officer sign it.
Okay, so it doesn't look like we're going to have a verdict anytime soon.
And it's early there, too.
Well, at least she fluffed her hair and made it look better finally.
And a copy of this will be marked as court's exhibit number 26 as well. And maybe stay close by.
Yep. Stay close by in case they have another question.
Do you want to sign one of these that I'm gonna work?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back to the other side.
Don't you have an eye doctor appointment?
At 2:30 my time, so I got to leave in about 45 minutes. It looks like a bottle of
Okay,
wine.
because it's past 2:30 my time. Hey, you got to do something with these to get through.
Hey, now let's go to this clown.
I think that would be something.
that
Drinking in
Mr.
court.
Wilson has been waiting trial for a long time. The unfortunate death of his previous counsel prolonged the litigation
Oh, yeah, his
and
lawyer died.
impacted Mr. Wilson greatly.
That was terrible.
Point out to the court, lastly, obviously the court has
Ada.
received, and I know that you haven't read them because I have received notification from your office that
Sounds right,
these
case
letters
one.
have been received.
I was going to say, if looks can kill, he just did.
I think
by your
Case Swan's
office,
right.
but
I think
know
they've
that
got
the
a
court
juror
did not
overthinking
read an
things
ex
and being
parte
like, but can
communication.
we prove it was him? He went to the
The letter had
gym
been
and
sent
made his
back
daughter
to us.
food.
I'm not here
Obviously,
to prove
there are
anything.
people that have been
It is,
pleading for
you believe or
Mr.
you don't. That's
Wilson's life
simple. It's
in
not
the
for you
court's
to
mercy.
re-argue the
There are some
in the
40,000 people
deliberation.
that have signed
Exactly.
petitions to that effect.
Do you believe it?
We'd
Yes or
ask the
no?
court to take into consideration that death is permanent. Death is different.
Oh, come on,
We're
Mr.
asking the
Buddy.
court to
Just
impose
lay down and
2
go to
life
sleep. You're
sentences
tired.
for Mr. Wilson.
Is he up for DP?
I believe this was a death penalty case.
DP.
Two
Or
life,
an
two
hour
life
for-
sentences.
Definitely, Your Honor. I'd like to point out, and I agree with defense counsel, that death is in fact permanent. Christine Melton was
You
45
see?
years old. And
Yeah.
was 43 years old. Both of their deaths were permanent.
So shall yours?
Back in June, when this court heard the facts
There was no take
surrounding the
backs.
deaths of Miss Melton
Oh my
and
goodness.
Mr. Ruiz, this court should have learned that this case was nothing more than power, control, and violence that led to murder. Mr. Wilson's decisions were not only pitiless and conscienceless, but they amounted to tragically reducing Miss Melton as well
She's got
as
her
Mr.
thing on
Ruiz
her
to
lap.
nothing more than memories and photographs to not only their families, but also to their friends. The only reason why that happened was because they both encountered Mr. Wilson. The state, back in July, went ahead and prepared a sentencing memorandum for the court to consider.
Stop.
The reason why the state did that, Judge, was because the state wanted the court to be aware and point out specifically the facts and circumstances supporting the aggravating circumstances and factors that the jury considered in this particular case, and that the jury specifically found proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Specifically, the jury is the one that found that Mr. Wilson was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. That particular fact, an aggravating factor, was established throughout the course of this trial by virtue of the verdict that was rendered by this jury when they found Mr. Wilson guilty of both counts of first-degree felony murder and first-degree premeditated murder. Secondly, Judge, the jury found beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that the capital felony was committed by a person previously convicted of a felony and under a sense of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Once again, this court, as well as this jury, received testimony, not only by virtue of receiving certified court roll prints, a certified copy of conviction as business records, but also received the testimony from our crime scene tech who conducted the fingerprint analysis and determined that Mr. Wilson was in fact one and the same of the individuals who was convicted of 2 felonies, that being trafficking in stolen property and false information to a pawnbroker on the 18th of September of 2019. That was less than a month before these murders occurred. That was established beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, and the jury concurred unanimously on both of those. Capital felony was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Judge, this particular factor screams for justice. The homicides by which Ms. Melton and Mr. Ruiz died at the hands of Mr. Wilson sets this case apart from normal capital felonies because, once again, it's conscienceless and it's pitiless. And it's unnecessarily torturous to both Ms. Ruiz as it was to Ms. Melton. You heard about the fingernails being broken, the many bruises to their body, of the face, the swollen eyes, the contusions, the bruising all over the torso and arms, the hemorrhages on both sides of their neck, the scalp bruising, the contusions to the lungs, contusions to the liver, to the back of the bladder, to the colon. Her brain was swollen. That was just Miss Melton. And then we have Miss Ruiz. She had the fracture of the nasal bone, the laceration to her left breast, her bruising on both sides of her body, the bruising on the back of her left forearm and on the back of her left hand, the fracture of her fourth finger, the bruising on her right arm, the contusions on her upper back, the hyoid bone, the trachea cartilage being broken, the multiple rib fractures in the front and to the back. And then we have the hemorrhage on the back of her neck. And then you couple that with the fact that Mr. Wilson went ahead and placed his hands around the necks of both of these women and allowed their lives to slip through his fingers when both of them knew they were going to die. The jury found that particular factor, Judge, unanimously as to both Miss Melton and Miss Ruiz, that it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. He overpowered them, he controlled them, he silenced them by placing his hands around their neck. Judge, we submit to you that factor should be given extremely great weight. And lastly, Judge, the aggravating factor of it being cold, calculated, and premeditated. The jury found, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, unanimously, that this aggravating factor applied to Miss Diane Ruiz. That evidence that was presented, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, you heard and was corroborated by the evidence in this particular case, statement that was given by Mr. Wilson himself. He asked her where the high school was and if she could show him. He said that once he got her into the car, they'd drive to the school. He was going to drop her off, but he knew in his mind he wasn't going to do it. He started choking her because she started to get out of the car. You could tell that she was getting scared. He saw the fear, and then when she would not die, he pushed her out of the car and repeatedly drove over her and then attempted to dispose of her body in an empty wooded lot. Judge, that is what is precisely the sort of heightened premeditation that's contemplated by that specific factor. And we would submit to you that that particular factor also carries great weight. Mitigation that defense counsel has presented to this court, we would argue, counts for little weight. Not only that, but it's contested, Judge. It's controversial. Everything defense counsel has presented on behalf of Mr. Wilson, whether it be head injury, whether it be psychological issues, whether it be, family matters, all of that has been controverted. It has not been substantiated. There was no history of brain injury. It's not documented in any of the medical records. You heard here today Dr. Rubino's testimony. You heard counter testimony from Dr. Coyne. All of his scans were normal. Neuroimaging studies, both pre and post arrest, indicate normal brain scans, although he'd have you believe that he had injuries to his brain.
I don't want to look at that.
Not anywhere in the record. As much as he'd like for you to believe it to be so, it is not. The review of the incarceration medical records do not indicate any type of cognitive problems whatsoever, Judge. You heard testimony by Dr. Eisenstein that was controverted by Dr. Hercules. Dr. Eisenstein even went so far as to present evidence as related to the Dallas Kaplan, function system. He tested averagely, Judge. He wants to talk about references to his memory, talking about that he has issues with short-term memory. That's not true. He has an ability to recount events when he wants to.
Yeah, listen.
He has an ability to tell stories. He has an ability to make you believe something that isn't true. And interestingly enough, Judge, the neuropsychological testing results are not consistent with any type of neurocognitive disorder. Even Dr. Eisenstein's own tests establish that the defendant's executive functioning, the frontal lobe capability to be within normal range. Judge, you haven't heard anything in this particular case as far as any sort of mitigation that would outweigh any of the aggravating factors in this particular case. The aggravating factors should be accorded such great weight, Judge, that they were proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt as to counts 1 and 4 in the indictment as specifically found by this jury. They, Judge, support and are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death. And they are not diminished by the mitigating circumstances and are sufficient to warrant the sentence of death. And as such, Judge, the state would respectfully request this court to recommend and impose the sentence of death upon Mr. Wilson, because not only is it deserved, but it's earned.
Anything else? All right. So this will conclude the Spencer hearing unless there's any other testimony or evidence that either side would want to present, especially the defense. Procedurally, my understanding is that we would take a recess at this point.
What?
And then come back. And at that point that the state would want to present victim impact testimony or no?
Your Honor, I've spoken with the victim's family, and they would like to rely on what was stated at the actual trial.
Okay, so then this would be the final opportunity for the defense to present any other mitigating circumstances for the court to consider prior to coming back and issuing a sentencing order. Is there anything else that you want to?
We have nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Wilson, again, your opportunity, if you wish to address the court, you may. No one can force you to. No one can force you not to. Is there anything you would like to address with the court? Okay. Then we will be in recess. It's 2:20 now. I'm going to spend some time on the sentencing order. So we will come back here at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I'll present the sentencing order at that time.
Okay. Back to this trial. I have never had 3 trials at once. Ooh. Okay, here's back to Diane at 3 o'clock our time. I can't hear you. Oh, let me get you live. Let me get you on stage. Hold on. I gotta get you on stage, my dear friend. Okay, what? Now I can't hear you at all. Again? Nope. 4 o'clock your time. There you go. I hear you. Okay, so let's get to this trial.
Richins' statement to a friend the day breakfast together, which would make it pretty hard to poison someone when they're sitting there and you're handing them their food and watching you hand them their food. So then you have Eric between 10:21 and 12:06, and these are reflected in exhibit number 38, which shows the locations of calls made by Eric.
Could you pause for a second?
Yes.
Is there a statement that they ate breakfast together?
They just talked about her telling her friend lying that they were together when they ate.
So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything that you're seeing. Quote, forgive me, folks. I didn't even make my fucking sandwich, those fucking idiots. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I both were working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake Diner.
Well, that was months later, and she hadn't seen the time. She hadn't been exposed to any of
Hey, folks, I need you to take a deep breath. Is there any evidence that she has a backward-looking statement saying, I ordered breakfast?
Well, that's the only statement that we're aware of.
Okay.
But at that point, she hadn't seen the time. So she's remembering if it was breakfast, lunch, whatever. I mean, that was months later.
Sure.
But she admits she got it at Mirror Lake. She admits they ate it together. She mixed up the time of breakfast and lunch. I mean, there's no debate that she was not there at lunchtime. That didn't happen. So,
right.
So that's clearly a mistake. So she leaves the house at 9:41 and is gone for the rest of the day. Eric drives to multiple other locations after she leaves.
Do we know, help me out, do we know that? Or
Yes.
was he doing the estimating from home? This was unclear to me from the testimony.
So in the Celebrate exhibit that is Eric's phone, it shows where he's making calls from.
Okay.
And so he makes calls from, I think he goes to it looks like the Smith's grocery store, the Walmart. He goes and runs some errands. He's making business calls ever since Corey left, the whole time. After he's eaten the egg sandwich, he's driving around, he's making calls. Then he texts Corey at 11:27 and talks to her about some soccer fees that the boys owe. And then says a few minutes later, so between 11:27, he's talking about soccer, and 11:33, so he hasn't seen Corey now in 2 hours. He says, I'm gonna go lay down. If I don't feel better, I may go to the hospital.
Right.
And I must respectfully point out that when the prosecution talked about her saying, go take a nap, and how that was chilling, he pulled that completely out of context of the rest of what she said in that text.
Do you need me to come home?
Would you like me to come home? Jesus, is that bad? You know, she even at one point later in the day talks about, he says, I wish you were here. And she's like, I would cuddle you. So that is very misleading to pull that statement out. And I need to correct that for the record. But regardless now, he hasn't been in her presence for 2 hours. If he ate that sandwich, he ate it around 9:30, give or take, at the latest. So in that period of time, he's been running errands, doing business calls, texting Corey, very benign, normal day-to-day texts. Nothing about, I'm about to die, nothing like that. He takes a nap for 2 hours. Then he gets up. They text romantic text, wish you were here, like to cuddle. That's at 1:43 when he just woke up. The same period of time well, I'm sorry, that's not before. I withdraw that. Continues to make work calls from 1:50 to 2:30. Goes to a soccer game with his kids from 3:52 to 6:11. Takes the boys to get some food. Leaves food for Corey in his truck as they go back to the game because Corey is running late. And that's the day. That's the day that they're now saying that you can infer she tried to murder her husband. There's no evidence he ever took a pill from her. There's no evidence that she ever, if she put fentanyl in his egg sandwich at 9:30 and he ate it, he would not be okay for 2 more hours. He would not be. And there's zero evidence. There's not one piece of evidence from Eric himself that he ever took anything from Corey that day, that he felt bad up until 11:33 is the first time he feels bad. Now, I think you asked a fascinating question when you asked the prosecutor, do I need to consider the death as support for probable cause of February 14th looking backwards? And I think that's a really important inquiry, because obviously, if you look backwards, everything you're looking backwards at shades how you look at something that happened before. But if you look at that count in isolation, there is no evidence that supports an opportunity for
right?
her. There's no evidence to support that he took anything. There's no evidence to support that he had fentanyl,
We
OxyContin.
can put it in there and eat
And
it
as a
tomorrow.
matter of fact, he told, wait, I just need to put this in.
Can I ask you some specific
Yes.
questions about this?
Yes,
So let's take it one piece at a time here in
Yes.
terms of events after February 14th.
yes.
In your view, can the court consider Ms. Richins' text messages to Mr. Grossman on February 15th? Can I consider them at all?
Can you consider them? I mean, I think you can consider anything you want to consider in terms of,
Well, see, that's the question. The Utah Rules of Evidence say, no, there's all kinds of stuff you can't consider under these set of circumstances. And it's often a difficult slalom course to ski. We did some of this yesterday morning,
Yes.
trying to get a sense from the defense of whether or not
Question,
the court can
my
consider
dear.
things like
I wonder what time he ate it too.
the text message, quote, if he would just go away, end quote.
So
Or as evidence of an inference that she wanted him not around anymore.
but that could be divorce. That doesn't have
I
to be death.
understand, and we're not at trial, and I'm not a jury, and so I have to contend with
But how
black letter law. Let me just get this out. I really am genuinely interested in your response. I acknowledge there are multiple credible inferences that can be drawn from this evidence. Several of them innocent, but I'm not allowed to pick and choose. I am not allowed to weigh the relative reasonableness or credibility of the inferences. I'm required to draw all reasonable inferences in the state's favor, to view the evidence as a whole in the state's favor, and identify is there a reading of the evidence that supports a reasonable belief. And so when you say things like, look, this evidence, she went home, I imagine Mr. Bloodworth is fighting the urge to jump up and say, and that just shows she went home to give her the sandwich. That just shows he went home to give her the sandwich. She went home to give her the sandwich. And so the reason I ask about the stuff afterwards,
Right.
the text messages, her statement regarding ordering them lunch, being home together.
So the text message certainly could be considered for the death, right? Because he's still alive
Well, I
and
got
it's
that.
February 15th,
But that's not my question.
right? So how does the statement on the 15th relate to something that didn't happen? She's talking about it in the future, right? Like,
I guess the question is, if on February 15, she has a text message showing a desire to have him not around anymore, why can't I consider that for her mental state on the 14th?
she doesn't say you should be dead.
I know, but we're talking in terms of reasonable inferences here.
It's, you know, criminal defense lawyers look at these phones, and it's pretty terrifying to think that someone's gonna go back and look at text that you wrote about your spouse, you know, years later, and put it all into a cone of literal death threats when you say, I wish he'd leave, he's getting on my nerves, I want to leave the house, I'm gonna leave him, I want to divorce him. They put in Eric's divorce meeting with his divorce lawyer. I mean, this was not a perfect couple, they didn't have a perfect relationship. But to take a context, one single text, and to say that that gives you a reasonable belief that she tried to kill him the day before, I don't see the connection at all. I don't. I don't think that is a connection.
So I hear you saying you can consider a judge, but it doesn't have any weight.
I don't think it does.
Okay. Same response regarding her June 18, 2022 text to her friend?
That's what we just said, where she has not seen yet the time, like she hadn't had an opportunity to review the timing. So if she mixed up lunch and breakfast, but everything else in there is consistent with what happened that day.
What about her text message on or about February 26th to Carmen Lawler saying I need something stronger?
Again, that's after the 14th.
It's a backward-looking statement, though, or at least it's comparative.
Well, apparently she had recently apparently according to Ms. Lauber, she had just recently got something from her. So
right.
I mean, that could be not connected to the 14th at all.
Okay.
So,
or more specifically, not necessarily referring to what you got on the 11th,
right.
but it could be from the 25th.
But I mean, you have a claim that Mr.
It's pretty immediate.
Richins was poisoned on the 14th. There is no medical evidence. There is no connection. There is no causation. There is nothing but pure speculation that because they believe she tried to kill him and successfully killed him in March, that must mean she tried it before. That is not enough to reach a reasonable belief that someone, and that's the question you asked at the very beginning.
Right.
Just because, I mean, it's like a backwards acting in conformity argument.
Yes.
It's a backwards 404B evidence.
Well, this is my question.
Right.
Does that exist?
Which, by the way, 404B's whole purpose of existing in every state in America and in the federal system is exactly to avoid this kind of prejudicial leap of because somebody did something once, they must have done it again. That's the whole reason we have 404Bs, to prevent that.
I acknowledge that. I imagine you would acknowledge as well the numerous exceptions and the lengthy or the deep body of case law regarding exceptions to the general law or to propensity evidence. And so here, when Mr. Bloodworth makes references to modus operandi, he's arguing to some of those exceptions.
Right. Well,
In your view, does 404B work backwards or does it only work prospectively?
It only works prospectively, in my opinion. But the analogy as to why this is such damaging and risky analysis can be found in that rule, baked into that rule that our legislatures and our Supreme Court recognize that that's very, very dangerous to base prosecution on somebody used drugs once before in their life.
I need to answer your question about the fentanyl. Is it pill form? Is it liquid form? What is the dosing? It all depends on the dosing, y'all. So, unless they can give us the amount he was receiving at the time, it's hard to say.
They're probably guilty this time. That's the whole thing we're trying to avoid in our system. And that's the whole basis for their argument on the attempt. That's the entire basis, because they know they don't have proof. They don't have medical proof. We heard testimony about allergies. We heard about all of that. So, I mean, there's innocent explanations for everything that happened on the 14th, every single thing. So that doesn't lead to a reasonable belief. They're 100% relying on an action and conformity argument.
I don't think we heard the admissible testimony of allergies, but I take your point.
I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard
That's
to
okay.
separate it in my brain.
I understand.
I actually think it's included in the, I believe it's included in some of the exhibits, but we'll just leave it alone just in case I'm wrong about that. I can check that while he's back up. But having said all of that, you know, the distribution charge that is connected to the attempt charge, if the attempt charge doesn't have probable cause, the distribution charge doesn't have probable cause. They both have to go.
May I ask you about the consciousness of guilt argument that the state makes?
Yes.
Which I understand to be my words, not the state's. Why is she lying in her text message to her best friend in June about what happened on the 14th?
I think the only thing she got wrong was breakfast and lunch.
Well, I think her location about her being home all day is one of the things that
What other medications is he taking? What kind of, is his food in his stomach? Is it empty? Is there alcohol involved or not? Is weight tolerance? There is just too much to be able to determine.
We were working from home that day.
I mean, that's
Dang,
easily
that's-
provable. So it's not like when she's talking to her friend, she's trying to remember the day back, a few months later. And she got part of it right. I mean, and part of it wrong. And I just don't know if it's just, how do we know that? What purpose would that be? How would that serve as a lie?
Well, the argument is that she's hiding the fact that she was with another person besides her husband on that day.
Okay, that's a good reason to lie, because you're with your boyfriend and you don't want to admit you're with your boyfriend.
Right.
I mean, that's not conscious of guilt of killing your husband. That's not wanting to tell people you were hanging out with your boyfriend.
Okay, that's one credible inference, right?
Yes.
All right. Would you say that it's not a credible inference that the reason she's lying to her friend is because she had the scheme to be not present when
She admitted she was present with him, and she was. She brought him breakfast. So that's true. That inculpates her more than exculpates her. That's the opposite of covering herself. She's putting herself in the house with him on the day that they're claiming he was attempted to be poisoned. That's a statement against interest.
Okay.
In my opinion. Okay. So I don't really need to argue the distribution. You get that. All right. So the only other things that we have on the fraud type arguments. I do think that the state never established jurisdiction or venue for any of those counts. I don't believe we've heard any proof about why this court has jurisdiction over these acts. They did not establish where they occurred.
why isn't there a reasonable inference that Corey Richins was making these applications and forming these schemes from Summit County?
And they have to show that. You can't just out of whole cloth make that up. There's no evidence that that occurred.
Well, the standard of proof is the same for every element of the crime, right?
But
So
there's
evidence
no
that
evidence that was submitted.
she lives here, her business was based here. I think there's a basis for reasonable belief that she was initiating these contacts, forming these schemes from Summit County.
Well, I just want to make the record.
Okay.
I don't believe they've established jurisdiction or venue on any of those counts. Furthermore, on the, I don't see why the two insurance fraud counts don't merge here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing several merger issues in this
Yes.
information, but merger is a fact issue that's handled after conviction. Am I right about that? Not at a preliminary hearing.
Not after conviction, before, you said after conviction, you meant after.
Is it before
trial.
submitting it to the jury or after?
Merger?
Yeah,
I always do it as a pretrial motion, but
okay.
I may be wrong, maybe too, you're wrong.
I don't think it gets considered though at a preliminary hearing as a matter of law.
Well, I think if you determine at a preliminary hearing that two counts are actually one act, that you cannot push forward one of them, absolutely, I think you can do that.
Do you
But,
have a citation for that? I thought it was the opposite at a preliminary hearing.
well, I think you would just argue that they can't make two separate counts. There's not sufficient reason to believe that a second crime is committed because it's all one. So that's your finding, that it's a reason. You can't reasonably believe the second crime was committed because it's just one crime. Because the scheme swallows the allegation of the filling out of the application. I mean, it swallows it. So,
I'll take a look at this.
and then I think on the rest, we would just submit on the other counts, Your Honor.
All right, so let's just be clear. To the extent that merger needs to be considered as part of the probable cause determination, that's going to mean that 1 and 3 merge, right?
Yes.
Okay, guys, I have to step out. I got to go to my appointment. Miss Kevin has control of the live. And then once I get to the appointment, I may hop on. I do have my thing programmed and up on my phone, but I can't switch any of the things. So that'll be Miss Kevin will have to pop things up live, but I'll return as fast as I can, y'all. I'm so sorry. All right, I'll be back.
2 and 4 merge.
No, not 1 and 3. Attempted murder is on a separate day. It wouldn't.
1 and 3, 2 and 4.
I'm sorry, let me look at what 1 and 3 is. I'm getting my numbers mixed up.
So the distribution counts merge into the ag murder and ag attempt, right?
No, those would be 2 separate crimes.
Tell me why. You can't
Because
commit them without doing the distribution, right?
Right. I think they don't merge though. They're separate crimes. Like distribution is a separate offense than the attempted murder.
Okay.
So they wouldn't
then
merge.
why isn't, on the one hand, forging a signature and then on the other hand, making a false statement when trying to collect on the claim? Why aren't those 2 separate crimes? What is the merger
Because
you're
they're
arguing for?
the 2 insurance fraud charges, because that is the same offense. Insurance fraud is not 2 separate offenses. And what they did is they said she created a scheme to wrongfully get insurance fraud. And part of that scheme was she signed the application and they just charged insurance fraud twice. I'm not talking about the forgery, I'm talking about the 2 insurance fraud charges. I think they merged.
All right.
And
just to be clear, you think they merge because it is the same fruit of the criminal conduct. That is, there was only one policy.
right. That's correct.
Okay, I understand.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just have 1 minute before I sit?
Of course.
Just one more thing here, and I'm just. And I guess maybe the last thing I would say too is there's so many reasons that Mr. Richins could have not felt well that day and taken a nap. And to get over the hump of saying you're gonna stand trial for attempted aggravated murder, which is about the next to most serious charge you can ever be charged with, because he went to take a nap, is pushing it, Your Honor. We're just asking that the court exercise your gatekeeping function. Let's remove that from the confusion it will cause the jury, the prejudice it will cause the jury, the complete lack of foundation. We're asking that the court take the rarest of steps and say, this one will not go forward. And we submit on that.
Okay, thanks, Dean. Thank you. Mr. Blow.
Your Honor, real quick on just the merger issue, it's 2 different policies. Count 7 relates to the $250,000 two-stage policy. Count 8, I think, relates to the $100,000.
That is not the way it is charged. I think that is, you're gonna need to amend the information if you want to do that. And frankly, I don't think there's any allegation of fraud, or there's any, tell me why there's any reasonable belief regarding fraud related to $250,000 policy.
Fraud in the claim, saying that I don't know why Eric Richins.
That's not what she said with respect to the $250,000 claim. That was only with respect to the $100,000 claim. It's 2 separate diaries. This is why I'm asking.
Your Honor, I think
They were paid out at different times.
sure, in the one diary, though, they discuss both policies.
I don't think that's true. You can show me, but I looked at them carefully yesterday. They are separate diaries regarding separate policies.
Let me ask you this, sir. Is this an issue you're considering, and so I can show it to you, but I don't know that it's.
I understood you to be saying count 7 is based upon statements made during the process of collecting the proceeds in June. Count 8 is the scheme to get the policy with intent to kill Eric Richins to collect.
So are they arguing about the charges or the indictments?
Mr. Burmester of no known drugs, occasional cannabis use.
No, that,
That came out of the medical records.
Your Honor, it's Exhibit 18, page 1. It's the last note.
I see what you're referring to. So this is 03. Hold on a second. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
My apologies, I had it backwards. Okay, so, count 7, thank you for this clarification, is with respect to the 200.
Luxury prisons for the rich.
Thank you for that clarification.
Your Honor, regarding the 404B discussion, the purpose of admitting the evidence is further to many of the exceptions, propensity, intent, preparation, lack of accident, nearly all of them. 404B just relates to whether or not the defendant
That's true, Ronnie. But I don't know. You're not searching luxury prisons for the rich. You're not thinking about going there.
The most of
losing our
defense's argument against find over the attempted homicide count, as the court kind of noted,
correct.
a
Yeah.
lot of that goes to.
I'm pretty sure she's the one who wrote the letter about riding the dog or walking the dog and lying, getting people to lie for
The
her.
standard today is notwithstanding countervailing evidence, whether that's countervailing evidence of how quickly Richins eats his eggs, or whether he was shot beforehand or afterhand. It's countervailing evidence. It does not apply to the court's analysis today. Part of that.
Yeah, the walk the dog letter. That's right, Ronnie. Yes, exactly.
Counsel argued we hadn't heard one piece.
She was like, just walk the dog and throw something away or something like that. I can't remember, but it was really fun.
I understand the state's position. I understand you to be saying.
Yeah, book. Oh, no, she was writing a movie. That's what they were saying. She was writing a movie about a Mexican prison. I remember now. Oh my
Evidence
goodness.
of other acts admissible to prove an MO.
Yeah, exactly, Ada. She's not. It's not like she's a criminal justice student writing a paper on that subject.
And the lessons
Ryan
learned.
Koberger.
Sure.
Good grief. Also, what kind of delulu do you have to be like,
Yeah, we've had
oh,
some
I'm
discussion.
writing a book about the exact crime that I committed?
Standards.
Oh my goodness.
Cause determination. And I think the court has sufficient evidence when viewed in the light most favorable to the state.
You're talking about dumb criminals.
All reasonable inferences, notwithstanding the countervailing evidence, to find probable cause here even without the 404B part. The 404B part helps, certainly. But I don't even think it's necessary for the court to get to a probable cause determination.
Factor.
And, Schmidt,
yeah, for real case
in
one.
discussing probable cause, references that probable
Yeah, wasn't
cause
he
in a
saying to tell the
preliminary
brother that he bought the drug
same
or
as
something like that?
cause for an arrest.
She was like gonna throw her brother
And
under the
if the
bus.
state were to
Use him like a speed
set
bump.
forth all
poor
the
guy.
evidence it has put, referenced in its brief, argued here today and charge an attempted murder and ask for an arrest warrant on the information.
Or a search warrant.
Or a search warrant.
Right.
And if the state submitted it to 100 judges in Utah, 100 of them would issue that warrant.
Check to speculation.
It's an argument. Go. I understand the state's point. Okay. It is 11:29. We're gonna come back at 11:50. Oh, Ms. Nestor, my
Very
apologies.
Quickly, I checked the ME report. It did reference the fact he was positive for COVID, but it did not talk about allergies in the ME report. That's where I thought it might be. But I'll keep looking and see if I can find it. But I do know that he did test positive for COVID.
Understood. Thank you.
It's all make believe.
11:50. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Okay, court is in recess. Now all the courts we're following are in recess. Isn't that just lovely? So, I have just read that Wade Wilson is in fact has the death penalty on as a potential sentence. He's facing either 2 life sentences or the death penalty. Interesting. Let's see what the judge does, which they'll be back at 4. And Tellis is still out. I can't imagine what those jurors are talking about or trying to figure out because, in all honesty, it was pretty obvious. But I really do think that the judge just kind of, or not the judge, the defense attorney kind of threw a wrench in things. Let me make sure I get this pulled up. This one. Yes. Okay, cool. Perfect. If I need it, I have it. Shouldn't hopefully need it. I fight within myself about the death penalty. I know for sure Wilson needs to be locked away by himself forever. I agree 100%. And like, I'm pretty sure it's because the only reason he is getting or has a potential for the death penalty is because they're considering it a killing spree because it was more than one person, and they were unrelated people. So it wasn't like he went in and like killed people in the same location. So interesting. I don't know. I say Tellis is guilty. I don't know. I didn't know the case or really pay close attention to the evidence. I just feel like there's a video of you walking away from the crime scene, walking to the crime scene, walking away from it, driving your exact vehicle away from the scene. I'm sorry, sir. I do believe it to be you. And it wasn't even like the police originally thought that it was him. It was like, I can't unmute you, Ada, because you are muted on your end. Yeah. There we go. Hi. I'm waiting. Yay. But yeah, so they were like, his friends saw his car and were like, that's his walk and that's his car. And then they went to the police after that. And that's when the police were kind of like looking into him and stuff. At least that's my understanding of the evidence.
Yeah, I have the same too understanding of that, but it's just at this point there's so much other evidence against him. Why are they even?
Yeah, I don't know how.
With this.
I don't know how you explain. How do you explain his DNA under the guy's fingernails? There's no way to explain that.
You can't explain that in court. You
Right.
can't explain it at all. There's no way that somebody can sit here and have that evidence underneath their fingernails, the shoes in the house being destroyed, the hat partially destroyed. I mean,
that poor Meemaw missing her hat.
Yeah, and then you have the vehicle is an exact match. I mean, there comes a point to where coincidence becomes definite, and
Yeah.
this is no longer a coincidence. Now, if the only thing they had, was a vehicle, then you could say, okay, there's 20 billion of these out there.
Right.
But if they had nothing else, then I could be, well, not enough evidence. I mean, I know somebody has the same car and it's almost the same color. Doesn't mean they did it.
Right.
However, he had opportunity and motive, and that's something else I don't think they're looking at. Them being fixated on this little part about the walk, and then more so the video with the car. I mean, that was definitely a hoodie.
Yes.
But once again, that some of this stuff that was brought up in the closing arguments was not brought up in trial.
Right.
So I wish somebody was in there that understood that. You cannot bring or put judgment or accept anything brought up in closing arguments that was not brought up in trial.
Right. I agree with you, C. Morales. The DNA. Don't forget to leave some of your DNA on that like button. But
Yes, everybody.
definitely, the DNA is the hardest part for me. There's no way your DNA is going to be at the crime scene if you're not involved. And it's just so bizarre to me, like all the stuff found at his house later, like when the search was um a long time after the crime was committed, so he would have had plenty of time to get rid of that stuff. I don't understand why he didn't, which I guess lends a little bit of credibility to his "I'm being framed" theory, but I also just think he felt like he was getting away with it and like there was no urgency and that there was no way they were going to tie it back to him. Yeah, it's just so weird. You're surprised that the defense didn't object? You mean the prosecution didn't object to the suggestion about the car? Haley Mouse, I can't commit any crimes. The police have my DNA. Don't ask. Oh man. Here's the thing though, is it's like in this day and age, they can just it's wild. They can get your DNA so many ways. A lot of perpetrators like to keep mementos. Yes, they do like to keep mementos, and it's like a trophy of like what they got away with. That's sick. What are you stuffing down your bra? Oh no. Wallet. Oh, yep, there you go. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea how you get around the DNA, the shoes, the hat, his cut finger. I think Jules was saying it yesterday that it's going to be a slippery mess if you are poking someone repeatedly with sharp objects. And it's very easy. How many times have we heard about that where someone has all these injuries on their hands because they was poking someone to unalive? And I mean, it makes sense to me. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. And then he was very specific about the recipe he was making for his daughter. Turns out he never even looked up that exact recipe. And it wouldn't have been a big deal if he hadn't had said himself, I was making chicken fried rice for my daughter because she doesn't eat school lunch and blah blah blah. But it's like, okay, why wouldn't you not just say, I was making lunch for my daughter at home because she does not like this. I dropped it off. I went to the gym, blah blah blah. But you had all these details, and we always say when we're listening to people, it's the details. Why so many details? So many small little stupid things. All of us true crime people though are going to be in big trouble if they ever come to start questioning us because we all pick up on small things and look at small things. Like I always look at the clock when I drive through a traffic light. I don't know why, I just do, and I take note. Like, oh, it was 9:15 when I came through this traffic light. The cops are gonna be like, "What time did you go through the town?" I'll be like, "It was 9:15 when I went through this traffic light." They're gonna be like, "How do you know that?" But yeah, I'm surprised there wasn't either, and I kind of wonder if that's what he had in that bag was something to keep all of the fluids contained, and he did dispose of that because they never found the actual weapon. They never found the knife or anything like that. So I was kind of wondering if he had like a poncho or something, kind of like Murdaugh did, and then they just got rid of it. It's true. It's true. And I can't remember from the pictures of the scene, but I don't remember seeing a whole lot of fluids either, at least from my memory. I can't remember. The elaborate sketch. They elaborate, stretch the truth, tell the truth a little less. Yes, exactly, exactly. It's like they're being so elaborate that it just becomes like, what? Like nobody tells stories this way. I do that too when I'm picking. Yes, exactly. When I see things happen. Yes. Like we were at the lake this weekend and we decided to go to this little park that's next to the lake that has a splash pad and like a playground. And we got there and this white car pulled up with yeah, it was a somewhat clean scene. That's what I thought I remembered. This white car pulled up with tinted windows and it backed into a spot and the park was pretty deserted. It was like us and 3 other people there. And then this red truck pulls in with tinted windows and backs up directly next to that white car. And they both sit there for about 15 minutes. And then the red truck drives off and the white car stayed for a little bit and then it drove off. I know I could tell you that was at 1:32 p.m. You know why? Because I thought that was sketchy as crap. I was like, no, you're not about to do a drug deal at this park right here where my kids are. So I was, was watching them, eyeing them, me and my mother-in-law just doing the mom stare, disapproving. I heard expert stab in the lungs. Stop screaming. Interesting. That I believe could be part of the reason why nobody heard anything because the neighbors were right there. They found him fairly quickly and they called the cops. I said that I would keep my mouth shut, but then again, I talk too much. No, Ronnie, you don't talk too much. We love it. We love having your input. You're awesome. But it's true. I don't know. I just feel like there's too much evidence against Tellus. Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Please stay asleep. Oh, you know when you work really hard to get them to sleep and then they look like they're going to wake up and you're just like, please, I'm begging you, don't wake up. Please. Yes, exactly, Ronnie. I'm like, drug deal at my park in front of my kids? I don't think so. You know what the funny part is though is that Ohio has open carry and we don't need concealed carry permits anymore. We can just conceal carry with no permit. And so my whole family carries. So we were like the safest we could have possibly been, but it was just the idea that they were going to do that. Keep talking and he'll keep sleeping. I hope so. Just keep sleeping. Just keep sleeping, sleeping. But yeah, I mean, I take note of when that stuff happens because they come find me and ask me questions. I'm gonna tell them. They both pulled up 1:32 p.m. You live in Cincinnati? That's so cool. I live just about an hour north of Columbus and an hour west of Cleveland, out in the middle of nowhere. But we were at Erie all weekend. My in-laws live up near Erie, so we were hanging out on the lake. That's cool though. I didn't know you were from Ohio. I know Ohio Palm Mom is. She's in here sometimes. Or when the littles are sleeping, do you do or slide down the bed? Yes. Yes. Oh, Trial Life, thank you for becoming a member. We have our members only live this Saturday, guys. Don't forget. And we are opening up to all tiers. Usually we have our lives start at the juror level, but we will be having it open to all levels, which is so exciting. My mother is calling me. Yes, Lake Erie. I know. It's one of the Great Lakes. It actually kind of looks more like an ocean. All right, y'all. I'm gonna put on some music and give me just a second while I take this call from my mama. She's just being a good nana. She's getting some clothes for my kids, asking me what I want. Oh, you watched a scary movie that happened at Lake Erie? I think there's a lot of movies about Lake Erie. There's a lot of myths around Lake Erie too. Like some people believe that they've seen the Loch Ness monster in Lake Erie, which I think is hilarious. But it's disgusto. The lake is gross. Don't get in the lake at all. We swim in a pool next to the lake, but not in the lake. Ugh. But my mother-in-law likes to get sea glass, which I actually didn't know you could get sea glass out of lakes, but you can. So you're trying to lip read me. She was asking me. So I live in Ohio, so we're big Ohio State fans. And my middle daughter Ella is the only one who doesn't have something Ohio State that fits right now. So she was at the Buckeye store and she was like showing me different tops and stuff. And she's like, "Which one of these do you want for Ella?" I'm like, "Honestly, Mom, I don't care. They both look cute. Just pick one." But yeah, because Naomi has like a T-shirt. I got yes, okay, yep. I'm like, "Yep, that's fine. Okay, we're good. Thank you." Just that's great, Mom. I'm working. Oh. It's funny because I try to do that too. When I can't hear people, I try to lip read. I'm like, it's very confusing. We took a class on lip reading and how to teach our kids and how to help our kids learn how to lip read, and that was hard. That was super hard. I was like, oh my gosh. Like I couldn't tell the difference. There were some phrases they were trying to help us with that are really difficult. Thanks, Trial TV. Ada's at an appointment right now, and I am holding down the fort with this sleepy guy right here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I can show you guys. He has an Ohio State bib clip, or not a bib clip, pacifier clip. Don't wake up. But yeah, you can kind of see it right there's the Ohio State symbol. But yes, it's very exciting. What were we saying? Oh yeah, tell us he's a dirtbag. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Until the jury says otherwise, he's innocent. However, like we've been talking, I think the evidence is just way too strong. Way too strong. Man, all these courts we're following and they're all on break at the same time. It's very rude of them to all do that. So what do you guys think about this Richins hearing we're listening to? I feel like they're trying to argue about like what charges, like the defense is trying to get some charges either thrown out or condensed. How rude. Didn't get arrested right away. I think he got arrested as soon as they figured out who he was and what was going on. Yeah. I watch people's mouths all the time when they're talking. I also need my husband to face me when he's speaking or it doesn't sound clear enough. Interesting. We're trying to work on that. We're trying to make eye contact with our daughter Naomi to make sure that she's focused on us when we're talking so that she can see our lips, see our expressions, and understand what we're trying to say. It kind of blows my mind how much she's like just totally unaware of socially. Like her sister will be really upset because she's doing something and she just is like, okay, whatever, la di da, here we go. And I'm like, is it not obvious to you that this poor girl is very upset? She's just like, whatever, da da da. So I don't know, it's hard. And I think the biggest thing though that I wasn't expecting from having a deaf child is how her sister is. It's so weird. It's called deaf by proxy, and it's something that siblings of deaf kids have where they just think that behaving as if they are deaf is a normal way to behave. And so that is what they do. We take so much for granted. We really do. We do. Because like, we are super aware of our situations and what's going on around us because we can hear things, we can feel things, and we are just so hyper aware of what's going on around us. She lives in La La Land. She's not paying attention at all. She's just like, la la la, here I go. We call her Naomi the bulldozer. She just kind of bulldozes through the situation, and you're like, can you just sit still, please? Don't run people over. Last year during school, she had one incident where she got into a fight with another kid, and it was because she wasn't paying attention and she ran into a kid and bumped into him and made him drop what he was doing, and he pushed her. And she started crying because he pushed her down and she didn't understand what was going on. So the school called me and they were like, this happened and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my goodness. She is a little character. She is feisty. Even from the beginning, because, Naomi was born prematurely. So she was 28 weeks and she weighed 2 pounds, 3 ounces, or she weighed 900 grams. So not even a kg. She was so tiny. And she was my fighter. She never had to be intubated, but she did have a CPAP. She was on oxygen in a CPAP for 35 days. And then she was all good after that. So yeah. So yeah, anyways. Man, it's an interesting way to look at life. It gives me a different perspective, that is for sure. Sorry, my husband's texting me. He's getting ready to get off work here. Mr. Buddy. Whoa! Hi! Oh! It's okay. You're gonna join the party? Oh. What happened? Did you have a good nap? She was a little dot. She was. I have a picture. Let me see if I can pull up a picture and I'll show you. I have lots of pictures. Is he crawling yet? No, but he's really close. He's trying really hard. Hi, Mr. Bugaboo. Can we help you? Stop trying to get down. Don't hurt me. He scoots really good, and he's really good at turning around and scooting. Let me see if I can find a picture of baby Naomi. I had two opposite ends of the spectrum babies, let me tell you. I had Naomi, 2 pounds, 2 ounces, and then I had 9 pounds. I had Ella. So I had two very opposite ends of the spectrum babies. Let's see, all the way down here. All the way back to 2020 when Miss Naomi was born. And Naomi actually spent 79 days in the NICU. Can I make this full screen? Yes, I can. Okay, here we go. Ta-da! That's Naomi when she was born. Aw. Yep, that's right. Aw. She was just a little thing. And she actually lost weight after she was born, and she got down to 1 pound, 14 ounces. And that was really scary. But she did good. She came back, gained her weight, and she lived in this little box, and we had to keep her covered because she was super sensitive. I'm talking. I need that to talk. Nice burp. I need that to talk. So, yeah. So she was just a little tiny baby. There's me and Kevin. I look terrible. There we go. That's little Naomi. Yeah. I know she was so little. She has really long legs. She's very tall. She's going to be like her daddy. Her daddy's over 6 feet. So, look at her little tiny hands. I have a picture. It might be in here of her. Oh, this is when I went home from the hospital and my cat was like, "Where have you been, mother?" Because I was gone for like 2 weeks. And then we put a Christmas tree in her NICU room because she was born in November. We put our ornament on it. That was the Christmas ornament I bought for us because we were supposed to still be pregnant at Christmas. And she ended up coming. So I was like, well, we'll just use that in there. There she is, her little tiny self. So yeah, she got down to 1 pound, 14 ounces, but she was 14 inches long. So she was pretty tall. Look at her little feeties. They were so small. They were so tiny. And her first diaper that she had was the size of a tube of chapstick. It was so tiny. Yes, of course, Ronnie. Yeah. She is a rock star. Yep. It was rough. We basically lived at the hospital. This was Thanksgiving Day, so this was her first Thanksgiving. And we got stuck. And we live, like I said, we live up near the lake. So we got stuck on Christmas Day. We got snowed in and we couldn't go to the hospital. And I cried. I told Kevin, I was like, I want to go see my baby. It's not fair. She's all alone on Christmas. This was the first time Daddy was holding her. He was very scared. Really, K-Swan? How many weeks was he when he was born? Can you quit that with the microphone, sir, please? Thank you. He's like, no, I will not. See, this is the snow on Christmas. We were stuck. We couldn't go anywhere. But yeah, it was crazy. She is my big girl, my big rock star. She's all big now. Let me see if I can find a current picture so you can see what she looks like now. All the way up. There we go. That was a short nap. I know he was like, I'm awake now. I'm ready to go. This is Naomi now. She'll be 4 in November. Stop that with the microphone, you. You are such a troublemaker. I'm going to put you in the seat by yourself. What do you think of that? I know. It's crazy. Oh. Yes. Yeah. My cousin had her baby 3 weeks later than I had mine, and she was like a full 2 pounds bigger. I was like, imagine if Naomi just would have stayed put for a little bit longer. But we had to get her out. It wasn't safe. All right, come on, you. What? What are you looking at? Hi. Are you gonna join? Okay, we have a new. This is my co-host. You gonna co-host with me? Say hi. Say hello. Hello. He's just a happy guy. Yeah. Do you want a snack, Mr. Happy Guy? A mini me co-host. Yeah, he looks a lot like me. Here you go. Have a snack, sir. You good? All right. So, yes, we are beyond blessed that everybody is doing so much better now. But it took us a long time to get to where we are now with her, because my word, she was giving us a run for our money there for a little bit. Boop. Let me make sure I have this pulled up so I can see when it happens. Trial TV Live. Shout out Trial TV Live if you guys are more interested in watching without commentary, then you can check out our friends over at Trial TV Live. They are a husband and wife duo, and they do amazing work with bringing trials to public access, making sure that we are able to watch trials with you, comment on them, and we have a harder time sometimes. 8 more minutes for Wilson. Was it 4 p.m. Eastern time? Oh, yes. I see that. I have it pulled up, so let me swap it up over to that. Present. We will stop sharing screen and make this one full. That's not what I wanted to do. Come on, Lindsay, get it together. We are professionals. Wade Wilson. Share. And there we go. We'll pull that up right now just so we can see it. Music. Very light. 4 p.m. Eastern. They're clarifying. 4 p.m. Eastern, yes. Yes, Trial TV Live is awesome, Ronnie. We love them so much. Ugh. Guys, I haven't talked this much when there's no adults in my house in a long time. I talk to my kids, but not like this. It's very weird, and we like sign talk. We call it pigeon sign. Well, we're signing and talking. Do we have a verdict yet? Nope. Let's see, Robert, tell us. Nope. We're still waiting. They came in with that question and asked for their second laptop and asked if they could compare the two videos of the walking, of him walking in the office and then the person walking away from the crime. So we will see. It sounds we were talking about it. Feels like they have someone on the jury, if not multiple people on the jury, who are overthinking it and who are kind of believing. It is weird that he has Deadpool's name. I don't like that at all. But it feels like they're overthinking it. They're splitting hairs. They're trying to justify or say, well, we don't know for sure that it could be him, and we need to know for sure that it could be him. And they're ignoring a lot of the direct evidence, like DNA under the journalist's fingernails that match him, and pieces of a cut-up hat and shoe in his house under the couch. Come on, guys. In his kids' sports ball bags. Seriously? Yeah. People can change their gait and walking. I agree. And like when my sciatica's acting up from having 3 children, I walk like a weirdo. Yeah, I really lost the bet. I said that it would take them like 2-3 hours, and now here we are 2 days later, and I'm like, I don't know, folks. This is the point in Karen Reed deliberations where I was getting nervous. I was like, what the heck are they talking about in there? Turns out, though, that the Karen Reed jurors didn't know that the crash daddies were from the FBI. They thought the crash daddies were hired by Karen's insurance. So they believed the crash daddies to be biased. which is just a reason why I feel like they should have been able to say to them, the crash daddies were from the federal investigation of the FBI. Come on, guys. I kind of rock due to a foot drop unless I really try not to. Yeah, see? Ugh. Yeah, me too. I hope they're just trying to convince one person who's like, guys, I need to be 100% sure. Which acts like sciatica because of my 3 sons. Okay, so mine got really bad after I had Ella, and like I said, Naomi was 2 pounds and Ella was 9 pounds. So I had a massive baby, and then I was pregnant with him. He was very normal. He was 7 pounds. But I was like, it was really bad with him. I couldn't even like lay down on my right side because my right side was so painful. And I would go to the chiropractor and get it like adjusted all the time, and it did nothing. It didn't help at all, but it hurts so bad. But yeah, I agree. People can change their walks. They can change the way their gait. And yeah. I'm back. I had to put you on a bigger screen because my eyes are really bad. Oh, no problem, Christy. Happy that you're back. Hope you were able to get all the work done that you needed to get done. All right, do you go by Christy or do you go by Kirsty? Like Kirsten. It's my best friend is Kirsten, and I call her Kirst. Your biggest baby was 4 pounds? How early was your baby? Almost 9 pounds. Oh, that's terrible. All 3 of my kids were cesareans. And I'm so glad because I cannot imagine trying to push Ella out. She was 9 pounds even. And she had a big old round head. You don't mind? Okay, cool. I'm going to call you Kirsty then. I like it. I like it a lot. Remember, guys, to hit that like button. Make sure that you... 5 weeks? Whoa. That's pretty early. Like I said, Naomi was 11 weeks early. She was 28 weeks. But 5 weeks, man, that's scary. I feel like anything before 37 weeks is terrifying. You just never know. Did you guys have to do a lot of NICU time? As we NICU mamas, man, we've been through it. We gotta stick together. It's rough. The NICU sucks. They took him to the. They didn't take him to the NICU, but they took him to the nursery. Well, here we go. Because he wasn't breathing properly, and they gave him blow-by oxygen. But what he really wanted was his mama, because they brought him to me, and his breathing stabilized immediately, and he was fine. And he's never left me ever since. 7 weeks early. Wow. That's crazy. My husband at the time asked the doctor for the honeymoon stitch. The doctor was not amused. Miss Tryla's terrible. I know doctors don't like that. They don't like that at all. Oh, speaking of, it's my husband. 1 second. Y'all listen for the trial. Let me know what We were arguing. I told him to bring me a McDonald's Coke, and he said no. So now he's not my husband anymore. Not friends. I'm just kidding. I told him it's my birthday. He said, "You don't need one." And I'm like, "That's rude. I want one." He said, "We have to be strong for mother." I said, "I am the mother, and I'm not very strong." Haley Mouse, my babies were 6 pounds, 12 ounces. Did you have to do that conversion, Haley Mouse? Because I know you are in England and they weigh your babies in grams. All C-sections due to being breech. Yep. And Naomi was breech and she started the cascade. Once you have one C-section, it's really hard to get a V back, no matter how long you wait in between your kids. And I'm grateful that I had cesareans because my husband has a weak stomach and I don't think he could have handled actual labor and birth in that sense. He probably would have passed out and been no help to anyone. So that's crazy. Oh yeah, they always overestimate how big your babies are. They told me he was going to be 10 pounds and he was 7 pounds. He was very normal and he was early too. He came a couple weeks early. But yeah, I was like, 10 pounds. This is not no 10-pound baby. My brother sent me a Snapchat of him and his dog and his cat. He's working from home. I had 3 C-sections because my boys were giants. Yep. Ronnie, now here's a question, and you don't have to answer it if you feel like it's too personal, but did they tell you after your 3rd C-section that you should not have any more kids? Because back in the day, that's what they told my mother. I gave birth to a 10-pound, 9-ounce teenager, and I was never the same. That's hilarious. But back in the day, they used to say, like, you can have 3 cesareans, and that's it. You can't have any more kids after that. And here you go. Nope, they had started recording in KG, etc. by the time the last one. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's very interesting, Haley Mouse. I didn't know that. In Zambia, they measure all the babies' kgs and grams. What are you doing? Quit being a goober and sit still. Well, so I wondered. Huge change. No wonder I'm squinting. Yeah. Well, that's good. Then you'll get your good glasses. You'll be all ready to see. Sir, I just want you to sit in the chair like a normal person. Can you do that for me? Eat your cracker. Cracker. Yeah. Oh, man. So, you know how it goes. Trifocal. Oh, no. I feel like that would be really hard to get used to. Did you have trifocals or bifocals before? Or did you have nothing? Really, Ronnie? That's so interesting. They told my mom she could try too, but then they forced her into a C-section. She said she wishes she would have stood her ground a little bit more and told the doctor no, but she didn't. Trifocals. So bifocal is when you have a prescription in your glasses and then you have like a small little part of your lens that is a different prescription and it's specifically for reading or like for looking at things much closer. And then a trifocal is when you have 3 different prescriptions on the same lens for different distances that you're looking. So really close. So down here at the bottom of your lens, you have one prescription. And then in the middle, you have a different prescription. And then at the top, you have one for looking far away. I hope that makes sense. I didn't know there was anything other than bifocals. Yeah, I know. Yep, my grandpa used to have trifocals, and he hated them. He said they were terrible and hard to get used to. He said he would have preferred to have 3 different pairs of glasses than have trifocals. Hey now, Mr. Bugaboo. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The only reason I know that is because my mother-in-law is an ophthalmologist. So she does glasses and stuff. And like I said, my grandpa had trifocals, and both my parents have bifocals now. I'm dating my parents. They're pretty old. But yeah, it was kind of funny because Kevin and I both wear glasses. And when they told us that Naomi needed glasses, that was the least surprising thing out of all her medical conditions. We were like, yeah, we kind of figured. We're like, yeah, makes sense. See, every day's a school day. Yeah, exactly. It sure is. Proceedings delayed due to the fire alarm. Okay, I thought I saw the fire alarm in the video flashing. I'm only 45. Oh no. Oh no. When I was a kid, they used to tell me, you need to eat your carrots so that you can have good vision, which I found out later is a myth. I mean, they do have a chemical in them that helps with your vision, but you'd have to consume so many carrots for it to actually affect your vision that you'd probably die from the amount of carrots you ate. So that's a fun fact for you. It's kind of interesting. The myths that they tell you, the things that they used to tell us when we were kids, that when you grow up, you find out not true. And then I always think it's interesting. People from different places in the world have different things like that they used to say, old wives' tales and stuff. Sir, what are you doing? I don't know who set it off. That's a good question. Let's see if they're saying anything in the chat. Court TV chat is a desolate place. I do not advise going in there alone. Okay, who set the alarm off? Yeah, not a fan of the tattooed faces, but he likes it. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Nevada needs no more delays. Is that this one, Robert Tellis? Yeah, they don't need any delays. Y'all made too many Joker jokes and it manifested. Oh my goodness. Mr. Buddy. Mr. Buddy, sir. Sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to remain in your assigned seat. This is the face of a tired child who will not nap. Probably a Wade supporter. Yeah, it was probably a Wade supporter trying to help him make an escape or something. They said carrots help you see in the dark over here. No way, that's hilarious. See in the dark. See, like I grew up, like I said, I grew up in Zambia, and there was a lot of witchcraft type stuff that they would say. Like they used to tell us when we were kids that dogs barking at night meant witches were flying overhead. So every time dogs would be barking at night, I would cry when I was a little girl because I was scared. I'm like, they're going to get me. They're flying up there in the middle of the night. What are they doing? Stuff like that. It's very traumatizing. Did he really, Roddy? I didn't know that. He tried to escape already once? Now I want to see about that. I know. Yeah. Exactly. He was disgusting. He was not a good person. Not a good person. Still waiting on Tellus. You have anything? His cellmate. Oh no! What a bunch of dummies. I bet you 100% Wade Wilson is sitting there going, "This could be like Shawshank. We're gonna get out. It's gonna be great." That's like, bro, you're not that smart. Obviously, you're not that smart. Good grief. Now I really want to look this up so I can see what it says. Wow, I can't type to save my life. Wade Wilson's criminal past. No. Having drugs brought to the trial by one of his groupies. Ew. Lee County, Florida, man accused of killing. They cracked the window in their cell. Investigator says the inmates would not have been able to escape because of the advanced security measures and technology. Both Wilson and Kratz now face charges for attempted escape and criminal mischief. In an interview last year, Wilson told Fox 4 he wasn't guilty. I did not commit the murders that I confessed to. I am innocent. Over the last year, he continued to reach out and has stuck to that claim. Though he has since shared new details. What? Earlier this year, he told Fox 4 that he used to be connected to a high school level human. What? Okay, I thought I heard rumors about this. I forgot he was claiming to be a part of that. I'm not going to say the words because I'm not supposed to say that, but you know, taking people against their will, specifically of the feminine gender. He says that when he tried to leave the ring last year, the group. Oh, that's right. He claims that they framed him. I forgot he's delusional. Oh no. Professor Pamela. This is not evidence of the original for which he's being prosecuted. Interesting. Yes, they framed him too. Very convenient. He got framed. Tellus got framed. Everybody got framed. Who's the other guy who claimed to be framed? Oh, yeah, Murdaugh. They all claim to be framed. It's interesting because they all claim to be framed, and their claims are so out there and bizarre that we don't believe them. But then you have Karen Reed, where her claims are just like, hey, that makes total sense. Welcome in Out and About with Diane. How are you doing? Glad you're here. Glad you're here. You haven't missed anything. No Tellus verdict. The jurors had a question. They wanted a second laptop. They wanted to compare the footage of the two walking, the one walking away from the crime scene and the one walking in the office. And we think they're hung up on the hoodie versus hair. So we're hanging in for that one. And right now we're waiting on Wade Wilson. Somebody pulled the fire alarm to delay the sentencing, which is just fun. Like Oprah, you got framed, everybody gets framed. Yeah, that's what it feels like, definitely, for sure. Once they get this hearing started, I'm probably going to pop off camera and get my girls because I can hear them in their room. They're awake from their nap. But and then I also have a hard stop this afternoon, unfortunately. I 1000% feel Kara is innocent. I agree. Karen Reed is innocent. Free Karen Reed. And now she's being roped into this ridiculous wrongful death suit. You're almost done. Okay, no rush, Ada. We're good. We're good. We got plenty of time. Huh. Wild. I can't believe he tried to escape and I didn't know that. That's kind of hilarious. Oh, I think she was talking about Karen Reed. Corey Richins, on the other hand, I don't think so. That woman is evil. We were keeping up with her hearing too. They're still in recess for the preliminary hearing. You see this? He does this to me where I get to this point in the day and I can't keep my eyes open. But then my kids are all up from their naps and it's time to make dinner and it's time to get everything going for the evening, and it's a vicious cycle. Stop that yawning. I'm trying really hard. I told Kevin to bring me a Coke and he said no. So we're going to blame him from now on. Ew. That's gross. That is really gross. They call themselves his wives. Nasty. What do you think? He doesn't know what to think. So gross. Oh my goodness. Nothing in Tellus yet. Watching pretty closely for that. Corey just ended, I think. Oh, are they not coming back for the day? Interesting. We'll see. Delayed due to the fire alarm has gone off in the courthouse. Wild. No, we call them that. The media. Oh, that's funny. I was going to be like, do they seriously call themselves that? That's so disgusting and pathetic. Do. With my luck, Wade Wilson and Tellus will come back at the same time. Don't say that, Karina! No! They can't come back at the same time. How are we going to watch both? Oh my goodness. May just have to come over from Recovery Addict. You made me feel very welcome. Aw, Kirsty, of course. We love having you. We love having all of our friends with us. Would you like another biscuit? You want another biscuit? Oh, the answer is yes. He would like another biscuit. This one is apple. Take that. Take it out. I'm trying to help you. So you don't want it? I love how he's like freaking out. I thought he had fallen asleep too, but no, he is very much awake. And they've worked in 10 minutes, so I'll be radio silent, but still here. Alrighty, no problem. We will be shouting the updates to you. Mr. Buddy, let me help you. He's so tired. Oh my word. It has to be the wives then. Who else would do that? Wait, what? Where did this one come from? He didn't want the apple one, but he had one. Where did it come from? I think a lot of us came from Recovery Addict because Recovery Addict is a good friend of the channel. Hey now. Oh. He's getting very upset. I don't know how much longer he can handle it. Poor buddy. Does he like to be bounced? He does not like to be bounced. He likes to be like spanked, pat on the butt. He loves that. The only bouncing he likes to do is on his own accord in the jumper. He'll jump in the jumperoo forever. But like I said, right now, and he won't sit still with me long enough to fall asleep because he wants to be nursing. And I'm not about to do that on camera. So he's going to have to wait. Yep, little booty pats. Boop, boop, boop. I really want one of those fish that do it. Have you guys seen those? They like you can lay them on the back of the baby's back, and the tail just goes boop 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 boop, puts the baby to sleep. I saw one of those when I was pregnant with Naomi, and I was like, "Those are so cool." But I didn't have my girls didn't care for it. They were kind of like, "Well, whatever." But I really want one of those for him. I think it'll be great. But oh man. Keep my eye on all these trials, flipping through them all. Let's see. That seems good. Good. Nothing yet from the great state of Nevada. Overflowing with tears right now. Miss Trial, what happened? I want to know. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? As I'm a very emotional mama, so I cry when things are good too. It's very normal for me. For 3 years now, we've been working toward my husband. Oh.
Fortunately,
Then he gets on the lung transplant list. Yes.
all right, let the record reflect that state's president, defense counsel, and the defendant are all present. We're here for sentencing. Was there anything else that the court needed to address prior to sentencing?
Amazing mistrial. I love that.
All right. So I have considered all of the testimony and evidence, arguments of counsel, applicable case law, and statutes. I have prepared a written sentencing order, which I'll file contemporaneously with the pronouncement of the sentence here today.
Can you guys hear everything okay? Oh no, I muted it.
Once I conclude. So in the state of Florida versus Wade Stephen Wilson, case number 19 CF 568.
Yeah.
The court will read aloud the portion of the sentencing order related to the sentencing circumstances and proportionality. In evaluating the aggravating and mitigating factors, the court does not engage in a mere counting procedure, but instead makes a reasoned judgment based on the totality of the circumstances. In reaching this decision, the court is mindful that because death is a unique punishment in its finality, its application is observed is reserved only for those cases where the most aggravating and least mitigating circumstances exist. The law never requires the imposition of a death sentence. In this case, the totality of the circumstances indicates the defendant, with premeditation, beat and strangled Christine Melton in her home before stealing her vehicle and driving to meet his girlfriend, Melissa Montanez. After Montanez refused to get into the car with him, the defendant battered her in broad daylight. The defendant told law enforcement, when Ms. Montanez managed to flee from the defendant, he fled the scene and drove back to Cape Coral, where he decided that he would murder another person. He saw Diane Ruiz walking to work and pulled over, pretending to ask for directions. She got into the car to provide directions, but the defendant strangled her when she tried to exit. He then drove to an empty lot, strangling her into unconsciousness at least one additional time on the way there. When she tried to flee from the car, he drove over her at least one time, inflicting mortal injuries to her spine, ribs, and neck. The evidence showed that both murders were heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that the second murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant inflicted serious physical and emotional pain to the victims. Moreover, the defendant committed the murders while on probation for prior felony convictions, and he committed 2 first-degree murders contemporaneously with each other and with grand theft of motor vehicle, battery, and burglary of a dwelling. There were no statutory mitigating circumstances that were established, but the court considered the non-statutory mitigating circumstances presented by the defendant. Out of 13 enumerated non-statutory mitigating factors, the court found that 10 had been established. Out of those established, 6 were given little weight. The totality of the mitigating circumstances indicates that the defendant suffers from drug use from a young age, along with undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues of some kind. He felt abandoned by his biological parents, but had a devoted adoptive family who raised him in a supportive and loving environment. Defendant did not resist law enforcement when arrested and confessed fully to both murders. The court has further considered giving great weight to the advisory verdict of the jury, who recommended that the death penalty be imposed by a vote of 9-3 on count 1 for the murder of Christine Melton and a vote of 10-2 on count 4 for the murder of Diane Ruiz. The court recognizes that there is no mathematical formula for considering the aggravating and mitigating factors. It is not enough to weigh the number of aggravators against the number of mitigators. The court carefully considered the nature and quality of each aggravator and mitigator. Having reviewed all of the aggravating factors proven beyond a reasonable doubt and all of the mitigating circumstances reasonably established by the evidence, the court finds that the aggravating factors greatly outweigh mitigating circumstances. Given the facts of the case, nothing in defendant's background or mental state
I think
would
he's going to get
suggest
death.
that a death sentence is inappropriate. This court's review of other reported capital cases has led the court to conclude that the death penalty is not disproportionate in this case. Under the totality of the circumstances and evidence, the court finds no basis to override the jury's verdict. The totality of the circumstances warrants that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced to death for each count of first-degree murder. Accordingly, it is ordered and adjudged that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced as follows. Count 1, first-degree murder of Christine Melton. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 2, grand theft of a motor vehicle. The defendant is sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 3, battery. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in the Lee County Jail. Count 4, first-degree murder of Diane Ruiz. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 5, the burglary of a dwelling. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 15 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 6, petty theft. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in the Lee County Jail. The defendant is given credit for all time served on this case on all counts. All counts are to run concurrent with each other, meaning at the same time. All statutorily mandated fines, fees, and costs as announced on the record are imposed, and the defendant is committed to the custody of the Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence as provided by law. The defendant is hereby notified that these convictions and sentences are subject to automatic review by the Florida Supreme Court. If he cannot afford an attorney to represent him in any appeal, the court will appoint one for him. Are there any other matters to present to the court?
Briefly, Judge, the state would be seeking $17,500 cost of prosecution.
I'm sorry, how much?
$17,500.
All right. Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. That will be imposed then. Any other terms or conditions?
Absolutely, Judge. We just want to make sure that Mr. Wilson has absolutely no contact.
There'll be no contact ordered with any of the victim's family members and anything else.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge, I understand he has other cases pending here elsewhere. Mr. Wilson, as the court, within whatever authority you have, to get him to death row.
Okay. Well, in relation to those other cases, I know we have cases pending here in the circuit. Today is not the day to handle those. I would maybe put those, I could do it as early as September 16th. I believe that's Monday morning.
That's Malcolm's case.
Yes, Your Honor. Malcolm Down from Mr. Wade. September 16th will be fine.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be more appropriate to handle that at a different time. So let's do that September 16th then at 9 a.m. for the other cases, which are case numbers.
20 CF 16591 and 23 CF 15499.
Okay. And we have court on 16th, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, he also has a VOP warrant out of Broward County, Palm Beach County. I'm going to get in touch with the authorities over there, but if need be, we'll ask the court to ROR him on that VOP warrant so he can be taken up to.
Well, it's not a motion in front of me today, but if you certainly able to file whatever you want to file, and
Yes, sir.
I'll consider it.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? All right, sir. Then, Mr. Wilson, you will be fingerprinted and remanded to the sheriff's department. You'll be held without bond and for transport to the Department of Corrections when it's appropriate.
Wow.
If nothing else, then we're adjourned.
That's crazy.
And I'll give
Absolutely wild. Oh, we did it at the same time. There we go. There we go. That should work. Yeah. Oh, you're muted, I think. Wait, talk.
I'm just getting my breath. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear the gavel? I can't.
I heard it, yeah.
I can't. I don't know why I'm not hearing stuff, but it's okay. Oh my gosh. And you know what I find is very funny and odd? Why do you say time served when you're up for 2 DPs?
I don't know. It's got to be for like the other charges that he got like a year.
Well, the thing is, he's got more charges. Did he say the 16th?
The 16th for other charges. Yep, for other cases. Yeah, in other counties for other crimes he committed.
Well,
and he's got the drug charges from trying to get drugs brought into the jail. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I knew it. I knew it. I wasn't going to make it back in time.
Well, hey, I'm glad I could hold down the fort for you while you were gone.
You were awesome. And do you know what's interesting is now maybe I'll hear it. Nope. I still don't hear it.
I heard it.
Let me get, that's why I'm not connected to my soundboard. I was connected to the telephone. Ah,
yep.
I got to get everything switched. I know you
ROR means just that they're going to release him to go up there mistrial so that he can attend those.
I really appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Let me see. There, I hear it. Okay.
Perfect.
But you've been an angel to hold down the fort. Oh, hi, Sneaky.
Hi, Sneaky. Are you coming on?
Huh?
If you want me to.
Okay, I'm hopping off, so I'm gonna say sayonara, everybody. I'll be paying
guys.
attention
Hi.
for a tell us verdict. But other than that, I will see you guys later. Bye, everybody.
How are you?
Good. Just one second here. I'm doing well. Sorry. It's just
And
getting
how's
set up
puppy?
with my day. He's doing well for the first day since, I don't know, almost a week. Just need to go let them in for 1 second and then I will get back with you.
And as soon as she says that, so that's all she wrote for that case. So I can close that window. Y'all, it sucks getting old. My lenses, my glasses, just the glasses, the lenses, $700.
Can believe it.
Contacts for a year, 600. I'm like, what if I just get contacts that I wear? Why do I have to replace them all the time?
It's not any cheaper. Not much anyway.
Yeah.
Did they give you options for that?
For what?
For 3-month wear contacts or 6-month wear contacts or
Yeah,
permanent? Like
they did.
it's not a whole lot cheaper. And say if you have a problem with one contact, then you're stuck with it for that long. Whereas if it's a daily, then
Well, that's
right.
why I decided. And the other thing is I can get the half a year, and if I don't wear them every day, then they should last me a year.
Well, and the thing is too, is that what I've done is gotten half a year or I've gotten a quarter of a year. And then if I wear one every 3 or 4 days, then also perfect.
So if you wear one today, can you take it off and put it in the thing, and then 3 days later wear the same one?
No. If people do that, that is very bad for their eyes and they should never ever do that.
I'm talking the month
Because my
one.
mom worked
I'm
for an
getting-
optometrist for 10 years.
I'm getting the ones that are 30 days.
That are 30-day ones. Well, then for 30 days, absolutely, you can wear them, and you should just, make sure that you are putting them in a sterilized container that has fresh contact solution every day, but just don't wear them over that 30 days. I know a lot of people try and wear them for double that time because, of course, everybody's trying to make their money go farther. And what happens is little pieces will tear off the side of the lens as they start to disintegrate, and that's when it will become uncomfortable and will lose their shape as a lens. And so that's kind of but say if you got a 30-day contact lens, that would also be, I've also done those, did those in high school, also a very good
But are
workable
those
option.
ones you sleep in?
Nope, I've never slept in mine.
I don't want to sleep in them.
No, because it gives your eyes some time to rest, right? Like if people ever sleep in their contacts, that's something that they do only in like a last ditch effort or option. And then, oh, thank you, K Swan. Yes, my doggy is mending. He's finally eating for the first time in like 5 days. And I got him medicine yesterday and seen by a vet. So thank you very much. He's resting, but I think this is my healthy dog that we just saw her butt, but she's been getting all the food that he doesn't want. So she's happy too.
Can I ask what's wrong?
We don't know if it's just like a really bad GI infection or because his sister was sick the week before, but she was puking. She wasn't really having problems with having blood coming out her rear end, which is the part that becomes really, really problematic and concerning. And then when I called the vet on Friday, they were like, oh, okay, well, if it's bright blood, then it's not as problematic because it's probably just a superficial wound inside the intestinal tract. But if it's dark blood, then that's when it becomes a problem. And I'm like, okay. And so I called some other vet clinics around town, and because of vet shortages and our vets unaliving themselves, I don't know if you have that problem down there.
Oh, we have all medical people are struggling with that here.
Yeah. So our vets have gone to this weird on-call system, but like I tried to get my dog seen by the other vet that was on call this weekend. And as long as my vet was open during business hours, they would not see me, even if I was going to agree to pay the emergency fee. And I'm like, all right, if my money's no good to you and you guys are playing political games, then
Not down here, man. They would see you in a heartbeat.
yeah.
Oh.
There's been a number of problems up here, but people can't get vets, right? People aren't getting dogs or cats because they can't find a vet. They can't find a vet to take any animals. So
That's insane.
yeah. Oh, well, yeah, it is. So. But there's been talk of us trying to get a veterinary school up here, which would be a great thing for our town. And it's right in the geographical center of our province. And we're like right in the center of where there's a lot of livestock and a lot of different kind of farm animals, things like that. So if that were ever to pan out, that would be a great thing for a whole bunch of communities. So, you know, hopefully, but I was happy to get, yeah, it's been really hard to find vets and stuff around here, especially the farther north you get, because like people just don't want to be up here unless they have like family ties, right? If you can be down south or somewhere that's a little bit more lucrative. But I'm sorry to hear that, Swan. That's too bad. Like, that's too bad to hear that you can't really send your dogs up here anymore. Like, that's sad to hear.
And I go into my appointment and I come out and it's pouring rain. I was like, where did this come from? No idea. And I'm a weather watcher. And yeah. And the rain is coming from the opposite direction. Than we normally get it this time of year. It's kind of crazy. But yeah.
Yesterday we had like pouring rain, and that's when I brought my dog home from the vet when they were finally done with his labs, and he was just looking at me like, turn it off. I don't want it on. Turn off the water because I don't want to go outside unless it's off. And then he went and he like sat under the deck and was like so grumpy. Tried to get him inside, but I was like, I don't like spiders, dude. I'm not gonna crawl under there. Yeah, it was funny, but I'm really glad that he's better. So, or he's looking better. We've got medicine for him. So I saw that you guys were watching Wade Wilson trial. I'm sorry, I was unavailable for the morning. We were trying to get some food into the dog and getting some sleep after his med schedule.
Sorry, did you hear that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you can't hear this now?
I can hear something I can hear some sort of sound effect or something, but I heard a gavel really loudly.
Yep.
When Miss Kevin or when she was just leaving. So
hold on.
I'm sad that I missed Miss Kevin, but that often is life. I come at interesting times. At interesting time.
Canada and Alaska are in bad need of a lot of professionals, especially on the medical end.
Yeah.
No one, unless you're from there, nobody wants to live there.
No. And you know what? I have a great family doctor, thankfully. And he is up here because we have a medical school up here in our crappy little city, which nobody wants to come to. But if you come and work up here for 3 or 4 years after you're done medical school, they forgive every one of your student loans.
And do you know that can be like $250,000, $300,000 See, that's
At
what I would
least.
do. I would do
Well,
that.
and so, like, he didn't charge me for like a form he was supposed to charge me for. And I'm like, okay, so you just got out of medical school. You need to run a business. Like, you need to charge me for this. I appreciate you not charging me, but you need to charge me. You got bills, you got stuff. And he's like, no, I got my medical bills or I got my student loans forgiven. And I'm like, awesome. I was like having a little a little celebration in the office with him, because I was like, thank you for sharing that little piece of personal information with me, but I'm very glad for you. Like, that's good. Because his family, his wife's family is up here, right? So it's good for some people to be up here, and it's good for the people who stay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little bummed. I'm broke.
Yeah, I spent $700 too yesterday, and it's not nice.
You spent
$700, and that was with the non-animal hospital option. If it was going to be the animal hospital option this morning, if he wasn't going to eat, it was going to be another $300 to $500.
Wow.
And I was like, Pupo, I love you, and we'll do whatever we need, but I really don't have the extra stuff, so I'm gonna have to find it somewhere.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you
these
need to go.
frames alone are $1,000.
Yeah.
And I have my other frames you've seen me. Those are much cheaper.
You have really nice frames. I like your glasses frames.
Yeah. Because I do interpreting work, they have to have a good visual of my eyebrows. And when you have a solid frame all the way around, you
Just like this one, you can't see it. They're blocked, right?
Can't
So
see
you
my
would this
crown.
would be awful. Yeah.
So I got these, and luckily these were 1,700. Well, no, 1,500 last year. Excuse me, 3 years ago. And so
It feels like last year, though.
I know, doesn't it?
Sorry.
Now for 17, of course, my prescription has gone cray cray. I'm baby stepped into tries, not buys. I'm in buys right now.
That sucks. And sometimes I know, like, you or my mom would pick like really cute glasses frames that would have like really adorable frames, but in order to get the lenses that you need in there, they would have to be like triple compressed in order to have them in that frame and have them be like her prescription and be able to do it. So like it's hard for like really nice lens or frames like yours, right? Because those ones you have on, you would have to have compressed frames to have something like that. Like those lenses cost
Well,
money.
and here's another reason why mine costs more. I already have balance issues. When you have a bifocal or any kind of a bi or tri, if they just put it on a regular lens and you look down, you have a depth difference, and people fall forward and break themselves. So these have that special cut. There's all of that stuff. And they're going to go ahead and put the blue light, like just same lenses I have now. Because of the environment I'm in right now, she said, you don't want to go without them. But it'll be great to be able to see clearly because everything's got a slight fuzz, and it hadn't been like this for long. They went back onto the what is it called? Seal. And so I'm gonna pop that up. And so we are on the seal, so that something may be happening. I'm gonna zoom forward. I messed it up when I popped it. There we go. Yeah, sneaky.
We still don't have a
Oh, they had questions, darling.
Okay, I'm sorry that I missed this. So
oh no, that's fine. By the way,
please.
these are cute today. They have a second computer now. They wanted to see if they could get the walking video, and they were told, "You already have it all." In other words, go find it. Um, I don't understand why they're focusing on the hair because none of that was brought up in trial.
That just that just tickles me. But you know what? If I didn't belong to this community and if I didn't have some of the knowledge that you guys have armed me with, I don't think I would understand some of that. And sometimes, honestly, if somebody didn't point it out to me either, I'd be like, wait a second. They're not. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So
Look,
many screens.
look,
So
here's
many
one
screens.
jury, one trial. There's the other
Second.
trial. There's the third trial. I could have had a fourth. And these
Nice.
screens, I could put 4 in each screen. I can have 8 trials on hold.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
I found my big monitor. These aren't super big, by the way. It's a 24 and 20s.
You know what? Those are huge compared to mine because I think mine are like, my laptop is tiny. It's like 13 inches, and I think my 2 other ones are like 17.
Okay, these are 20 with the 24. And then, of course, I have the iPad. This is what my output. This is where I can gauge that on. And then, of course, my Rodecaster, which is where my sound. Down here with the little white buttons is the ATEM, of course, the keypad. And behind this is my Stream Deck.
Cool. That looks awesome.
And here's the little camera up here.
So many screens. So many screens.
It has
so
been,
much screen, just like lots. It's good. Looks nice.
It has been so nice today because I've never had 3 trials running at the same time and us popping back and forth. And I've been able to do that, and it's been brilliant. So I really can't wait until I can get my I call it my switch, but my ATEM set up because then it's just button push and I don't have to scroll and do all that crazy stuff. I may start streaming in OBS. I got to learn it. I'm still going to use the StreamYard for other things and use StreamYard for when I have guests, like if I do a panel night. But I'm going to learn OBS because I hear that's easier. I don't know how it is. I looked at it and I was like,
well, cool. Learning something new would be great.
I know. I hope. I don't believe he's innocent. I think we're going to have.
I don't think anyone believes that.
We'll have a hung before we have an innocent.
They've done a Penn and Teller. They've done a misdirection thing. His defense team has done something really wonderful. And if people are old enough to know who Penn and Teller are, I am dating myself now. They're doing a misdirection thing where they are definitely getting a shiny little stick over here by saying, look, this guy has no hair, but this guy looks like he has hair in this silhouette. And they are getting caught up in the trick, in the, I think they call it the prestige in magic or whatever, and sleight of hand. And it's it's totally working. I don't know if I'd be able to play those games if I was a lawyer. I'd be an awful lawyer. I'd be an awful lawyer. I'd be bad.
That's not what I wanted. I'm trying to pull up an image of a toupee.
It is funny. Oh, that is such a funny picture. Diversion, distraction. Yes, absolutely, Karina Bowman. They're absolutely making the jury look at something that doesn't necessarily hold evidentiary value, but is is holding their attention for sure, and it will definitely, I think, distract them from some of the things that they should be focusing on, like the DNA. Because I don't know how DNA gets under fingernail tips unless you're a rumbling with someone.
Oh my gosh. What kind of toupee do we want to put on him?
I have no clue. But I think sky's the limit, and your imagination is
this picture.
We could try a couple of different styles, just as Swan has suggested. We could put a few different styles on him, like an afro. We could do 70s tellus, 80s tellus.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
90s tellus would have grunge hair or a mullet.
How about a Three Stooges?
Oh, nice. Oh, guys, I'm sorry that the awesome love stuff stopped when I got here, because it was just pure coincidence, and then we totally went somewhere else. We were talking about contact lenses and stuff. I'm sorry, Ada. This does happen every once in a while, so
what?
I apologize. Oh, we just go off into like something random. I'll just be like, I'm here. Let's do something funny and weird.
Well, you know, it. OMG.
This is where I come for fun.
Oh, we're going to have fun with this. We're having fun with this. Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay, I'm working on it. I'm not done. I'm working on it.
Okay. See, so she's going to be a mad scientist with that. I think we may Oh my gosh, Miss Trial, what a wonderful idea. Go look up images of him when he went to college.
I'll let you pull those up.
Fantastic. Okay. Let me go and look. Miss Trial, that is a wonderful idea. Thank you for being here today. I know you've been here for longer than I have been today, so I'm definitely excited that you're here today to help with us. Now, I'm sorry, guys. My mic is right near my keyboard. You're going to hear typing. It's sometimes annoying. But I hope everybody's day has gone well. It's Tuesday, the 27th, I believe. I don't know what's going on with everyone. But, thank you, Miss Trial. But update me on what's going on with you guys in the chat, if you like. Because I'd like to know. I'd like to know what you guys are up to.
Oh, I got to figure out how to do this because I've done it before, done something similar. I got to get this man out of. It's not what I want.
So, oh wow. That's fantastic.
Oh, we have some bad toupees, man. We can have fun with this. We can just look at bad toupees. That would be fun. Oh, man. I'm not going to do that. I might get in trouble. It's never good when you hear that word come out of my mouth. If I do that, I may get in trouble.
Oh, guys, we are doing Mad Hatter stuff now.
Well, unfortunately, I can't just find all the toupee images I'm finding. If you can just get the toupee without the head, what's happening is is they're upside down or they're not laid well.
Miss Kevin, we always love hanging with you, so thanks for hanging with me. Well, hanging with Ada today, and I'm sorry that I missed you. I'm really sorry that I was late to the party, so thanks for being here. And I'm sorry I was late. Yeah, so you guys, thank you for your best wishes for the puppy dog, and he's doing better. He my mom fried up some chopped liver for him, so he actually will eat the liver, and he thinks that's a pretty awesome treat right now. And
good for him.
So
I can only find graphics, guys. Sorry. I'm trying, but I can do it. It's going to take me a while, but oh my gosh. Oh.
Hi, hello, it's Britt. Thanks for hanging out.
Yes, hello.
Lots of iron. Oh. There's a Wade Wilson press conference right now. Okay.
Oh, we need to be. Should I be playing the Corey Richins?
Does she have a hearing right now?
No, this was earlier.
Sorry. That was early.
What did you say about a press conference?
Miss Trial just said there's I assume WW is Wade Wilson press conference on right now. So maybe we'll try and find that.
Where's that at?
I am just looking to see if I can find something from. I found that is not the right type of video. But if somebody does find something from today.
Looking.
I can't find anything that's without commentary right now. So we're just looking right now, guys.
We can do that.
Yes, we do like it when Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. So we'll appreciate when all the Wilson stuff goes back to Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds, because he's just a babe, and then we'll stop hearing about Wade Wilson. Hopefully, he will fade into the ether.
I have nothing now, nothing current. If you know that there's a press conference, please let us know where it is. We appreciate the heads up, but we really like the link.
Yeah, and I can find a few things from a couple hours ago, but it's people with commentary, and I'm not sure if it's actually current stuff.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, I need to. And I need to be careful about what content I put of others on my thing. I'm going to put Corey down there for a minute. CA Ryan, baby. I'm going to glad when Wilson stuff is done. Wade Wilson can go back. Wade Wilson can crawl under a freaking rock and stay there. Like I said, you know what? A normal person with a normal brain, I don't care. Even a damaged brain, that doesn't excuse what he did. He's demonic, he's evil, he's nasty, and I don't want anything to do with him. I mean, what he did was horrendous, and he deserves whatever the judge ordered and the jury requested. Did you hear that noise? That little whoop, whoop, whoop. My baby's dreaming. She's dreaming. I would love to be dreaming.
Sensei is dreaming.
Do you hear it?
Yeah. I love it when doggies are like doing their little.
She doesn't do a whole lot of movement, but she does a lot of vocalizing. And she's not a barker unless she's separated from me.
Okay, guys, I think I do have something on Wade Wilson from earlier today. And it was a sentencing from 8/27/24. So that would be today. It's about 6 minutes and 20 seconds long from Court TV. Do you wanna check it out or?
Yeah, let me get the Court TV
I can.
title on it.
You want to check it out ahead of time? I just sent you a link in Discord, and I've sent you one in private.
Yeah, I got it in private. Private's quicker.
Okay. Yeah, I realized that when you showed it to me the other day, and I was like, well, I should have been using this all along. I love it when cats and dogs twitch their nose like the Bewitched twitch.
Well, I was driving like a good citizen. I was a good girl. And I did not break the law driving.
I'm sure you did not. Not
But
at
I was
all.
watching it.
State's President, Defense Counsel, and the defendant are all present. We're here for sentencing. Was there anything else that the court needed to address prior to sentencing?
No.
All right. So I have considered all of the testimony and evidence, arguments of counsel, applicable case law, and statutes. I have prepared a written sentencing order, which I'll file contemporaneously with the pronouncement of the sentence here today. I also have copies for the state and defense, which I'll hand out once I conclude. So in the state of Florida versus Wade Stephen Wilson, case number 19 CF 568. The court will read aloud the portion of the sentencing order related to the sentencing circumstances and proportionality. In evaluating the aggravating and mitigating factors, the court does not engage in a mere counting procedure, but instead makes a reasoned judgment based on the totality of the circumstances. In reaching this decision, the court is mindful that because death is a unique punishment in its finality, its application is reserved only for those cases where the most aggravating and least mitigating circumstances exist. The law never requires the imposition of a death sentence. In this case, the totality of the circumstances indicates the defendant, with premeditation, beat and strangled Christine Melton in her home before stealing her vehicle and driving to meet his girlfriend, Melissa Montanez. After Montanez refused to get into the car with him, the defendant battered her in broad daylight. The defendant told law enforcement, when Ms. Montanez managed to flee from the defendant, he fled the scene and drove back to Cape Coral, where he decided that he would murder another person. He saw Diane Ruiz walking to work and pulled over, pretending to ask for directions. She got into the car to provide directions, but the defendant strangled her when she tried to exit. He then drove to an empty lot, strangling her into unconsciousness at least one additional time on the way there. When she tried to flee from the car, he drove over her at least one time, inflicting mortal injuries to her spine, ribs, and neck. The evidence showed that both murders were heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that the second murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant inflicted serious physical and emotional pain to the victims. Moreover, the defendant committed the murders while on probation for prior felony convictions, and he committed 2 first-degree murders contemporaneously with each other and with grand theft of motor vehicle, battery, and burglary of a dwelling. There were no statutory mitigating circumstances that were established, but the court considered the non-statutory mitigating circumstances presented by the defendant. Out of 13 enumerated non-statutory mitigating factors, the court found that 10 had been established. Out of those established, 6 were given little weight. The totality of the mitigating circumstances indicates that the defendant suffers from drug use from a young age, along with undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues of some kind. He felt abandoned by his biological parents, but had a devoted adoptive family who raised him in a supportive and loving environment. Defendant did not resist law enforcement when arrested and confessed fully to both murders. The court has further considered giving great weight to the advisory verdict of the jury, who recommended that the death penalty be imposed by a vote of 9-3 on count 1 for the murder of Christine Melton and a vote of 10-2 on count 4 for the murder of Diane Ruiz. The court recognizes that there is no mathematical formula for considering the aggravating and mitigating factors. It is not enough to weigh the number of aggravators against the number of mitigators. The court carefully considered the nature and quality of each aggravator and mitigator. Having reviewed all of the aggravating factors proven beyond a reasonable doubt and all of the mitigating circumstances reasonably established by the evidence, the court finds that the aggravating factors greatly outweigh mitigating circumstances. Given the facts of the case, nothing in defendant's background or mental state would suggest that a death sentence is inappropriate. This court's review of other reported capital cases has led the court to conclude that the death penalty is not disproportionate in this case. Under the totality of the circumstances and evidence, the court finds no basis to override the jury's verdict. The totality of the circumstances warrants that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced to death for each count of first-degree murder. Accordingly, it is ordered in the judge that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced as follows. Count 1, first-degree murder of Christine Melton. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 2, grand theft of a motor vehicle. The defendant is sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 3, battery. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in the Lee County Jail. Count 4, first-degree murder of Diane Ruiz. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 5, the burglary of a dwelling. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 15 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 6, petty theft. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in Lee County Jail. The defendant is given credit for all time served on this case on all counts. All counts are to run concurrent with each other, meaning at the same time. All statutorily mandated fines, fees, and costs as announced on the record are imposed, and the defendant is committed to the custody of the Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence as provided by law. The defendant is hereby notified that these convictions and sentences are subject to automatic review by the Florida Supreme Court. If he cannot afford an attorney to represent him in any appeal, the court will appoint one for him.
Wow.
Hot dang.
Oh,
I can't say I disagree with that.
no, I don't disagree at all. And I think that he deserves every bit of it. And
Man, he did not flinch 1 second. He looks so pleased with himself.
I know.
Like,
I think he knew it was coming.
oh, absolutely.
I think he knew it was
Especially
coming.
after those jail calls.
I know, right? Exactly.
But I think all of us were thinking when the judge was like, talking about the victim that he picked up for directions and then he ran over, and then the judge said at least once, and then we're like, more than that, because we listened to the jail call with his dad, and we're like, I think we know what went on there, because I think he said that he did it a couple times. So I wish that's how they decided to ship that guy off, but they can't do it. So I've been told that's cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, to me, it's like, dude, someone made I thought it's funny when they say time served. I'm like, time served my butt. What are you talking about? Time served. I accidentally.
Is it time served for the theft of the like auto theft?
I don't know, but he gets credit for time served. I'm like,
Gold star, buddy. Fantastic. Sorry, some things I'm just like, how I need to understand how that works. But
well,
then I understand.
I think they do it because if he was to go and get an appeal, then that time would be allotted for the appeal.
I see. Gotcha. Okay.
But I just want to snicker when I hear that, It's like, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously? You're really going there?
Oh. Thanks out and about, Diane. Yes, the theft and breaking into the house. That was what he got time served for. So, yeah. Well, what a peach. That's somebody you want to bring home to mom and dad.
Oh, and believe it or not, girls like that. And I'm all like, are you kidding me?
I know. I don't get that part of things. Like, I think, oh, hi, Christiane.
Hey.
Thanks for coming to say hi. Oh, bye, Haley Mills. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have fun with TV time. I'm pretty sure TV time with your hubby. So see you later. I'm sorry, I can barely talk. Yeah, so he's I don't get is it the women like the fact that men can't cheat on them in prison, but men can cheat on them in prison?
It's I don't know.
They just can't cheat on them with a woman? They don't think, except for there are women that work in prisons. Trial TV Live. Hi, Aaron. We love Aaron.
So they cheat in prison. I just think it's the bad boy,
exactly.
Bad girl image, and the tattoos, and the risky. Some people have a high drive for risk, adrenaline risk. I don't know. All I can say is, good luck, darling. With that, and it's like Gypsy Rose. Oh, don't get me going on Gypsy Rose. She's pregnant, having a baby girl.
Oh gosh, yeah. And I saw the video where she announced that, and she was like, "It was a surprise." And then I saw some behavioral experts say, "No, it was not." So it's just kind of like, much.
And because she is still married, it's a required paternity test, and it'll be interesting.
I don't know. I don't think the father is going to be the hubby.
Weight laughing if it turns out to be her actual husband's baby.
You know, I will genuinely be surprised if that turns out to be the case. So,
come on now, this girl. Are you kidding me?
She really needed to go away for a couple of years and have nobody from like the press or anybody see her. Just go change her name,
crawl under a rock, get a little
figure out who she is, like outside of that, and maybe come back in 5 or 10 years and say like, this is who I am outside of. So but she just decided, I'm here. This is my agent. This is my manager. This is my husband. It's just like, all right, girl. We're going to do this.
Still emotionally stuck back in the teenage years. And she's in a woman's body. I got to get coffee. And she's stuck where in her trauma is. When the trauma happens that she went through, that's where you kind of stop developing reason wise. I mean, you do develop more, but you know what I mean. It's the way you handle things and all that kind of stuff kind of gets stuck in your rationale is still back there. And she is acting like, to me, a 16-year-old girl. And she's going to end up back in prison because she's already broken parole once, probation once,
Yeah.
parole, whatever she's got. She's broken it already once. So it would not surprise me if she was not back in jail within a year or so. I hope the baby will grow her up, but a baby shouldn't be born to do that for you.
Or to keep
Not why you
someone
have one.
together, to keep a couple together, something like that. That is not optimal conditions for which a child to be born.
She now 24, 22.
I think so. And I think like they say that about famous people too. Like they kind of stop progressing at the age that they become famous because that's when they stop having to kind of fend for themselves and have to.
Everybody does it for them.
Yeah, like like other people mitigate their problems so they don't really have to have those coping strategies. And so I thought that was really interesting when you said that, because that's like, it's exactly what happens with people and trauma and, people in certain situations. It's just exactly like that because it's an enabling situation. So, and it could be trauma based, right? Like
it is. I don't know
Yeah.
if she needs to go back to jail. It didn't do her much good, but she needs to learn that manipulation is not normal. It's normal in her world. Manipulation is how she was raised and all she knows. But she needs to somebody needs to find her and say, "Come here, darling. I'm going to be your mama now. You're going to sit your butt down and we're going to re-educate you and retrain that brain. We're going to deconstruct your whole being and build you into the woman that you should have been." She needs
And that would take a
reprogramming.
very extraordinary woman, and I believe that woman needs to be the head of a penitentiary. Because, like, how else would you force her to do it? Like,
A head of what?
A penitentiary.
Yeah. Well, they do have special homes that these women can go to and get some of that training.
Right. And I assume that she would hopefully be, like, some of that would be accessible to her, especially now that she's with child. And so hopefully some of those programs would be available. But
with the
most
child, they're
likely
not.
not. Yeah. Crap.
As a friend of mine would say, she needs Jesus, honey.
I think Diane said that the other day. You or Diane said that the other day, and I was like, that was hilarious. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Well, look, everybody has their own faith and everything, but that's it. Part of the problem is she has no accountability to anybody outside of the system, and they're not going to lead her in the right way. Yeah, they're just there to make sure she doesn't commit another crime.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Gypsy Rose.
Yeah, so we got talking
about that woman.
on Gypsy Rose.
And I don't think inmates CPS should watch her. Oh, they are. They're going to. I don't think inmates should get married in prison.
I don't necessarily think it should be disallowed, but I think it should be for people that have been in like a relationship for like over a certain number of months or have like a certain amount of knowledge about someone. Like how you have to prove that when you are someone out of
they do. They have to apply. They have to apply. But here's my thought. Number one, if you didn't know the person before you went in, I don't think you should get married in prison because they truly don't know you and you don't know them, and you're manipulating through the system to get them to pay your commissary.
Yep.
Okay. There's too much reason for the inmate to manipulate the outside person, not the other way around. Now, if I was dating someone before I went in and I got a 10-year sentence and we wanted to get married and that person can provide extra health or extra whatever, that's one thing because you're already been in the relationship. These what we call jail pen pal marriages, uh-uh. It just it, too many people get taken and they're naive and they're a lot of them are disabled people who get contacted or contact and they get manipulated by the person in the system and they end up getting all their social security and then a disabled person sitting there with nothing.
Yeah, like that.
A lot of being taken advantage of the outside person.
Mm-hmm. And I can completely see that happening. Oh my gosh, do you know what I thought of like over last night while I was kind of sleep deprived? You know who Sarah Boone reminds me of?
Who?
Jodi Arias. Jodi Arias was the one who she killed her on and off again boyfriend and she got DP and she was on the stand for 18 days. Nobody even understood why she took the stand in her own trial for 18 whole days. And I'm like, that's something a Sarah Boone would do.
Would allow that.
Well, people were like, it's unprecedented. And so now I was thinking of it. And when I was thinking about Jodi and what she did at her trial, I'm like, Jodi is like the pre-Sarah Boone almost because she just Jodi loved every camera, any camera. But there was this awesome guy, I don't know if he worked for ABC, his name was Chris something, and about maybe 40 minutes after she got the DP, he goes in there. Yes, Jodi was clearly the queen of the narcissistic. He goes in there for an interview with her, and he's just like, she had walked back on wanting the the DP, sorry, and then wanted to fight for her life for the sake of her family, not to have any pain, any further pain, when his family wanted DP. The victim's family wanted
If you're
DP.
found guilty, what does you and your wants come into the play of the verdict? Come on now.
Exactly.
In somebody's life, you go.
Well, and then he was this Chris guy. He just comes in. It's like the craziest interview I've ever seen. I think we should actually probably watch it.
Why don't
and he
you
was
find
like,
it? I'll pop it up.
Okay, yes, because it is way better than I will ever be able
I have
to.
never seen this, so this will be full overtime.
Oh, yeah.
This will be fun.
Yep, I can find it because people are like, we know exactly what you mean.
The best part of waking up is coffee in your cup. Y'all, I've had a lot of tunes in my head lately. You should watch the Jodi documentary.
Oh, I haven't watched it, I don't think. What is it on a streaming platform? I don't have any. You should have a stream or a watching party.
What was her last name?
Arias, Arias.
Thank you. Oh. Unraveling the obsession. Documentaries expose Jodi Arias' trial. Where can I watch it?
Okay. Oh, hopefully we'll be able to find this and maybe I hope that we don't get a copyright complaint.
Dirty Little Secrets on Lifetime. I don't have Lifetime.
I don't have Lifetime either. One of my
second cousin
Tell
is on
me.
one of those Lifetime movies. That's how he's on.
Oh, watch Jodi Arias in defense of streaming online on Peacock.
Interesting.
I'm going to leave that over here. It's so nice to have these different windows. I can just go whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm getting spoiled just a little. Although some people have 4. Oh, can you reach out to Braxton? Think Miss Kevin is, and see if he would join us for our Saturday live and have him.
He hasn't responded to my last message, so I'll try, but I don't know if he wants to talk to me. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, the interesting thing is do you know what Miss Kevin said we ought to do? Is get him to get the real Bean Boozled, and we just get the regular Jelly Bellies. And he's the only one.
That would be awful. No, that's a sure way to piss off Braxton.
I wouldn't do that, y'all. It would be fun. Oh my gosh, it would be funny, but I wouldn't do that. I would participate, but funny it would be. That would be funny. So yeah, that would be, yeah.
Oh, guys, I'm so sorry I can't find this because it's like truly the best interview that I have ever seen.
Okay, what interview was it?
It's between Jodi Arias and this guy named Chris Evans, and it's the one that I was going to talk about 40 minutes after she got the DP.
Jodi Arias interview. Okay, found it.
Okay, well, as long as you found it. Oh, you know what? You can find it because you're in the States. So if I VPN into the States, I can find it. But everything that's copyrighted in the States, I can't see. That's it. Perfect. I need to renew my VPN because I can't get anything from the States.
Yes. Well, that's probably what I forget about that. Well, if you ever want anything, I can find it.
I'm gonna come over through your hair here. You want to pull it to the side for me?
It's the greatest thing ever.
Come right here.
Now she's in jail at this point. Is she in jail at this point?
Okay, go ahead and try it
She
out.
just did her sentencing, so she's been convicted of first degree. And I'm not sure if she got DP or she got life. I think she got life in prison, but just check this out.
You want to do a mic check on Marcus? Maybe could you count to 10, Jodi?
Okay.
Yes.
So one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get you food, but I'm listening. I'll be right back.
6,
Oh,
7,
please do.
8, 9, 10.
Thanks, Ron. She got life.
Okay, want to do it one more time for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Great. And if you can put that mic cord back behind her again, please. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, she was escorted out of the courtroom, and then less than an hour later, she did this interview
Anyone needs to leave, it makes it
after her
noise.
sentencing.
So if you need to leave for any reason, if you want to stop, because I don't know if you want that noise in the background of the sliding doors opening up. It's pretty heavy and mechanical.
We'll go straight through here. Get my notes up. Everybody's good? Joe hasn't had anything? Slide more quickly, Joe? I'm gonna mind. It was nice. They got you lit really well. They got you lit really well. Remember, waist up, no stripes. Yep, do one of you guys. Yeah. We good? Good to go. Good. Okay. Just a couple of minutes ago, you heard the verdict from the jury. What are your thoughts?
I think I just went blank. Just, I don't know. I just feel overwhelmed. I think I just need to take it a day at a time.
Was it unexpected, you think, this verdict?
It was unexpected for me, yes, because there was no premeditation on my part. I can see how things look that way, but I didn't expect the premeditation. I could see maybe the felony murder because of how the law is written, but I didn't the whole time I was fairly confident I wouldn't get premeditation because there was no premeditation.
It seemed, and you got a lot of questions from the jury, it seemed like some of those jurors didn't believe what you were telling them, didn't believe your story.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts
Yeah.
on that?
I can understand that, I think, because of what the lies that I told in the beginning to try to cover up this, cover up that, hide things that I didn't want to be known.
So she's
made public.
confessing to the lies?
What did you lie at the beginning?
Appeal hadn't happened.
Well, mostly because I was scared, but I also didn't want certain aspects of my relationship with Travis to come out. And I was ashamed of what had happened, how it escalated.
In prison?
I don't know if there's really a word, at least in my vocabulary, to describe it, but I think mortified is.
She also had
one of
hair
the
dye to dye her
closest
hair.
words. Ashamed, things like that.
Did you avoid eye contact with Travis's family while you were in there, or did you make eye contact, and what are your thoughts on that?
I typically avoided eye contact. Travis comes from a family where they all sort of look a lot alike. So when I see their faces, I see Travis and I see the man that abused me, and I don't want to look at that.
Is it hard, do you have a sense of where the public feeling is about you, whether you're liked or not liked? I mean,
I get the sense that there is great division on both sides, but I believe the majority is
Hi, Miss Sierra.
against me.
what are your thoughts?
Long time no see.
A psychologist once explained to me that society has this need to persecute people. They get some sort of gratification from it, so there might be something going on there. Beside that, I don't really, it's so convoluted that we could talk for hours on that, but it just is what it is.
You, in just a recent, and we'll talk about Twitter in a second, but in just a recent tweet, you were talking about, you just mentioned the word suicide. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm not really looking forward to what comes next, but
Explain that to me.
well, it's just more court, just keeps going on and on. I just wanted to get it over with.
Are you focusing on the court, or are you focusing on what could be the worst outcome for you?
Well, the worst outcome for me would be natural life. I would much rather die a lot sooner than later. Longevity runs in my family, and I don't want to spend the rest of my natural life in one place. I'm pretty healthy. I don't smoke, and I would probably live
just
a
saw
long
the
time.
crime scene
So that's not something I'm looking
photos.
forward to.
Holy crap.
I said years ago that I'd rather get death than life, and that still is true today. I believe death is the ultimate freedom, so I'd rather just have my freedom as soon as I can get it.
So you're saying you actually prefer getting the death penalty to being in prison for life?
Yes.
That might surprise some people.
Well, I think that if you look at things eternally, it's not as scary. I mean, we do get attached to our lives, and I'm attached to mine. But I don't know. I can't fathom staying in one spot for the rest of my life. So I've been everywhere. And I think it would just drive me a little crazy.
You had some clashes with Juan Martinez. You kind of went after him on Twitter a little bit. What are your thoughts on Juan?
Well, prior to trial, I respected Juan as a very capable attorney, even though he's done some very shady things in my case, as far as hiding evidence and failing to disclose certain things, hoping it would just go away. But in the end, what does it matter? It didn't help my case. As far as all the evidence that did come to light eventually. In trial, I think that his accusation that I was seeking fame is absurd. I remember a hearing we had in 2011 when he stood up before the court and said, "I don't control the media. If it were up to me, I'd be on TV every night." So I think he's the one seeking fame, not me. But, you know, it is what it is.
You had some pretty tough things, I would imagine, to go through in the trial. During the trial, there were photographs of you displayed. I noticed you tended to look away. What were you thinking when those photographs were being flashed up in front of everybody?
I wanted to crawl under the table and just disappear.
She didn't handstand.
If you had to look
Why?
at some of the tougher.
Girl was doing yoga and singing Dido songs in her interrogation video when the cops were gone. Giving her time to think about her crimes.
Just coming to fully understand what I've put people through, my family and everyone else as well. That's the part I'll always regret.
Tell me more about that. What do you mean?
I think she just
Well,
regrets getting caught.
Just the way everything happened. I think that if I had just been honest from the beginning, I'd be in a different place. And so would everyone else. And because of what I've done, a lot of people will hurt for a long time.
Why didn't you just plead guilty and
It's gotta be
save
tough,
everybody the hell?
Time for you, obviously, just learning what happened. But you're telling me
I respect people more.
that if you would have done things
that
differently, do you
than those
regret
don't.
how you went about doing things after Travis was killed, after you killed Travis?
Yeah, I think that I was just freaked out. Well, I know I was freaked out. I didn't know what to do. I knew that I couldn't just carry on as normal, but I tried to do that. I tried to act that part until everything came down on me. I just couldn't imagine going to my family and saying, hey, look what happened, or going to the police and saying, here, arrest me. I was just horrified with what had happened, and it was difficult to face that I had been pushed to that point and that I could be capable of something like that.
Okay, guys, we have breaking news. You ready? No, we don't
Sure.
have a verdict. We do not have a verdict.
Breaking news.
Former Real Housewives husband, Tom Jardy, who was found guilty of embezzling more than $15 million an hour ago. Jardy, 83, who once played a supporting role on Real Housewives, Beverly Hills, alongside his now estranged wife, Erica Jane, was disbarred last summer for basically funneling funds intended for a client. His firm, Jardy Keys, is bankrupt, and he's said to be suffering from dementia and is under court conservatorship. Now, what I'm wondering, remember, this is the wife who had those earrings, and she was told to return them, and they were not the right size. Even though she returned earrings. Emily D. Baker really followed this, and I followed it with her. And when they auctioned the earrings off, it was evident that was not the original pair. And then she said, "Oh, they were stolen or lost. This was the replacement pair." Yeah.
Oh, what a peach. I remember somebody in the LawTuber community saying, like, I can't believe that I need to watch Real Housewives with my wife in order to keep up on all like the good legal gossip. Can't remember who it was though.
I don't know, but I didn't pay that much of attention. I listened to Emily Baker, but I didn't do that. But I saw a snippet where she's sitting here going off on the women at a luncheon over the trial. And I'm all over the whole charges and everything. And I'm all like, girl, you know what? For somebody who had as much money as y'all claim to have, she had so many fake purses. They weren't even real. Chanel, ones like the Queen carried. I mean, they were fake.
Mhm.
I'm like, okay, I understand having some fake jewels, maybe gold, but fake stones, and have the real ones in the safe because you don't want them stolen. But come on now, the money that she had an outfit like two or three, excuse me, 2 or 3 outfits a day, and she'd be wearing almost $25 million in a week worth of clothes. I was like, oh my gosh.
I don't even understand.
And all that money
People.
that he was paying was from his clients. They were living off of the clients' money, not their own. Who?
I don't know who that is.
Who? I don't know.
I'm sorry, Karina. I'm gonna have to Google that, or if that's a joke, then I have no clue that went over my head.
It's bad.
Like that.
Here we go.
Oh no, it's
After you were at Travis's that night, that day, a lot of people who have talked to me about.
You can stop it too.
Oh yes, I'm just it's a husband of a missing nurse. And that's another case that we should follow. I hope that they didn't cut the best part of this interview out. I don't think that they would have, because it is literally one of the greatest interviews I've ever seen. But anyway, sorry.
This said raw footage.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
I gotta go around and get a cord in my charger. I forgot to bring the charger around, but here you go.
Daughter said, how could she have gone out and been with another man, basically 24 hours after this? How are you able to put that behind you and basically go on a date?
I don't think I so much put it behind me as I just sort of checked out. I hardly remember that day. I don't remember it being nearly as intimate as he described. I remember falling asleep and taking a nap, and he was lying next to me. I remember feeling, it's strange, but I remember feeling safe. He wasn't going to snap. He wasn't going to, take advantage of me and try to do things I wasn't comfortable with. I just felt safe with that person, but I knew that, it's not like I went up there because I was hoping to pursue a relationship. I went up there because I thought, oh crap, I need to keep my schedule. So I went up there almost because I felt a sense of obligation inside in order to keep up the pretense, not because I was going off to have fun.
But it's odd, even to me, I don't know you at all, but I feel like I know a little bit about you. But you really look at your hands and you realize what's happening.
Delightful.
And at that point, you say to yourself, I've got to go up and meet this person. I'm going to keep that appointment. I'm going to keep that date. I don't understand how that goes through your mind.
Well, what happened was I slowly began to come to while I was in the desert. And when I found my charger and I turned my phone on, there were tons of voicemails. One from Leslie, I think a few from Leslie, maybe one from Ryan. And I realized these people are wondering where I am. And I just felt like I needed to buy myself some time and figure out what had happened. I was very shocked. I didn't know what I was doing.
I'd like to go over just a couple of things in the case, if I could. When your grandparents' gun went missing, that's what most people point to as the point where you basically made the decision that I'm going to go down there and do this. What do you say to people when they make that point?
Well, I was really hoping the defense would call my sister because I spent the day with her. And we weren't at the house when that happened. We weren't even in Wairika. We were out of town. We were actually in no town. We were out in the middle of almost nowhere at a Buddhist monastery near the border of Oregon and California, taking pictures. I was really hoping my defense team would recover those pictures. They're on another hard drive that stopped working that they never made an issue of. Those photos on there are date and time stamped, and they show that I'm out of town.
Yeah, you're at a Buddhist
during that
monastery.
time. So that was my hope, that we could show the jury that I was nowhere near that area. I mean, that's what's really helped
So
me.
you're sticking by that part of your story.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Let's talk about the gas cans. That's another thing that keeps being brought up all the time. Was there a third gas can?
There was initially when I purchased it, but I really did return it. I got $13 and change back, and I went on my way.
A lot of people are saying, who carries gas in the trunk of their car?
I didn't fill it up until I realized I was going to be driving across the desert on a highway alone that I've never driven at night. And it's something that we began to do when I moved to the desert because we didn't want to get stranded somewhere. Just being from the coast, 120 degrees is a shock to your system. So we sort of would travel with provisions and things like that. So not always gas, but I was taking a road that I had never traveled before. And suddenly being safe was more important than saving a few dollars in gas,
I'm
which was
enjoying
my
these
initial
guys. Thank
goal.
And the other thing that keeps coming up, or the jury seemed to have issues with as well, was the lack of
I
memory
like that.
over the
I like
fact.
that greatly.
Can you explain that to me?
Sure. I think it's been described how certain memories come back with time and rather than get worse. And I've experienced a little bit of both. Memories have come back. It's not just completely blank. Little things have come back here and there that I remember.
Have things come back since we began talking about this, since the trial started?
No, these things, well, I can't think of anything specifically. These things have come back within the last year, 2 years. Things have been popping up and coming back. And I testified to that a little bit. Just different scenarios that have research. I don't want to get into the details. So I can't explain it. I think I have a good memory and it's almost like I blacked out, but I mean, obviously wasn't unconscious.
You're talking about your defense a little bit and you wish they would have done this and done that. Are you happy with your defense?
I'm grateful for my defense. They've
That's not
worked very
happy,
hard.
Holy crap, that's the
100%,
only
but
thing
they've
she
worked
said
very
I
hard.
can respect.
What would you change?
There is a man who saw me with
Okay.
bruises.
I had
all
to go
over.
get another charger. I think my daughter
I would
kidnapped
have made
mine.
every effort to find him.
What
and they
did she
didn't.
see that she can respect?
Oh, she said when he asked about her defense, she said, I'm grateful for my defense. And I was like, that's about the only thing that I can respect that she said. Because how many criminals do you hear that say, I'm grateful for my defense and for my defense team? Like,
Good.
not too many. Like, if you have a good defense team and somebody that either knows how to work a camera, but it's that's the only thing that she said so far that I can respect.
Wow. Well, we are at 5, almost 6 o'clock their time. I think. No, wait. Nevada. No. They are.
Are they on my time?
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. What time is it
So
for
it's
you?
2:55. 2:55. So if they're my time, then 2:55.
Okay.
So if you want to go and have a break or go do some homework, we can sit here and watch this. I'm waiting for the one amazing part.
Well, I'm going to go to the ladies' room.
Okay.
I need to do that. I will be right here, but I'm just going to be listening and let you. So you know this case, right?
I do.
Let you take over this part, but I'll be right here. But I'll be working on homework too. Okay.
People are being witty in the chat as well. People are being witty in the chat as well. Karina said if she owned a business, maybe she would call it, or maybe it would be a window shade business and she would call it Shady Business. And Miss Trial said she's going to open a bookstore that sells the last chapter of every book and she's going to call it Bookends.
Oh my God. Okay. So you can control. No, I have to control the video. Okay. I'm going to mute.
There are other people who saw me with bruises. My friends, my sisters, and the defense didn't call them for their own reasons. And I think that that would have corroborated some of the things that I said. On the hard drive that we just discussed, the one that was not part of my trial, there are photographs during that time, and I think there might have been a photograph on there. Maybe, maybe not. We wouldn't know unless we looked. But yeah, I took pictures of myself during that time, not specifically for that purpose, but just being on the road. And I just keep thinking maybe it was in that photo.
Y'all, this is the same woman who put the camera through the washer and expected it to be destroyed.
She was getting beat up. Why didn't she call the police?
That's probably what you hear from women who have not been in my situation and been abused.
The police definitely recovered those photos.
I think at that time, if I can put myself back in that mind frame at that time, my fear of calling the police is that I would be seen as overly dramatic, or I would make an enemy of Travis. And I really just wanted us to be able to be friends ultimately. I was scared of the consequences for him and scared a little bit for me of calling the police and getting them involved, getting the law involved. And I didn't want that to happen to him. I just wanted him to go on and be happy and be successful. And I wanted the same for myself.
Let's talk about your family for a little bit. Your mom has been there for you every day in the courtroom. What are your thoughts on her?
Try and think deep thoughts, Jody. Think deep thoughts. She was asked about her mother.
Oh.
So her mother did show up every day of the trial for her, but her mother did
My mom
not.
and my whole family.
Neither did her sister be a character witness for her, even though they showed up
Yeah, it's
every day.
difficult. As far as my mom, I feel like I don't deserve her. She's been
Wow,
a saint, and I've not treated her very well.
Yeah, her hair looks great though, doesn't it? Especially for prison. My hair looks super ratty. Hers looks great.
You being physical with your mother. Did that
Well,
happen?
it won't look that good anymore.
I vaguely remember the incident. I think when they say I kicked her, we were arguing. And she
Trial
was
TV
kicking me
Live.
under the table, and I think I kicked her back.
My theory, Trial
As a teenager.
TV Live,
She did
is
everything
that
she could to keep us under
Sarah
control.
Boone is the new Jody Arias,
She visits you
because Jody was on the stand for 18 days.
Everything.
Oh, I think Diane might be here even.
Sometimes
And
they're good
so,
visits, sometimes they're bad visits.
We're
They're
looking at
unpleasant.
some of Jody
Other times they're
Arias's
So,
interviews.
What happens during the good visit?
usually she's telling me stories about things that are happening with my family or my friends, or
Yes.
how many emails and messages of support that she's getting, people that support my family.
Has somebody testified more than 18
that
days
they're behind us.
in their own
That
trial?
makes me feel good.
What about the bad
Because
visits?
I'm pretty sure it was 18 days with her.
They're usually just discussing unpleasant things, frustrating times. Things are very frustrating sometimes, and it's.
Are you
a
ready to
drag.
pop in, Diane?
Your artwork is all over the place.
For
Hey, Diane.
Pride in the fact that people are paying money for your art?
Are you ready?
It's interesting. I take pride just not so much in the price tag,
Are you
but
See if we
the way I've developed the gift
verdict
itself, or the
for
talent.
times.
I take pride in that. I'm
No,
just
tell us
happy
it's not
that I'm
still
able to
waiting.
share it with the
Verdict.
world.
Wilson got the
I
DP.
noticed that And I saw this on another network.
He
I
did.
don't know 100% if it's correct, but
Wilson,
you buy
hold
bars
on the
from
tax.
the commissary,
Alive.
and you tweeted out,
He's,
it's
he's
not
not,
working for you.
he got,
Tell me about what you do
Yeah.
behind bars when it comes to the commissary.
Yeah, after I was arrested,
She was
I'm
on
no
the stand
longer
for
working
19
or
days.
going to
Blamed on,
church,
sorry.
and so I'm not tithing anymore to the church. But the
you're
church
freezing.
encourages you to tithe
Cheyenne.
10%. So what I do is I take 10% of the dollar
If
amount
you
that I
do
spend,
the
and I give that away.
crime, you get,
And then recently I've been
you know.
blessed with
I'm
the ability
sorry,
to spend a
there's
little
no
bit more,
sympathy for
so
him.
I'm able to give more.
Yep. Are you going to interpret or you just checking in?
I'm just checking. I'm cooking.
Are you still practicing your faith?
So just wanted to check
Okay.
in and see.
I don't think
I'll text you
I'm
if we get
still
a verdict.
a member of the LDS Church, but I'm not actively practicing my faith at this
Sorry,
point.
Miss Trial.
They don't offer LDS
Sorry, Miss
fellowship
Trial. We'll be back to normal.
maximum security inmates, and the Mormons rarely come around to visit me. So I've sort of fallen away for that. I don't know. I still have my scripture. I still read it, but it's hard to maintain an active status in the church when you're sort of cut off from it.
You said the Mormons don't come around to visit you. Who are you talking about?
They do come, but maybe like once or twice a year. They are volunteers that are members of the church that go to jails, prisons, facilities where people are incarcerated to visit them.
The Alexander family, especially the two sisters and the younger brother, if you could say something to them, what would you like to say to them?
I hope that now that a verdict has been rendered, that they're able to find peace, some sense of peace. I don't think they'll ever find the peace that they would like, but maybe they'll be able to have greater peace now, or some semblance of it, and be able to move on with their lives and remember their brother the way they wanted to.
Do you still think about Travis?
Yes.
In what way?
There's a lot of regret because I was really hoping to get a plea and avoid talking about all of the things that came out about him. If we had been able to avoid trial, we could have avoided just the murkier aspects of his life that he kept hidden. And these aren't just
Yeah.
things that came from my mouth. They're his own words, his own emails, his own text messages.
Not the murky aspects of my life, just his.
Photographs that show that as well. None of that ever would have come to light. It would have just been forgotten, and he would be memorialized as not perfect by any means, but somebody who was known to adhere to his morals and the principles that he espoused. But now the curtain has been drawn, and you can see the hypocrisy and everything that was there. And I regret that because I know that even though he was living the life of a hypocrite, that's not how he wanted to be perceived. And I think inside he really didn't want to live that kind of life.
There were some parts of your story that were definitely backed up by emails and texts and phone conversations and things like that. But a lot of people had real issues with pedophilia when that was brought up. How do you respond to that?
Well, again, I mean, he's fantasizing about having sex with a 12-year-old on a tape. That's a pedophile by definition. Also, there's a photograph on my hard drive, which my attorneys didn't feel was relevant, but it's a picture of him chasing around a naked 4-year-old boy with his Bible open, pretending to be a Catholic priest. I don't know why we were all hanging out. I thought it was silly at the time, and I snapped the photograph. And
oh my God.
At the time, I just thought he was mocking the Catholic Church in poor taste, and then that was that. But that was a year before I walked in on him, and so after that incident, I've walked in on him, I
Interesting,
needed
Miss
to put these
Trial.
things together, and that was one of the puzzle pieces that seemed to make sense to me.
So she may not be the new Sarah, the old Sarah Boone. She's got one disciplinary infraction from 2016.
Quietly into the night off to prison. My defense team decided to rip the lid off because we were forced to trial. The state didn't want to settle. So it's not that I wanted to plow ahead and do this, but I took the stand because strategically they advised me to. And when I was on the stand, I had to answer the questions that were
Sam
posed.
blessed hell did you
So if
just
you had
not
to do this
plead
all over
guilty?
again, you're in the desert, you notice that you've got blood on your hands.
I would turn
You
around
remember
and drive
Beaker?
to the police department.
You remember Beaker?
Yeah. I love Beaker.
I don't know. I would have done the right thing.
Yeah, making a fool of myself.
Let's go forward. Say you do get.
Yeah, she's probably
long
more
sentence.
evil.
How are you going to spend your life?
I don't know. Telling someone to shh
I haven't decided yet.
while they're dying in a suitcase is pretty evil.
Talk to me again, if you can, briefly about wanting to hurt yourself. Do you feel like you want to hurt yourself right now?
Not right now. I think I've gone in and out of periods of that since 2007. There was some talk about me being suicidal in high school. I never was. I think I might have written the words something along the lines of wanting to die, but that's distinctly different from wanting to actually kill myself. So I never was. I found it strange at the time that after I had gotten into the church and I gained a testimony of the church, suddenly I'm feeling suicidal. I didn't understand that. But I never did anything. So it could just be talk. It could just be purging my thoughts, that kind of thing.
You're tweeting. Talking about Twitter. Is that your idea?
Initially, I've never been on Twitter. I don't even know what it looks like. I just have heard about it through
I
other
called
people,
BS.
reading about it in magazines. In 2009, somebody started a false Twitter account in my name and began tweeting, pretending they were me. So I had that shut down. And then it just became sort of an idea that I thought of in February, and we decided to go for it.
Are you happy you have?
Yes. Well, I wouldn't say happy. I don't regret it.
Right.
Yeah.
What has it brought to you?
I think there's a little bit of satisfaction gained from being able to just impart my ideas and my thoughts and sort of let people know where I'm coming from. Whoever wants to look, I mean, you don't have to read it if you don't like it. So
Thanks for joining us, Lindsay Bay. You are absolutely right.
A couple times. You
yeah,
want to talk about Nancy?
I don't think she's worth it.
One, you also went after there.
Yeah, I just found it a very highly hypocritical that he would point to me and call me the epitome of a liar when he has lied over and over on record in court over the years. I wish I had the ability to comb through those records and say, right here he lied, right here he lied, right here he lied, but he's not the one on trial. So in that sense, it doesn't matter that he lied, but in another sense it does.
What?
Because of the important position that he has.
How am I doing on time, Lisa? Okay. You've got a mitigation hearing coming up here, or at penalty phase. Tell me do you know what your mitigating factors are going to be and how you're going to
Well, I've been told that I don't have any mitigating factors.
By who?
My attorney.
So Kirk Nurmi you're talking about? Kirk Nurmi said to you there are no mitigating factors for you in terms of arguing against the death penalty.
Nothing that is what you typically see in a case like this, such as a childhood where there was drugs, alcoholism, molestation, things like that. None of those things occurred in my family. So I don't know. I guess we would sort of joke that my mom didn't beat me hard enough. So I don't really have mitigation.
So what are you gonna do? I talked to the attorney and who's handling it. She seems like a very pleasant woman. She said she's got a week-long case.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they feel that I would be a suitable candidate to behave myself in a correctional facility and just not be a problem. That may be their angle. I don't know.
Did you have any knowledge of, the interest in your case? Do you have an idea of how many people are interested?
I hear things, but I have no access to the news, the internet, that sort of thing. No direct access.
What kinds of things do you hear?
I do get the newspaper, so that's been one portal where I've learned things. A lot of inmates have come in to the jail since then, and they tell me they want to come up and shake my hand. They want to give me a hug. They want my autograph. I'm not going to sign anything. They want a piece of something. So it's kind of strange, but that's given me an idea.
That has to be strange, huh?
Mhm.
What do you think when somebody comes up and asks you for your autograph?
It's kind of awkward. I mean, I want to be nice to
Give
people,
me a
but
break.
I tell them no. I don't think it's appropriate.
Why don't you sign it?
She doesn't think it's appropriate.
My goal isn't fame. My goal was just to
True enough.
get through this. So
Apparently she is a good artist.
that
Learned that
to
today.
give off that impression.
Pretty, a quote or a soundbite from your trial that's played over and over again, and you even smiled at it in court, was Kurt Nurmi saying 9 days out of 10, even he doesn't like you.
Yeah.
What do you think when he said that?
I actually thought of Elizabeth Johnson's trial because I was reading the coverage in the paper, and her attorney told the jury that it's important. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but he told them that it's not about whether or not you like her. It's about the facts of the case. So I think it was, I believe it's
Mistrial, have a great night.
Jurors need to remember it's not about whether or not
We're
you like
sending you love in preparation for your hubby's surgery on
I
Tuesday.
think 9 days out of 10.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
1
9
day,
days out of 10.
one day out of
out
9,
One
1 day out of 10.
on our prayer list.
Yeah, I think so.
Why don't you get along?
Well, we got along very well for a long time, and then we just have had clashes in ideas, and ultimately he's the boss.
Anything you want to say to Juan Martinez?
No.
You seem to be writing quite a bit during testimony. Or were you drawing? What were you doing?
I was writing just thoughts. When I heard something with testimony, I would write notes, pass it to Jennifer, pass it to Kirk, things like that, just to keep them informed.
So you weren't drawing.
There might be occasional little scribbles in the margins, but no drawing.
At that point. Anything else you want to talk about?
Not that I can think of. Well, actually, there is one more thing
Yes.
I wanted to say. If I could tell somebody in a situation that I was in anything, I just would encourage them to document it. I think that it doesn't mean they have to turn the person in or betray them, but should a situation ever arise, I think documentation would have been very helpful in my case. And my sister is going through something right now with her ex-husband, and there are a lot of things that she could have documented that would help her. So it surprises me that even as she knows about what I've gone through, she still fails to document these things. And it's so easy. Save these text messages, save these incidents, write these things down, make reports. But they don't. People just don't do that. I don't know why women don't do that. I mean, some do. No, it's not black and white. It's not 100%. But if we could just make a record, then that record will stand should something happen down the line.
You've actually started, at least you tweeted out that you're selling T-shirts for a domestic violence shelter. Do you plan to continue those efforts?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Well, I assumed that they were doing okay as is with government funding and things like that, just donations. But I've spoken with some people who have worked in those shelters, and they always need donations.
Everybody will remember this as a trial where she threw a camera in the washer, put it through the wash, and it still did not delete the naked photos of her. So
I guess I'll wrap it up by saying, you talked about domestic violence.
yeah,
A lot of people are going to be seeing this.
don't document a murder, and don't document a murder when you have your birthday suit
Do you mean
showing
in
in some photos.
I'm sure I'll think of something very clever to say later. But
As you walk out,
yeah,
I understand that.
I guess what I really want to say is to other women who are in a situation that I was once in, and it's like I just said, I wish they would just document it. That's it. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to turn the person you love in. You don't have to do anything. Just document it, just in case. It's better to have it and not need it than the opposite. And again, I think
leverage on the ones you love.
Very different right now if I had documented all of the things that I went through instead of being in a state of denial.
What would you like to say to all the people who seem to really dislike you, even hate you?
Well, maybe I should be flattered that they focus on me so much. If they dislike me so much, then why am I always on their radar?
Girl, that's not it.
I'm Ivan, by the way. I'm Troy's executive producer. Thank you for doing this. You were just talking about people that don't like you.
Mhm.
Do you care at all? I mean, does it matter to you that people like you or don't like you? Is it going to matter to you wherever you end up if you answer it wrong?
At age 32, it doesn't matter. I think when I was arrested at age 28, it bothered me. And even before my arrest, before I ever imagined my life going in this direction, if I knew someone didn't like me, it would gnaw at me in the back of my mind. But at this point, I can truly say it's like water off a duck's back. I've reached a place.
Sorry.
I wish I'd reached this place years ago, but I think it just comes with age. But I've reached a place where it really doesn't bother me.
What about the domestic violence groups that don't believe your story and say, we don't want your help? There's some people out there saying that, keep your T-shirts, keep your efforts, we don't believe you.
Okay. I'm not aware of any organizations that help survivors of domestic violence that are calling a survivor of domestic violence, saying that they don't believe that person. That's not a good thing to say to somebody who's been through it. It would be like a child running and telling somebody what's going on with them, and the parent says, I don't believe you, or an authority figure says, I don't believe you. So you can imagine what it does to that person.
Yeah, that shit happens all the time.
The jury.
It's called life.
You think they got it wrong? Correct.
As far as premeditation, I know they got it wrong. Some said felony murder. I think that's a very ugly law sitting in my position. But as far as the way the law is written, I think I can understand how some reach that conclusion.
So what's your message to the jury right now?
Well, I don't know that I have a direct message for the jury. I know that I prayed constantly for every single one of them. So that's the jury that was brought to me. That's the jury that I was meant to have.
So you pray for the jury?
I prayed prior to trial that the right jurors would be on my jury. So I just have to believe that those were the right jurors.
And the last question I have is going back to when you were on the stand and Juan Martinez was cross-examining you. It was really tense. It felt like you were giving back as much as he was giving. What was going through your mind? What really did you want to say had there been no constraints on what to say at that point?
I would have said a lot more.
You want to say it now?
Well, I would have to think back to a specific incident.
Well, you told him he was scrambling your brain because he was yelling at you.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
What were you thinking when he was yelling at you?
I probably shouldn't say. There were a lot of times when he was beating up on other witnesses, more like attacking the messenger rather than the message. And I just wanted to be able to jump into their body and respond for them. Just because I feel like he is a bully.
I actually kind of expected you, when he would go after you like that, to shrink away or cry or be like, "Wait," but instead you did stand up to him.
Yeah, I think that if it had been any sooner, then trial did take a long time to finally get here. If it had been any sooner, I would have melted. I would have just fallen apart. But my confidence came on the stand, knowing that I'm up there and I'm ready to speak the truth. And I know that I know what happened. And that gave me a sense of inner strength to handle him. He can throw whatever curveballs he wants. I know what happened, and I'll answer it.
What are you gonna do tomorrow?
I have court. I don't know.
What's tonight gonna be like?
I'm hoping.
Knowing now the decision, how is tonight gonna be different than every night leading up to today?
Well, I've thought a lot about that, and I had a list of things that I wanted to do with my life if I were blessed with a second chance. So there are still things on that list I might be able to accomplish regardless. But tonight I was going to go back and visit with my family and break the news to my friends who have been very supportive. And just business as usual tonight, and then we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Jody. You gotta get all your stuff off of here. I was gonna try to show you what your Twitter page looks like, but we have no service down here. Here's what the home page looks like. That's my home page. So yours is a shot of you in court.
Yeah.
And then down below is a whole bunch of the groupings of what you write. So you only get 140 characters.
Okay.
And then you're able to direct.
He's showing her Twitter.
Able to get in touch with me a couple
She
of
knows
times.
what Twitter looks like,
So,
man.
If you ever need to get in touch with me again.
So they cut out the best part of this interview, which was right at the beginning.
Thank you.
Okay.
And it was so brutal. It was amazing.
A lot for me. I say no. I respect it.
And it was basically, he said, you said that you'd rather get the death penalty, sorry, DP, than life. And she said, yes.
A day at a time.
Was it unexpected, you think, this verdict?
It was unexpected.
Let's see if
for
this
me,
one
yes,
is, I got it.
because there was no premeditation on my part. I can see how things look that way, but I didn't expect the premeditation. I could see maybe the felony murder because of how the law is written, but I didn't expect. The whole time I was fairly confident I wouldn't get premeditation
this
because
part.
there was no premeditation.
It seemed like some of those jurors didn't believe what you were telling them, didn't believe your story.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on that?
I can understand that, I think, because of the lies that I told in the beginning to try to cover up this, cover up that, hide things that I didn't want to be known, made public. I don't know that I have a direct message for the jury. I know that I prayed constantly for every single one of them. So that's the jury that was brought to me. That's the jury that I was meant to have.
So you pray for the jury.
I prayed prior to trial that the right jurors would be on my jury. So I just have to believe that those were the right jurors.
Are you focusing on the court, or are you focusing on what could be the worst outcome for you?
Well, the worst outcome for me would be
Did I miss it in the last one?
I would much rather
Yeah.
die a lot sooner
Might
than
be
later.
when my
Longevity runs in my family, and I don't want to
headphones turned off or
spend my
something.
life in one place. I'm pretty healthy. I don't smoke, and I would probably live a long time. So that's not something I'm looking forward to. I said years ago that I'd rather get death than life, and that still is true today. I believe death is the ultimate freedom, so I'd rather just have my freedom as soon as I can get it.
So you're saying you actually prefer getting the death penalty to being in prison for life.
Yes.
The Alexander family, especially the two sisters and the younger brother, if you could say something to them, what would you like to say to them?
I hope that now that a verdict has been rendered, that they're able to find peace, some sense of peace. I don't think they'll ever find the peace that they would like, but maybe they'll be able to have greater peace now, or some semblance of it, and be able to move on with their lives and remember their brother the way they wanted to. Just the way everything happened. I think that if I had just been honest from the beginning, I'd be in a different place. And so would everyone else. And because of what I've done, a lot of people will hurt for a long time.
Did we hear it?
No, it was basically that you've asked for DP and then kind of walk that back, and it says the victim's family has stated that they would like you to have the DP. And then he said, because you've stated that that's the ultimate freedom, why don't you give them that courtesy? And he says it straight to her face. And he's like, why don't you give the family that courtesy? And she's like, I don't know what you mean. And he's just like, take that punishment instead of life. Give the family what they've asked for. And what you said was the ultimate freedom. And it was so brutal. It was such a brutal way to start an interview. And it was like the craziest, most awesome thing ever.
I think maybe they took that out because this here says raw.
It's in a Swoop documentary that she posted yesterday, guys. So it's in her raw footage. And it's amazing because she has it. And we can't play her documentary without getting a copyright strike, but it's fantastic.
So you heard the verdict from the jury. What are your thoughts?
And so
this is your beginning.
Yeah. But basically it was like smackdown right away. And she's just like, excuse me? And he's just like, provide them that courtesy.
Beside that, I don't really, it's so convoluted that we could talk for hours on that, but.
So I don't know anything about this case at all. How did she, without getting me banned from YouTube?
She was in an on and off relationship with him, and they were of the Mormon faith. And because she was a bit too racy of an individual, he decided that she was not of marriage material. And so he had decided he was done with her, and he was saying like bad things about her, and you know how there's the Madonna or the other thing that you can be classified as a woman. He had classified her as the other thing and was saying some very choice things about her, but she had basically planned to
unalive
a rental car, get a whole bunch of like gas cans, put them in the trunk full so that she could do a whole route where she wouldn't have to stop for gas. She had hair dye to change her appearance after she went and unalived him. And basically she went to his house, which is a couple hours away, and they had sex. And then she took some photos of him in the shower. And right after these photos of him in the shower in this really vulnerable position, she took a stabby sharp thing and did some quite cray
on
damage. Yeah. And when she dropped the camera actually caught some of the attack. And so she put the camera in his washing machine with some clothes and turned the cycle on, expecting that camera to be not able to recover those photos.
Film. It's processed in water. You're talking
And so
dark room.
the cops and stuff, they went and they looked and they were like, why is there a digital camera and stuff in the it was a digital one, because this was actually, I think this was 2010, 2012, sometime recently. Okay. And so they recovered all these photos, and it was photos of them in intimate situations, and then the photos of him in the shower, and then the photos of her attacking him. And then she left his house and went to another location a couple hours away to go on a date with another colleague of theirs, because they all worked in insurance. And so this fellow who was kind of her alibi feels so gross about, you know, her being with him 24 hours after, and her hair being dyed, and like her acting completely normal. Oh yes, thank you, Christiane. She had also taken her grandparents' pew pew, and it was stolen before her trip, and she also did that to him. So she decided that she was just gonna go like extra.
She wanted
Yeah, and before this whole thing, he was dating like another nice Mormon girl, and she like slashed both their tires when she was over at his house and stuff. And she didn't even live in the same town. Like, it was getting crazy. So it was bad news bears for sure. But I'm like, this woman is seriously like, you know, so when you think about the amount of attention she needs, or when you think about, she actually is pretty smart, maybe not in this context, but she is a smart enough woman. It just is. I was just thinking about her, and Trial TV Live, thanks Aaron, said she was actually on the stand for 19 days, not 18, in her own trial that lasted 4 months. I don't know anybody that took the stand for more than like a day in their own trial, let alone like 3 weeks. That's insane. So anyway, guys, this is kind of my theory, is that Sarah Boone might be the same sort of unhinged, or same level of weird. Maybe not the same type of weird, but the same level of weird. Oh yeah, okay, so good point. So Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, was awesome to watch. And I guess the good thing about this is that when you see these horrible cases actually being prosecuted well by law enforcement, that is, you know, crossing their T's and dotting their I's, it just kind of makes you feel a bit better about some of the
system,
the Canton cop sort of situations. But
Christiane,
yeah,
the reason why I probably don't know about any of this is I had just lost my husband to prison in 2009 and had 2 extremely young children, and was in a wheelchair, going deaf, and struggling with life beyond all comprehension. So
she was living the other side of this, basically. Just not the crazy side of this, just like the other side of
the family
being
the family of the perpetrator. And media painted me be a bad person. The community, part of the community, not all of it, but and then I went into college in 2013, which is when this interview was, and trying to build some amount of life for myself. So, yeah, I didn't really start really paying attention to cases till a few years ago. So, yeah.
Lucky for us you did, though, because we are here and we're all together now.
That's okay. I've had worse happen to me in my life than that, believe it or not. So that's why I'm going into criminal justice. That's what my degree is.
Oh gosh, don't start it off.
Now,
excuse me.
I guess we've had a storm come through and everything's cooled down and it feels like 10 o'clock at night. Oh, it's only 5:30. Got an hour till my shop closes.
Gotcha.
Oh, is it 3:30?
Yeah, I'm tired. Yeah, it's 3:37 my time. Excuse me. Miss Hero, we're happy to see you. We're glad that you caught us on a day when you could.
Chocolate.
And so we're just going over some random things. We were watching a couple of earlier hearings, and we're on trial. We're on verdict watch with Robert Tellis. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. But very happy that you came to see us. Thank you very much. Oh, nice.
Mike's
all set.
Sleeping in the dog bed, and the dog is curled up, hanging off of the cat bed.
That's cute.
Yes, Lindsay, the Tellis jury is still out, and it's frustrating. They had a question.
I'm gonna go make some tea. I'll be back, ladies and gents.
Huh? Oh, okay. Yo, I had a light fall down behind me. Yeah, unfortunately. What? How do you like that? I can chew and talk at the same time. Sorry you don't know it. Okay. This is the first time, honestly, I've had 3 trials that we have watched in one day. We had the Richardson, which we haven't finished. We have the Tellis, and we had the Wilson. For those of you who don't know, this is the verdict for Wilson, if you didn't hear. Yep. Didn't even flinch. I didn't expect him to, honestly. I really didn't. What are y'all's favorite Ghirardellis? What's your favorite chocolate flavored? So, we had Miss Kevin on earlier. I went to the eye doctor. Got back. As I'm standing up to leave, the jury comes in for Wilson. And I hit the parking lot of the office when they announced it. My doctor's building is only 3 to 5 minutes away, depending on your traffic. And oh, really? Up. Come on. Up. You gonna up? I'll give you something if you up. Come on, up. Good girl. Come here. Up. Come on. Oh, good girl. Who's your my good girl? Oh, I love you. You're my baby. Go. Come on. I don't want to roll over your foot. Move it. That's my hearing dog, if you don't know. So, yesterday I installed my third monitor. I'm glad I did. So I had 2 trials on one, the other one on the third. Yeah, it was cool. I'm getting spoiled. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I go home. I only have one screen. So, walk by, big girl. All of them. I know. I like chocolate as long as there's no spice to it, like jalapeno. But I prefer darker. Take it easy in there. You're welcome, love. Next time I'll put my hat on for you. Yeah, my 2 baby kitties got new homes. They're doing great, by the way. They seem very happy where they are. We have some feral cats out back, and I think last year there was 1 kitten we found, but there's 3 this year, and they all been after hard rains. Mm. So I'm going to go ahead. We did not finish this, so let's put it back on.
I'll need to reserve sufficient resources in terms of people power and jury selection slots.
No.
Third district policy is we do this using the virtual jury selection system. You're going to have to file a motion inside extraordinary circumstances. It's not my decision. Okay. We can have that discussion too. Yeah.
So right now, we need to take the 9:30 slot each day.
That's fine. Block it for now. We'll have a discussion. What's that? Just say each day. We can change that, President. Brittany, what do we have going on in the afternoon of September 27th? How many? Yes. 3 p.m. Yeah.
We set 1 to 3 p.m. Sure, right.
Council, are you available on the morning of the 26th? Or the 26th before, say, at 2 p.m.?
I may be in a trial. Would it be all right if I can't make it if this?
We might all be in trial.
There's a chance we could be in trial that day. A chance. It's set for a 3-day trial. I'm sorry. It's set for 3 days, and I think it's only going to take 2. It's a trial down in Salt Lake, so we could just tentatively set it if we need to.
Well,
In the afternoon, better, in case we can't wait on a jury or something.
all right, let's avoid that day. 27th is bad. What's the afternoon?
We could definitely on the 26th.
You get up.
In the morning or the afternoon.
In the afternoon would be better. I'm sure the judge would give us
Hi, Miss Earl.
oh, take a break.
I hope.
I
Was Miss Earl leaving?
once, I'm sorry. I can't
Or
do
is he still with us? Yeah, that's early. You must have been up early.
Is
I'm
that
sure this
too
is
loud?
like nails on a chalkboard to all of you. I apologize.
You guys are so soft on my end. That air conditioning is killing me.
It's loud today. It's yeah.
Do I need to turn it up or down to make it where you can hear it?
Sorry, that's a mess. That's not too bad. What do we have on the 11th? Or the... Yeah. Okay. What about the 25th? Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah. All right, council. The morning of October 22. Nah, I can't do that. I'm sorry. My goodness. This is the problem. I'm going to have to put something out of the way. Ms. Richins, I apologize. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I think we need to hold an initial pretrial conference to start talking through pretrial deadlines and start talking about a jury selection. Tell me when you'd like to do it. I will make room.
30th of September, Monday.
I would unfortunately be out of state that whole week. That I can't fix.
What about October? It's not October. It's full week. What about the afternoon of the 23rd? Of September.
September 23rd, later afternoon, like 3.
We'll make it work. Would you like that to be in person or by WebEx?
Whatever you prefer, will probably come up.
I prefer in person.
By weapon?
It's 3 p.m. We're cool.
Yes.
Come on, Captain.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes.
I like that.
Set a pre-trial conference.
In person or by weapon?
By conference. But I love that weapons. Like, that's the funniest thing that Captions has done in a while.
Thank you.
Council, I need you to start talking to each other about issues you anticipate, pre-trial deadlines. I won't be able to see around every corner. I would appreciate your input, given your experience on how you'd like to conduct this. We need to start talking about jury selection. To the extent I'm going to have to ask for special treatment, favors, or to the extent you want to file motions to try and secure an exception from the standard practice in the 3rd district, we need to get rolling. I would prefer if you have notice of how you're going to be taking the jury in this case as early as possible. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything to that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Ramos? Nothing, yes, thank you. Ms. Richins, I'll see you again on September 23 at 3 p.m. I wish you the best of luck. Court's in recess. Thank you.
So is that trial day?
That's a pre-trial conference. So all those lawyers are having such a hard time finding finding a date that works for them, and that's for a pre-trial conference. It's not for a trial.
So when is trial?
I have no clue.
I think
Couldn't
it's
tell you.
October.
I'm sure
I don't
they
know.
would be able to give you some more firm information after that pre-trial conference, but it's
Yeah. Well, my frustration is I can't hear as it is. And then when you have all of that going on, it just feels like I got a fan on each side of my ear. It's like,
and the closed captioning sucks. You're like,
well, who are their names?
by
Who's
person or by weapons?
Who's
You're like, huh?
RB? Huh?
Yeah, I don't
Really?
even know. So I was just like, huh, okay. But I kind of liked that one mistake by closed captioning, because at least when it's like in person or by weapons, kind of sounds like you're gonna rumble in the back alley or something like that.
Rumble in the back alley.
It's like, we shall do this in person in the court or out
It's
in the
like-
back alley by force.
Let me finish. Dag nabbit. I don't know what that was. Oh, I see it.
I have no clue.
Another one. You want to go there? You want to go there? Why is it not working? There it is. Up. Nope, that's not what I want. Come on. Oh.
You want to go there? Really? Really? You really want to do this? You want to piss me off? Well, guess what? You done pissed me off.
Let's take it outside. That's the other one. But let's take it outside.
See, that would scare the crap out of me. But
we had this one dude in high school. This is what he do.
You think you're big enough?
Mm-hmm.
You think you're strong enough? Mm-hmm. You think you can outsmart me? Mm-hmm. Let's go roll in the daisies. See ya after school. Eat your Wheaties.
That's what he would say all the time. So around our high school, about a mile down the street, there was a parking lot where a lot of people would park it's like a carpool lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is? And a lot of the kids after school, because it's just outside the school far enough that if you got in trouble, the school couldn't get involved. But if you were a certain distance from the school, they could. So to keep the staff at the school and the teachers, if they overheard, they just go, you want to go roll in the daisies? I'm having a hard time with my mouth. You want to go roll in the daisies? All right, let's see you later. And it took them a long time to figure it out, but finally they figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then SeaWorld was being built 2 blocks from my home and about 2 miles from our school. And so they go,
You want to meet Shamu?
that was you want to meet Shamu? Because everybody in that
That's
neighborhood,
funny.
everybody who lived in that neighborhood that it was built in, including us, got a free 3-year pass for putting up with all the dynamiting and everything for 2 years. But what was funny was there were kids that didn't have the money to get in. And back then, there weren't pictures. It was just you had a card. And if you had a card, you got in.
Mm-hmm.
People would hand them the card and get them in.
That's awesome. Back when you used to be able to like grift your way into some things, you used to be able to take the man for just a couple of things.
Oh yeah, we used to. Yeah, well, and
Just
the
like a
other thing
Robin
was,
Hood sort of thing. Nothing bad, just Robin Hood.
yeah, well, and the other thing is there was about 10 acres that they kept all the huge equipment, and when they were working at night and in the winter, they had a bonfire for 2 years. So that pit was nice and seasoned, and the trees were far back. So when they left, the kids started having bonfires. And it took a while for the police to figure it out because they were so used to seeing the bonfires. And so then it came to
Mud time.
mud time. That means
Really, did it take the cops that long to figure it out? The cops here would be like, that's the first place the kids are gonna go to party.
well, when it was hot,
Mhm.
some of these kids had ranch trucks and they had those big square water cages on them. They fill them
Right.
up with well water and then they go and dump it and make it a swimming hole.
Oh,
It was
yep.
huge.
That's cool.
And it became mud. And they used to have the cars and go mudding or have mud wrestling. Oh, the girls, the cheerleaders to raise money did a
Mhm.
mud wrestling night. And they charged $100 a person to come in. And back in the
Yeah, I
80s,
could see that.
that's like 1,000 now.
Yeah.
And these boys, oh, did they come up with that money real quick?
I bet you they did. And I bet you a lot of their creepy uncles did too.
Hey, you're native. You'll get this. Don't get your auntie. Don't get your auntie.
Remember that day I was like, hey, everybody, go hide your uncles?
Y'all, in Native American, pretty much every adult woman is called auntie.
Yeah,
When
she's
at
older than me. Then, yeah.
certain age. Yeah. And so it's now a joke. If someone says, they go,
Don't make me get my auntie.
that's like, oh, you better back off. Aren't they more afraid of the women than the men?
Yes, absolutely. It's so funny.
Well, in the
It's
Cherokee
super
tribe,
funny.
women rule, men drool. I heard or I felt a little. Whoop. Is that your baby that's sick? Can't hear you. Ah, she's gonna go. She'll be right back. Darn it, I was gonna go. No, guys, I was never a kid to get in trouble like that. Now, my twin brother, on the other hand, y'all, it was so funny. He got in a fight, and I was in the front seat with my mom, and my mom was a vice principal secretary at our school. So it was her office you went to if you got in trouble because back then they'd paddle you with a wooden paddle, corporal punishment. And we were driving home and we had to pass that drive all the time. Well, we passed it and hold on. And when we passed it, I looked over and I saw my brother in a fisticuff with somebody at the parking ride. And I said, isn't that Michael? And my mom went, "No, that's not him. He's supposed to be somewhere, wherever." Well, guess what? He got home. He was wearing a different shirt. He changed his shirt before he got home because that way, if we drove by and saw him, the person who was fighting was in a different shirt. And my mama's vision wasn't that good. So I'm sitting here going, "You stupid little shit. You get away with everything. I don't. I so much as breathe in the wrong direction, I'm in trouble." Man, he was good. He'd also sneak out of the house through the garage by popping the emergency latch, slide under, leave a little rock just enough to get his fingers in to get back in and go drinking all night. It took him his senior year to get caught. And the only reason he got caught was because my mom and dad woke up with him laying half naked in the yard because he got so drunk that the kids driving him home in the pickup put him in the back of the pickup because he was puking. And then they threw him in the yard and his clothes ripped. So my dad just grabbed the garden hose and woke him up with cold water on a Sunday morning. And then they made him go to church.
Oh yeah, that's an early morning. That's a
I
rough
gotta visit the
morning.
ladies' room. Sorry.
Yeah. That's a rough morning, guys. If you have a really, really insane hangover and you need to be somewhere like a family event or church or, a wedding or something, there is like a special level of headache for that just can't be touched. I think it's quite something. So yeah. We also had we had two parking lots in my school, my high school. One was the teacher parking area, one was the student parking area. And the student parking area is where you could go to fight. And also, if you went across the street from the student parking area, that was where they called it the smoke pit because it wasn't technically school property. So the kids could smoke or go do whatever they wanted, and it wasn't the liability of the school. That is where a lot of fights also took place. I don't know why we are necessarily going over our criminal youth and such, but yeah, we have had interesting times. And you know what? It's interesting to hear how much Texas is kind of like up here. Just in the way that, just the way things work when you're in a small town. So I think that's fun. Thanks everybody for joining us. We really appreciate it. We are on jury deliberation and verdict watch for Robert Tellis. I can't believe we are still on jury verdict or jury deliberation and verdict watch for Robert Tellis. It's a miracle, I guess.
What's a miracle?
That they're still deliberating. How the heck is that even a thing?
My parents were genius. Do you know what was even funnier than that? Our pastor had polio as a child, so he had braces on both legs. He was a real skinny, petite man, and he was on those crutches, the Canadian crutches, those around the. And he's up there, and he's got some deformities. I love Terry. He's deceased many years ago, but Terry was up there preaching, and my brother was sitting back there going,
Look at that cripple up there, man. He thinks he can tell us what to do. What that guy, man?
So anyway, what? Yeah. Shut my door. Sure. So Terry looked at him and he said to him, he had a high pitched voice because everything. And he said, "Son, why don't you come on up here and say that to my face?" So my brother walks up there and he goes,
he got nose to nose. It's like, I said it to your face.
and then Terry just flat out told him, okay, you think you're so smart? We're baptizing you today. We're gonna get you sobered up real quick. And the men in the congregation took my brother to the back room and threw him in the baptismal.
That man
Holy clothes.
is a genius, and I wish I had met him when he had graced this earth, because that's fantastic. Wow. I didn't know how that story was going to end. And let me
Which
tell
one?
you, the one you were just telling, that was incredibly
they threw him in the
edifying. That was so
baptismal.
satisfying.
The
That was
next
super satisfying.
day, my brother was so freaked out because he liked Terry. My brother and I loved that guy. And then come Wednesday night when we showed up at church. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'll never drink again. He's an alcoholic. But anyway, not really, but he drank. He drank again. He went in the military and drank more. But I never did get in that kind of trouble. I was goody on that side.
I was always the quieter one of me and my brother as well. I just figured he was getting in so much trouble that I might as well be quiet and
sit back
spare
and
my
enjoy
parents.
because you don't want to be an actor in it.
Oh yeah, my brother is. He and I are quite different. It's funny how, you have two kids raised in the same situation and just vastly different personalities. It's fascinating.
Well, this was my twin.
Yeah. That's
And
even more
the other thing that
fascinating.
was so funny is one day my mom left the house to go get groceries and I'm home practicing my instrument. All of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a barroom brawl. And I go out, and my dad and my brother are outside beating the living tar out of each other. And my mom forgot something. And all of a sudden, that garage door came up. My dad went into the wood shop, and my brother got on the trampoline, and they started acting like, they were both dripping in sweat. And it was so funny. It was hysterically funny. I just laughed so much.
Oh, it's always interesting when you go outside and the thing is like your father and your brother are not usually in a fist fight, but they are right now. And you're like, okay, well, this family dynamic has gone a bit off.
My father popping my brother open-handed when he'd cuss at him or do something stupid. But that's the only fisticuff I ever remember. And I do remember my dad telling him my mom left the house again. He goes, son, that will be the first and only time that happens. Because it happens again, you're out. You'll be 17. You're gone. So it was pretty good. We didn't have a horrible family. Don't get me wrong. We weren't always like that. But isn't it funny what you remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny what you look back on, especially at certain parts, certain times of your life.
Boys are always worse.
That's interesting.
I was lucky. I didn't have that with my kids. Hold on a sec.
Hey, Lindsay, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope you have a good dinner. Have fun cooking dinner. We appreciate you stopping by. It's been a great chat. Everybody's been super funny today. So, yeah. It's been really good. You know what? Okay, Swan, I think we're all the troublemakers here. We like trouble. It's fun.
So, okay, Swan, you were the troublemaker, huh? Well, when I made trouble, I just made sure I did it in a way that I didn't get caught and he got blamed.
I wasn't that smart or that diabolical. I wasn't that smart yet.
I wasn't that bad either. I'm just being facetious. I had the cute
wish-
blonde hair, the green eyes. Just, oh, mommy, I didn't knew it. But this is the same brother who tied me to a eucalyptus tree. And I look down and there's an ant bed. And he takes my socks and shoes off because he pretended to play Indian cowboy and Indians. So he was going to, he tied me around the tree. I was the captive. And then the next thing I know, my shoes are being pulled off and socks. And he kicks the ant bed. And then he comes back with honey and drizzles it on my feet and left me there. Dude.
That sucker would need to sleep with one eye open if that were me in my youth.
He used to
I
put
would be
scorpions in
so.
my bed.
Oh,
We
yeah.
lived
See,
in
that
this
don't
place
fly.
that had a lot of scorpions a certain time of the year. No matter what rock you turned over, there was going to be a scorpion. And yeah, get up in the middle of the night, go outside, get a scorpion, bring it in and dump it in my bed.
I would have smacked that boy so freaking hard.
I wish I could, but I was underweight and malnourished before I was adopted, and he was much bigger than I was. I mean, he'd just look at me and blow me over. You're still
Fair
the
We like
We all
trouble
can
here.
be.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. I still want to get a hold of Braxton. I know he's so busy, but I so want him to play Bamboozled with us. I think that would be fun.
Let's see if we can get hold of him.
This man,
I will
16
try
years
to.
for wrongful conviction. Wow. He did 16 years
Yikes.
in jail. Video showed someone else did it. Now that would suck. That's over
Yeah.
in as the gavel drops.
That's
Oh,
insane.
I'll try and get a hold of Miss Kevin. Let me see. Well, I've had my thing on caps, no wonder. So we are waiting for this brutal time. But do you know what? Here's something though. They're not giving up easily, unlike some trials like Karen Reed.
So it's not to say that they aren't considering things. Like, you have to hand it to them. They are doing their duty, their civil, their civil duty as civilians, answering the call for jury duty, right?
There you go, Miss Swan. Same here. He ain't got my brother yet. Just saying. Yeah. My brother ran off the babysitter. She rode up on her horse because we lived in a ranchy area. She lived on the property behind us, so she would come up and babysit us on the horse. He ran her off. It was so bad she got on the horse and started leaving, and then he took the rocks and started throwing them at her. She never came back.
My parents would have hit my brother so
He never
hard.
hit her or her. He couldn't, huh?
Oh, my parents would have that would have been the last of that. I don't think that would not have happened at my house.
But you got to understand, we were in the foster care system the first 4.5 years. Well, from 7
Fair.
months on till 4.5. A lot of abandonment issues, a lot of anger. They didn't know how to deal with that stuff back then like we do today, They don't have the means like we do today and the understanding like they do today. So
Yeah,
part of that was no
that's
fault
true.
of his own, but at some point you learn right from wrong.
Hi.
Hey, before homework, I'll be listening. Hey, we're still waiting. Has anybody heard anything?
Anybody got inside information on this mess?
We need help.
Because,
Where's my insiders? Where are my insiders? Oh, that's awesome.
Beautiful. I
I'm
like
still
that.
waiting to be a swan. I was almost a swan, then I became the ugly duckling again.
I don't know. I think I was just the odd mongoose, and I still am.
No, you're not. You're very pretty, by the way.
Oh no, I think I see that as like a badge of honor. It's just like I'm just a weird, I'm just like an odd person, and
Hey,
I'm
the black
just
sheep of the family usually it's the best and funnest one in the family. We
it's
ain't boring.
true. It's true.
And I married a guy whose family was quiet Germans.
I can't even drink my tea right now. I'm not even trying. Can't even
Missouri
try
and
with that.
German Lutherans. Now, his daddy was quiet, but boy, he was a comedian. He did some funny things. That man, I had sugar gliders. Do you know what those are?
Yes, little bats, like cool bats that you can have as pets that are super cute and tiny kind of things, right?
And I had one when I was first starting to date my ex. And so he and I went, oh, does that feel good? He and I went to a movie when we were first dating. And I came back to the apartment and my sugar glider was on the cage having a seizure.
Aw.
So I grab him out of the cage and he drives me to the emergency vet. And we had to put him down because there was some kind of defect. And it was like $150 and he paid for it. And so
Really?
for Christmas,
That's
his
a good
father,
deal.
I was offended at first, but now it's funny. His father gave me for Christmas this box. It was about this long, like what we put one of our big mugs in. And in it was a barbecue skewer with a bow and a thing of barbecue sauce that he custom made the label, and it's a glider on a stick barbecue sauce.
That's definitely a specific type of humor. Oh.
Hey, for a bridal shower gift, he took a big office box, covered it in white paper, and on the inside it was a picnic for two. But the styrofoam coffee cup, he shrunk down and put coffee and poured it out. The sandwich was half eaten. The silverware was dirty. The flowers were dead. It was the coolest thing. The bride cried. It was so awesome. Of course, she loved him like a daddy, but they, for Christmas, do you know how you do the elephant exchange? Well, one year, you don't know the elephant exchange gifts?
Is
Christmas
that where
gifts?
you open it and you can either steal it or take
Yes.
one else? Yeah, okay. Then, yeah. I do.
Well,
Sorry.
his thing, he liked to do weird things. And one Christmas, years and years before I met him, probably 6, 7 years, he got a ham sandwich, made it, took a bite, wrapped it, put it in a Ziploc bag, and stuck it in the freezer, and that was the gift. So his favorite niece ended up with that. So the next Christmas, she'd bring it back, and they both would bring it back and forth for 10 years. I was like,
oh god. Must have been the funkiest sandwich.
I would at least made a new one.
Funny. Yeah, it's funny, but it's so like just
It
like
was, it was frostbit to the point it was a brick.
I imagine it was. I hope it was a good freezer bag at least.
It was freezer burned and it was petrified. And what's bad is when you're waiting to open up the gifts, they finally learned to put an ice pack in it because
Oh.
What baby?
Yeah, that's
You're right.
bad.
I know, but we're not going home yet. Okay? I know. She knows when it's close to 6:30. She starts telling me it's time to go home. Place. Go. Come on. She does this every day at 6:30.
Oh.
Since Tellis was in the political arena, I wonder if someone on the jury has anything against politicians. Well, that may have probably been one of the questions they were asked during the voir dire.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I could see somebody sneaking through though.
I got to do this. My son, I'm hearing him. What? Say that again.
Me or your son?
You.
Oh, I could see somebody sneaking through though. Somebody with like a political agenda that has somebody or like something against
Possible?
like a politician, and that's sneaking through and not really being seen.
Well, the only drawback to that is that can cause a mistrial.
Mm-hmm.
That can cause a mistrial. And I don't think that would be advisable in any way, shape, or form.
It's just hard to figure out who people have like beefs with, if you know what I mean, right?
Yep. I need to come back.
So anyway, I'm sure they have a way of weeding that out because I am not completely familiar with I know people who pronounce it different ways. I've heard Vaudir, I've heard Vaudire, I've heard I'm gonna say it wrong no matter what. And yeah, I can just see not being able to detect everybody's everybody's bad relationships based on some questions. People have very, very twisted and really ornate pasts, and so I don't know. I think that a lot of things could sneak through, even though you would hope they wouldn't. But I could be completely mistaken, and I hope not, because obviously, as Ada said, that could be a mistrial. So yes, I can't. Again, sorry guys, can't believe that this is still happening now. Yeah, I love it's part of the conspiracy. I love how the prosecutor was like, let us list all of the components or people in this conspiracy. It's so-called conspiracy. Maybe we are part of the so-called conspiracy. You never know, guys. You never know. Well, it's been quite a busy day. You guys have been, trial hopping or, motion hopping or things of that nature. It's quite interesting. I'm sorry I missed the morning, but thankfully everybody caught me up, so that's great.
Sorry about that. I had to go help somebody. I was the only
No
one who
problem.
had the information.
Mhm. I was just saying,
Deliberating I thought they would have had a couple hours. Yeah.
I still can't believe that they're, yeah.
Well,
But thank you for doing a diligent job, jury. Thank
do
you.
what?
Oh, I'm just saying thank you to the jury for doing a diligent job of deliberation, because you clearly are. Like,
I think if they come back too soon with some of these, it's too quick, too easy. But what concerns me is what they're struggling on by their questions. It's the hair or no hair, and it's the walk or no walk. You know what I mean?
and they should be focusing on like DNA and things like that, or you would hope
Like,
that would be
hello,
more
DNA.
weighty. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's huge. DNA is huge. Why are we not? I mean, if any one piece of evidence, woo, we're getting a lot of rain. If any one piece of evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt, then I don't care. It's done. But that's my humble opinion.
Now, I don't think there's ever been a trial where they have recovered DNA evidence of somebody's DNA profile being under the victim's fingernails where that person has not been the unaliver. So, if there has ever been a case that you guys have watched where there's been DNA under like a victim's fingernails that has not been the unaliver, then please let us know, because it's just going to be that person every single time. It's going to be who you're clawing at.
Well, and my
to
question,
try and protect yourself.
My question is also, what about, did they find his DNA or anything on anything of the victims? I can't remember.
I'm not sure because I didn't tune into the whole trial, but transfer DNA is questionable for me.
If it's under a nail, girl.
If it's under a nail, though, like that's the part where it's, yeah. I don't know if anything else was transferred. However, I believe there may have been some blood profiles on, like the hat and the shoe. And I think they recovered a pair. Did they recover a pair of jeans? I think they may have. Or am I thinking about another case?
But here's the thing. Normally, just by this kind of contact, you're not going to have it under your nails. Only this are you going to have it under nails.
Yes, Ronnie, they did find it under the victim's fingernails. And so I was just saying, anybody tell me a case where there's been DNA under somebody, like a victim's fingernails, and it's not been the unaliver. Like, it's always the unaliver. It's never somebody else. It's always the person who did it.
Well, it has happened when there was a fight between two people and the person left, went to the bar drinking, got in another fight, and unalived somebody.
Okay, so, and I don't know about those cases, and I would need to read about those because I obviously don't know about like a lot of them.
The DV at home, the home fight, you could see the physical scratches. And it matched.
And then
person.
If somebody was at the bar and witnessed somebody with the scratches already on their body, that would prove that they had already sustained that injury.
Well, and they
before they were seen, like before they were seen unalived. So it predated that. Yeah.
And also they had videos. You know how some people has video in the home. They had evidence, substantial evidence that that's where it came from, but it can come from another source. But
it's the exception to the rule and not so much the rule, but it's in circumstances that are a bit more unique. But interesting. I don't know how Mr. Grumman's profile ended up under Telly's fingernails. Don't know. Or sorry, I don't know how Telly's profile ended up under Gurman's fingernails. I apologize. We have a photo.
That is Wilson. I mean, Robert Tellis. But I don't see his hair.
No, I wasn't able to find a photo where somebody had taken a whole photo of his yearbook picture. So if somebody else has his yearbook from college and can take an actual photo of the whole picture, then let us know. But interesting to go back in time and see and see people. It's
Yep.
fun. Mm-hmm.
It sure is. Yeah,
He
that's
looked smug back then already.
huh?
He looked smug back then already. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. He does remind me of that, except for not as smart as, and I hate to say this, but not as smart as Ted Bundy. He did choose pro se for his earlier cases that he was dealing with when it came to his workplace issues. And Ted Bundy, he did at least one semester of law school, I know, before he went on his rampage. Don't know if I can say that word. Hi, Lisa Vogel. So I know that he was very
Hey, Lisa.
he was very inclusive, or he was very involved in his defense, but he was very smart, and I don't think Tellis is that smart. And so I hate to say that, but Bundy was way smarter than him, even though Bundy was a monster.
And Tellis is not the sharpest pencil in that law school. Oh no, Lisa. No, Tellis is. In some ways, I wonder if we're not smarter. At least I know how to get rid of evidence.
Well, and you know what? I'm not saying
Not
that
drive
I'm
my
any
own
smarter
car.
than these criminals, but I just I know that I probably shouldn't get myself in a situation where I panic and leave a whole bunch of forensic evidence. So maybe just don't do that.
I mean, you can't help it if you have the same card that somebody used to commit a crime.
Yeah.
But all that other stuff.
If you have one hubcap that has 7 spokes and the rest of yours have 6, and then the same car that they see at the scene has one hubcap with 7 spokes on that same tire, that's hilarious. Did they end the feed? Just all of a sudden?
They better not have.
You know what? It could be. Is it possible they went down because of weather? Because usually they would have something before they went.
A grandmother and her granddaughter have been killed, and police say they now have the suspect in custody for not.
Oh, yeah, this is absolutely true. Telly's was trying to bore people with spreadsheets and graphs. And with the exception of Venn diagrams, I really don't like graphs. I think Venn diagrams are fun, though.
They should
Thank you, Ronnie.
And said
Jury
so.
is done deliberating for the day and is scheduled to be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. my time, which will be 10:30 your time. I appreciate that, Ronnie. Yeah, that was just kind of an abrupt cutoff to the feed, but the jury is done for the day, so I can't believe this has lasted to another day. What do you think about that, Ada? Shaking head in disbelief.
So we'll try again tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I want to get up out. Super chat. How the zoomed in image show a driver with? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. I showed it earlier.
Thank you, Ronnie. Vanessa Murphy's still been in the court. Vanessa Murphy is great. She has been wonderful.
Somewhere. I guess we'll be back tomorrow. Do it all again tomorrow.
Everyone's like, guess so.
Tomorrow, I have to go to San
Got to figure
Antonio.
something out. I have something has to happen tomorrow. I have to get the podcast episodes done.
I know, like we're all got to get things done.
The nostalgia was fantastic today. That was fun.
Y'all,
And we all got to know each other so much.
Oh.
Huh?
All right.
She looked like
well,
she had a good stream today.
I'm gonna go. I still got a lot of work I need to get done. I thought that today was going to be a short day.
Sorry, this is just not funny.
So I don't know if they don't come back.
What you get?
By lunch tomorrow, then we might just have to leave the stream up and.
Yep, that's what you get.
Let me work on the podcast episodes. I've got to get them done. Right.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna be here tomorrow. As long as my dog is doing okay, guys.
I'm done. He's out.
Say that again.
I will be here tomorrow. So as long as my dog is doing okay, I will be here to cover jury deliberations and the continuation of this mess.
Well, here's my problem. I gotta leave here at 11. What time is it starting my time?
10:30.
So I'll get it up. I'll get in the car. I'll have you in my car.
Yeah, and we can host it off my computer if you want, like just so you can pop in
here, but the feed needs to come through you.
Okay.
You and Miss Kevin. And hi, Trail Live. Love the way they ended that one. At least they could come on and say, hey, no verdict. See you tomorrow. Jeez. So Trail Live, I will be traveling an hour and a half to San Antonio to get my wheelchair fitted. So Miss Kevin and or sneaky side over here will be running my live. I will be, as long as I'm in the car, I'll be kind of on as a guest, but I need you to make sure you use Trial Live coverage if it's possible. Yeah, I know, Trial Live. That's kind of rude, don't you think? Like,
what you talking about, Willis?
I've got dogs going nutty over here, so I'm gonna have to go. But I will talk to you guys later.
What? Doggies
Dogs going crazy.
Okay, bye. So, I know. That's frustrating as hell. Christy, you're welcome. Let's see. Thank you for keeping me company and making me welcome. I will be back tomorrow. I need some sleep, my mom. Oh, yeah. Darling, you're welcome. Anytime. Anytime. Just leave some DNA if you haven't already. So Trial Live, I will be remote. I just want to say thank you so much for everything you do. And I want to get together. I need to do a fundraiser, and I wanted to know if you'd be willing to join me. It's for a cancer patient who's terminal. So, but we'll talk more about it. I got your number. Hey, not really. So you got mine, maybe. So y'all have a great evening. I will be on probably about 10 o'clock. Oh, I agree. I agree. I agree. Everybody says bye, Sneaky. So with that, we are going to get out of here. My hearing aids are giving me some feedback and I'm having a hard time talking. So we're still waiting. Can't believe day 3 of deliberation in the telestrail. This is when I really wish I could be a fly on that wall. Oh, that would be fun. Um, so, everybody, have a great evening. I'm going to go finish my paper so I can start on the other class that I have to start on. I've got so much work to do, but it's been a joy being with you. And thank you for your understanding about my appointment. Thank you for the understanding about my appointments. I'm sorry, guys. When my hearing aids echo, it's kind of hard. So, see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Until then, be blessed. Have a great night. Hug your family and be nice to somebody who's struggling today. Bye.